Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 2 of What If Banished Naruto Azula's Bodyguard. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 6. Running away and catching up. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Naruto. He floated in the air as the fight waged on below him. He knew he was dreaming because the battle below was being fought by shinobi. He didn't know who the man with red hair was, but he knew who his opponent was. The telltale black cloak with a red cloud was visible, marking the red-haired man's opponent as a member of the infamous criminal organization, Akatsuki. "I must admit, you're pretty tough," the blue-skinned shinobi said as he hefted a giant, cloth-covered sword onto his shoulder. "So are you," the red-haired shinobi replied. "But I expected nothing less from the Motonai Biju, tailed beast without a tail." He sounded breathless, like the fight had taken a lot out of him. "Ah, so you've heard of me," he commented, sounding pleased. "Any shinobi worth their kunai knows who you are. I also know what you're a part of." "Then you know that you're about to lose," he declared with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, taking the sword from his shoulder. "Kisame," a voice called out from behind him. "You're taking too much time." The voice sounded a little bored, like he didn't really care about what was happening. Kisame turned his head back to look at a black-haired man standing in a tree. "Oh, lighten up, Itachi. He'll be done in a few moments," he replied with a slightly chiding voice. "Then it's best if you finish it now." "I will not be going down so easily," the red-haired shinobi declared as he flashed through hand seals. Yotan Shikuger. He didn't finish the jutsu because at that point, Kisame had shoved his cloth-covered sword into his stomach. "My blade, Samahata, seems to enjoy your chakra," he told the red-haired shinobi. Then he pulled the sword upward, tearing the cloth. What was under the cloth was not a sword made of metal but of shark scales. As the blade cleared the red-haired shinobi, it left a bloody trail on his body, making him stumble to the ground. "Suiton, Suikoden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu," Kisame said as the rain all around them formed into a giant shark. The shark then flew straight at the red-haired shinobi, causing him to scream in pain when the jutsu hit. Naruto didn't know how, but he could feel the pain as well. "And oh!" screamed out Naruto as his eyes opened and he lurched upwards. He was in his room, in Yudao. "Are you okay, kid?" the Kyuubi asked. The pain, it was so real, he panted. Sweat caused his night clothes to stick to his body. If he wasn't still reeling from what he had just seen and felt, he would have stripped out of them. But he could still feel the pain. What happened? He knew his Jinchuriki had nightmares, but they never made him wake up in such a fashion. This was something new. I was having a dream. It was the Akatsuki. They were fighting another Jinchuriki," he explained as he tried to get control of his breath back. "Did you know the Jinchuriki?" "No, but I saw the headband. He was from IWA. Also, his hair and beard were red." The fox was silent for a few minutes. "So, they got the Yambi." "Yambi?" repeated Naruto. "You just described the Jinchuriki of Yambi," he explained. Before the blonde could ask another question, he heard a knock on the door. "Lord Naruto, are you all right?" "We heard screaming," a guard outside the door asked. His voice was muffled, but he sounded worried. "Yes, I'm fine," he called out. "It was just a bad dream." "Very well, my lord. Please remember that you're leaving in 2 hours. He looked outside. He had windows installed after the fangirl incident. It was still dark, but he could see the first lights of dawn on the horizon. "Thank you for reminding me." As he listened to the guard leave, he looked out the window. What was with that dream? He wondered. "I don't think it was a dream, Gaki," the Kyuubi told him solemnly. Location: Earth Kingdom. It had been some time after Toph had left her family to join with Aang. Now it was dusk, and they were setting up camp. Since their departure from jailing, the group did not encounter any problem at all, until when Appa landed on what appeared to be a firm ground, but Toph was not happy at all. On the other hand, Team Guy was nervous when they were flying on the back of a large sky bison. No one back in the elemental nations would believe what the shinobi who found themselves on another continent will say when they boast of encountering hybrid animals on the bending nations. Hey, you guys picked a great campsite. The grass is so soft, Toph noted as she felt the earth around them. That's not grass, Sokka told her as he looked down at the ground. Appa's shedding. Oh, gross. Katara complained, lifting a foot off the fur. She really didn't want to step in sky bison fur. That's not gross, Aang told her. He didn't see what the problem was. It's just a part of spring. You know, rebirth, flowers blooming, and Appa gets a new coat. Aang is most correct. Springtime is so youthful, Lee shouted. Yash! And you all are in the springtime of your youth, Guy cried out. Don't even think about hugging, Niji warned the two of them. We'll have Toph bear you up to your waists, Tenten threatened. The rest of Team Guy, or any of the others, didn't need to see that again. Ah, the beauty of spring, Katara said with sarcasm as she watched the shinobi team. Appa sneezed at that point, causing a lot of fur to fly upward and fall to the ground, as well as the group. Stop, Appa, stop, she told him as he shook his head, getting rid of any other loose fur. It's not that bad, Katara, Sokka told her. She turned around and saw him crouched on the ground next to Akela. It makes a great wig. He turned around and on top of his head was a tall cone of Appa's fur. Akela had the same thing, but his was smaller. And a great beard, Aang announced as he hopped down from the saddle. He was wearing Appa's fur as a bushy white beard. Both of them laughed at what the other was wearing. Akela just rolled his eyes and pawed the wig off his head. I'm glad we have another girl in the group. There are times you two are disgusting, Katara said as she swept fur off her shoulders. Sometimes, she couldn't believe their antics. It was like they were 5 years old. Toph walked up to Aang and Sokka. Excuse me, does anyone have a razor? Because I've got some hairy pits, she declared as she raised her arms, showing that she had stuffed fur under her armpits. The three of them kept laughing, even more so when Aang had sneezed, slammed into Appa's foot, and fell to the ground. Even Katara started to giggle. Team Guy just stared at them all, before finally joining the laughter. This thing is really moving, isn't it? Ty Lee asked, sitting in a chair. She could feel the humming of the engine coming from the floor. So it would seem, Mai answered as she leaned against the wall. She felt the engine hum as well. She just felt it through the wall. I must hand it to War Minister Chin. He did a fine job on this, Azula noted. The War Minister had been at Yudao working on a military project. The end result was hybrid of a tank and a train. When he heard that Azula was hunting for the Avatar and had stopped in Yudao, he lent the tank train to her so that she could track him down. The door to the next car opened and one of the engineers stepped inside. Attached to his waist was a safety line so that he wouldn't fall off when trying to get to another car. Princess, we've found a trail on the Avatar. We're following it now, he told Azula. She nodded. Very good. The engineer saluted and left. She turned to Mai. Is Naruto still checking our supplies? Yeah, he's also checking on the mongoose dragons. Hey, Azula, Ty Lee said, sounding nervous. I've got something to tell you. What is it, Ty Lee? It was rare, very rare, to hear the acrobat talk like that. She was always confident and happy about what she said. Well, this morning, while we were still in Yudao, I had woken up early, she began to explain. I wanted to stretch my legs a bit, so I walked around a little. When I walked past Naruto's room, I heard him scream. Both Azula and Mai had an expression of surprise. They'd never really heard Naruto scream, at least, not off of the battlefield. Yet, the tone used by Ty Lee sounded alarming to the others, as if she did not know what to do. What happened? Azula asked. It sounded like he had woken up from a dream. Then he started to talk to himself. I didn't hear much, but I did hear the words Akatsuki, Jinchuriki, and Yambi. At that point, a guard had shown up, so I left. She looked at her two friends. Do you know what those words mean? They shook their heads. There was a part of Naruto's background story that not even Azula and her friends learned, and it was certainly not a kind of story that the banished crown prince would have learned. As Naruto and Zuko never interacted much, even before the latter's banishment, the former did not bother to divulge much of his background to him. Do you think this has something to do with your vision in the swamp? Mai asked Azula. She didn't know why, but she felt it was just so. I don't know. Everything they seemed to learn about her bodyguard's past seemed to have to deal with those people wearing the strange-looking headbands. But something tells me it also has to do with those people from Omashu. The sun had set, and the sky had turned purple. Aang and Sokka were setting up the tent and sleeping bags while Katara dealt with the water. Guy, Lee and Akela had gone looking for firewood while Niji and Tenten had taken up positions in the trees to keep a lookout. The only person who wasn't doing anything was Toph. She was kicking back and relaxing against a rock with a piece of wheat in her took notice, so she went over to Toph. So, Toph, she began. Usually when setting up camp, we try to divide up the work. Hey, don't worry about me. I'm good to go, Toph told her. The earthbender was completely relaxed. She didn't look she was going to be moving from that spot anytime soon. Well, actually what I'm trying to say is some of us might fetch water while someone else might set up the fire pit or put up the tent. Momo flew by with berries in his paws, which he dropped into Katara's hands. Even Momo does his fair share, the waterbender told her. Katara, I'm fine, I can carry my own weight. I don't need a fire, I've already collected my own food and look. She bent 2 slabs of rock out of the earth to form a triangular shape over her head. My tent's all set up. Katara made a face. Well, that's great for you, but we still need to finish, she tried to say. I don't understand. What's the problem here? Toph demanded, interrupting her. She was becoming impatient and annoyed. Never mind, she said, walking away. Later, Aang was airbending the saddle off Appa's back. He managed to get it on the ground, but he also managed to put it on top of Sokka as well. As this was going on, Katara looked over at Toph and decided to give it another try. In the distance, Tenten started to gather enough firewood as Niji and Guy stood close to the banks of the river and kept an eye out, in case they ever encounter an ambush. It doesn't seem to look like we're going to be attacked soon, Guy-sensei. Niji turned his head to see Lee walk towards them. Anything so far, Lee? Not that I know of, but the geography around here is suitable for an ambush. Lee spotted Katara as she approached Toph. On the other hand, I don't know what to make of the newcomer who is more content with just letting other people do the work for her. Hey Toph, she greeted as she walked back over. I wanted to apologize for earlier. I think we're all just a little tried in getting on each other's nerves. Yeah, you do seem a little tried, Toph told her, not even trying to apologize back. In her mind, she wasn't doing or saying anything wrong. Katara got irritated. I meant all of us, she replied, trying to get her message across, but it didn't. Well, good night. The earthbender told her, crawling into her earth tent. Good night. She gave up and walked away. That night, everyone except Lee and Tenten, who had taken over lookout duty from Niji and Guy, fell asleep. Toph lay in her earth tent sleeping peacefully, but suddenly came awake because of something. She kept her hand on the ground and concentrated, trying to feel what it was. There's something coming towards us, she called out as she came out of her tent. What is it? Aang asked as they joined her. She placed a hand on the earth again. It feels like an avalanche, but also not an avalanche. Your powers of perception are frightening, Sokka noted with sleepy sarcasm. He wanted to back to sleep, but he also knew that he had to try and be alert. Confirm what she's saying, Niji, Guy ordered. Out of all of them, the Hyuga would be able to do so quickly. Niji activated his Byakugan. There is something coming this way and closing in fast, he announced, staring at a certain direction. From said direction was said something. Should we leave? Katara asked. Better safe than sorry, Aang replied. They quickly broke down camp and boarded Appa. As the sky bison flew away, they all saw smoke in the distance. What is that thing? Katara asked aloud as they looked at the smoke that looked like it was following them. I don't know, but I don't want to find out right now, Sokka told her. They had flown a good distance. When they finally decided to land, Toph was the first to get off. Ah, land, sweet land, she said as she apparently hugged the ground. See you guys in the morning, she told them as she hopped up and started to walk away. Actually, can you help us unload? Katara asked. They could use everyone's help with that. Really, you need me to help unload Sokka's and Lee's funky-smelling sleeping bags? When he heard this, Lee took a sniff from his bag and fainted from the smell. Sokka saw this and brought his bag down to Akela. The wolf backed up immediately with his tail between his legs. Sorry. Sokka apologized instantly. Well, yeah, Katara told her. That and everything else, you're a part of our team now, and. Look, I didn't ask you to help unload my stuff. I'm carrying my own weight, Toph told her off before walking away. That's not the point, she said, going after her. Ever since you joined us, you've been nothing but selfish and unhelpful. What? Exclaimed the Earthbender. Look here, Sugar Queen. I gave up everything I had so I could teach Aang earthbending, so don't you talk to me about being selfish. She sat down and bent another tent out from the ground, effectively ending the conversation. Sugar Queen? Demanded Katara. The response she got was a slab of rock coming out of the ground and covering the opening of the earth tent. Did you just slam the door in my face? How can you be so infuriating? As they watched Katara essentially throw a tantrum around the tent, Aang looked at Sokka with apprehension. Likewise, Team Guy also hesitated to intervene in the argument between the two girls. Should we do something? Aang asked. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation, seeing as he never grew up with the opposite sex. Hey, I'm just enjoying the show, Sokka told him. He enjoyed it whenever Katara lost her cool and it wasn't directed at him. Aang decided to approach Katara. Okay. You both need to calm down, he said to her, making her stop the tantrum. Both? She asked before whipping around to face Aang with a look that could have possibly terrified a Biju. I'm completely calm. I can see that, he said, doing the wise thing and backing off. That's enough. Tenten barked. She stepped in front of Katara, blocking her off from Toph's tent. We don't need to fight amongst ourselves when we're also battling exhaustion as well. Guy nodded. I agree. A good shot will calm everyone down. He frowned. Though I wonder what is up with the smoke earlier. Later, everyone was trying to sleep, everyone except Katara. The stars sure are beautiful tonight. Too bad you can't see them, Toph. She called out, feeling moody and spiteful. Toph's response was to bend a rock line at Katara, sending her up into the air and landing on top of Sokka and Akela, who slept next to the tribesmen. Hey, how's a guy and a wolf supposed to sleep with all this yelling and earth-quaking? Sokka demanded after pushing Katara off of him. Akela barked in agreement. The earth tent's door fell back into the ground and Toph appeared. That thing is back, she announced, getting their attention again. Well, how far away is it? Maybe we can close our eyes, just for a few minutes? The tribesman asked, trying to cover himself with his sleeping bag. He really wanted to sleep. Aang noticed the incoming smoke. I don't think so, Sokka. He began to get out of his sleeping bag. It was wishful thinking to begin with anyway, he grumbled mostly to himself. They quickly got everything aboard Appa and flew away again, but the smoke was still there, following them. This time, Niji struggled to keep himself awake as his eyes drooped. Tenten grabbed her kunai and hid it under her sleeve, in preparation for a possible battle. Seriously, what is that thing? Katara asked aloud, not really expecting an answer. And how does it keep finding us? Toph also asked. I don't know. But this time, I'm going to make sure we lose it, Aang told them. As he had Appa pour on the speed, the others just dozed. It seems like we're speeding up, Naruto noted. He could feel the engine humming faster through his feet. There was also that slight pull of gravity it had on him. Azula looked at her bodyguard. She grew worried that her bodyguard was tiring himself out. Just after lunch, the blonde almost tripped while the drill continued to move. Naruto, she began. Why don't you go to sleep? You've been awake since early this morning and have been working hard since. You need the rest. She's right, Mai agreed. The guy looked practically dead on his feet. Yeah, go and sleep, Naruto. We'll be with the mongoose dragons in the last car, Ty Lee chimed in. Seeing as he had no argument, he nodded, but grew serious. Alright, but I want you to wake me either when it's morning or we've caught up with the Avatar. Azula smiled. Sleep well, Naruto, she told him as she left the car along with Tai Li and Mai. Appa finally landed on a flat part of a mountain. He landed and rolled onto his side, letting everyone in his saddle fall out onto the ground. Niji activated his Byakugan to scan the area for new threats coming to them, but only found the distant smoke coming closer towards them. Okay, forget about setting up camp. I'm finding the softest piece of dirt and going to sleep, Sokka told them as he scooted away in his sleeping bag. Akela followed tiredly after him. That's good because Toph wasn't going to help anyway, Katara said snidely. Oh, I didn't realize baby needed someone to tuck her in bed, Toph retorted. That's enough, you two, Guy commanded. They didn't any more of this arguing. We don't need any more tensions, as Tenten may have already dealt with it. Yeah, there's something after us and we don't even know what or who it is, Aang told them as he tossed his shawl over his head. He was just as tired as Sokka and wanted to sleep just as badly. It could be Zuko. We haven't seen him since the North Pole, Katara suggested. Truth be told, she was getting nervous about not seeing him around. Who's Zuko? Toph asked. Sokka gave her a summary. Oh, just some angry freak with a ponytail who's tracked us all over the world. What's wrong with ponytails, Ponytail? Katara asked his brother with humor in her tried voice. This is a warrior's wolf tail, he replied without even lifting his face off the ground, pointing at his hair. Well, it certainly tells the other warriors that you're fun and perky, she replied but yelped as Akela growled lightly at that comment. Oh, stop, Akela. You know she was kidding, Sokka told him. Anyway, who's ever chasing us couldn't have followed us here. So now would everyone just shush? He lay back on his sleeping bag and tried to fall asleep. But Momo landed on his chest and started to make a racket. No, Momo, shush. Sleepy time. Momo just went over his head, straight to the edge and continued to make noise. The tribesman was the first one to get the point. Oh, don't tell me, he groaned as he put his head on the ground. That's impossible, Aang protested. There's no way they could have tracked us. He had Appa fly faster and put more distance between them and whoever it was that was following them. I can feel it with my own 2 feet, Toph told him. He ran over to the edge to look. Sure enough, there was the smoke and the tank train coming at them. Let's get out of here, Katara suggested. Maybe we should face them, find out who they are. Who knows? Maybe they're friendly, Aang suggested in turn. Always the optimist, Sokka commented. The air nomad always did seem to believe that everyone was a potential friend to them. I don't think our unwanted guests are friendly, Niji said darkly, his Byakugan still activated. The tank train stopped, and the car opened its side door. To Aang's and Katara's surprise, out of the smoke that bellowed out from the car came Azula, Tai Li, and Mai on mongoose dragons. The mongoose dragons then began to run up the trail that led Aang's group. It's those 3 girls from Omashu, Katara exclaimed. They all got ready to fight, taking stances and drawing weapons. We can take them, Toph declared, 3 on 3. Actually, Toph, there's 8 of us, Sokka told her. She didn't count him or Team Guy. Yeah, did you forget about us? Tenten asked, keeping her left hand over her shuriken holster, and her right hand over her hidden kunai. Oh, I'm sorry, Toph said. I didn't count you guys. You know. No bending and all. She wasn't trying to be rude, but she thought because they weren't benders, they wouldn't be able to hold their own in a fight. Sokka got mad at the causal dismissal of their abilities. We can still fight, he told her angrily. Akela seemed to glare at her as well. Okay, 3 on 3 plus Sokka, Guy, Lee, Niji, and Tenten, she amended, trying to be a bit nicer and missing by a wide mark. That attitude will kill you one day, Toph, Niji remarked as Sokka reined in his temper. If she kept up with it, then she would be completely caught off guard when the day came that she fought a non-bender who could hold their own against her. She said nothing in return, having returned her focus back to the incoming threat. She bent large rocks to come out of the ground randomly in front of the 3 girls. The mongoose dragons they were riding just simply climbed over them. Well, that didn't work, she thought. Well, we wanted to find out who they were, we found out. Now let's get out of here, Sokka told them. They all ran back to Appa and climbed aboard. Toph stayed at the edge and bent a big wall out of the surrounding rock to block the girls. Urging her mongoose dragon on, Azula blew open a hole in the wall by generating and directing lighting at it. They climbed through the hole and Mai shot off some small arrows at Toph. She bent the rock beneath her up into the air, which blocked the arrows and allowed her to jump off and land in Appa's saddle. "Appa, yip yip!" ordered Aang once he knew that she was aboard. "Guys, I need a barrage," Tenten told her teammates. They nodded and the three of them reached for either their kunai or shuriken. They proceeded to hurl whatever they had at the three girls, trying to slow them down. Both Mai and Ty Lee pulled back a bit to avoid the barrage, but Azula melted a hole in the barrage with her fire bending. The kunai and shuriken fell harmlessly around her. "They got away," she noted. She turned around and headed back over to her friends. "Let's head back to the tank train. We'll still be able to track them." The two girls nodded in agreement. As they went back, Ty Lee looked at Azula. "Why didn't we wake Naruto?" she asked. She had thought that was the first thing they should have done. "Because he needs the rest," Azula answered, honestly believing it. "Besides, we didn't catch the Avatar." Appa flew on, but even he was getting tired. "I can't believe those girls followed us all the way from Omashu," Katara said from where she sat in the saddle. "I still think we could have taken them," Toph grumbled. "They had the better advantage, why didn't they use it?" "Are you kidding me?" the waterbender asked. "The crazy blue firebending and the flying daggers are bad enough, but last time we saw them, one of those girls did something that took my bending away. That's scary." She had never felt so helpless before in her life when that had happened to her. "I remember Lady Hinata telling me about that," Niji said. "It sounds similar to the Jukin." He was curious to see if the two styles were similar in any way. Tenten noticed that Lee had a troubled look on his face. "What's the matter, Lee?" she asked him, concerned. "It's just something been bugging me, and I find it unyouthful," Ji told her, a frown etched onto his face. "What?" "Those three girls were the same ones from Omashu, right?" he asked Katara. "Yeah, that's right. It was hard to forget them. They made quite the impression with that first meeting." "What are you getting at, Lee?" Guy asked his student. "If they are the same three girls, where was Naruto?" He thought the blonde was supposed to be always right next to the Fire Nation princess. And yet they didn't see him. "That kid you were talking about back at home?" Toph asked Niji, who nodded in reply. Before they could ponder the question further, they noticed that the sky was getting lighter. "Oh no, the sun is rising," Sokka groaned, pointing to the east where the sun was above a mountain. "We've been up all night with no sleep." "Sokka, we'll be okay," Aang reassured him. "Are you sure? I've never not slept before. What if I fall asleep now and something happens?" "And something always happens," he asked, beginning to freak out. Akela bit him in the leg, making him yelp in pain. Once he was done, he looked down at the wolf. "Thanks, Akela. I needed that." Akela just yawned in reply. "Every time we land, those girls are there. So, we'll just have to keep flying," Katara told her brother. It seemed like the perfect idea at that moment. "We can't keep flying forever," Aang replied. "They were going to have to land at some point." "Well, why don't you land right now and let them catch up?" Toph suggested. "We can still take them, even if they have that Naruto guy." She knew and they knew that they had the advantage. "Toph, that Naruto guy as you call him, defeated 4 of our teammates easily," Guy told her. "So? You guys aren't benders. It wouldn't take that much to beat you," she said a little dismissively. "I think you've spent too much time with the most unyouthful master you," Lee commented. She bristled at that comment. She was nothing like him. "Also, Toph," Sokka said before she could reply. "Naruto isn't a bender, and he can see through the earth's vibrations as well." She was stunned. She thought she was the only one who could do it. Appa kept flying and flying as the day went on. "So, what's our plan?" Aang asked in a tried voice. "Don't know." Tu tried to think, Toph told him. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't have the energy to open them again. "I'm sure we'll come up with something after a short nap," Katara said. "Yes, sleep," Sokka agreed wholeheartedly. The two fell asleep. Then they started to float in the air above the saddle. Both Toph and Team Guy did as well, even Akela and Momo. Momo grabbed onto Toph's leg and Akela bit down on a saddle handle. They were shocked awake when they realized that they were only floating because Appa was falling. "What's going on?" demanded Toph. Aang was hanging on by the rope. "Appa fell asleep," he yelled. As they fell, Sokka brought Katara in closer while Team Guy made sure they didn't let go of each other. Aang had managed to bring himself down to Appa's head and then scooted down to his face. "Wake up, buddy!" he cried. As they neared a forest, Appa finally managed to wake up. He pulled into himself up a bit to fly, but he still was doing. After finally going through some trees, he crash-landed on the ground, making all the birds fly away. Aang slipped off Appa's head. "Appa's exhausted," he stated the obvious. Akela barked out something that not only the other animals, but even the humans could tell was sarcastic. If Kiba had been there, what Akela had barked would have roughly translated to "Thank you, Captain Obvious. What tipped you off?" "Okay, we've put a lot of distance between us and them. The plan right now is to follow Appa's lead and get some sleep," Sokka said as he walked from Appa with his sleeping bag. Team Guy got off of the Sky Bison as well. They were a little better off, but not by a lot. Katara, tried and irritable, decided to beat an already dead horse. "Of course, we could have gotten some sleep early if Toph didn't have such issues," she said in a completely snarky tone of voice. "What?" screamed Toph as she slammed her hands on the ground, creating a crack. All right, Aang cut in, trying to stop the fight before it started. "Everyone's exhausted, let's just get some rest." "No. I want to hear what Katara has to say," the Earthbender said. "You think I have issues?" she asked Katara. "I'm just saying," she began, "maybe if you helped earlier, we could have set our camp faster and gotten some sleep. And then maybe we wouldn't be in this situation." "You're blaming me for this?" Toph demanded as she came near Katara, who threw her sleeping bag down and gave her a bring it motion with her hands. Meanwhile, Sokka tried to go to sleep, but was distracted by what was going on. Aang quickly said, No, she's not blaming you." He tried to get in between them, play peacemaker. Niji touched the Airbender's shoulder and shook his head. "That's a bad idea, getting between two angry women," he said. Guy and Lee nodded in agreement. "It was an even worse idea when said women could hear what you said." Aang still got in the middle of it. "No, I'm blaming her," Katara shouted. "Hey!" Toph barked as she tossed Aang out of the way, proving the point of the male shinobi. "I never asked you for diddly-doo-dah. I carry my own weight. Besides, if there's anyone to blame, it's Shetty over here." She pointed at Appa. "What? You're blaming Appa?" Aang asked. He couldn't believe anyone would try and blame the Sky Bison. "Yeah, you wonder how they keep finding us? He's leaving a trail everywhere we go," Toph told them as she grabbed some loose fur from Appa and let it float away, proving her point. "How dare you blame Appa?" he told her, coming to his bison's defense. "He saved your life 3 times today. If there's anyone to blame, it's you. You always talk about how you carry your own weight, but you're not. He is. Appa's carrying your weight. He never had a problem flying when it was just the 7 of us." She waited as he yelled at her, and then walked away from him. Earthbending her pack into her hands, she put it around her back. "I'm outta here," she stated. Sokka and Akela stood in front of her, blocking her path. "Wait," the tribesman told her. She simply bent him and Akela out of the way and continued walking. A few minutes after Toph had disappeared from their sight, the reality of what Aang and Katara did hit them. "What did I just do?" Aang asked with big eyes. "I can't believe I yelled at my earthbending teacher. Now she's gone." "I know," Katara told him. "We're all just trying to use to each other, and I was so mean to her." She couldn't believe that she had let her anger take control like that. She was usually more level-headed. "Yeah, you two were pretty much jerks," Sokka told them with Akela nodding in agreement. He sat on the ground nearby with a drink in his hand. The shinobi team stayed silent and kept a lookout. "Thanks, Sokka," Katara said. "No problem." She helped Aang off the ground. "We need to find Toph and apologize." Sokka finished the drink in his hand. "Okay, but what are we going to do about the tank full of dangerous ladies and possibly Naruto chasing us?" he asked them. It seemed like quite the problem. Aang looked over at Appa and grabbed some of the shedding fur. "I have a plan," he said as he watched the fur float away. They got Appa into the nearby river and gave him a bath. Aang and Katara bent the water out of the river and onto Appa while Sokka, Team Guy and even Momo scrubbed him down. As they did that, the loose fur that Appa had went down the river. After they were done, Appa now stood on the bank with no more loose fur. Toph was right. Appa's fur was leading a trail right to us, Aang explained. But now that he's clean, no more trail. Are he's okay to fly? Katara asked. Even though the bison was freshly cleaned, he looked exhausted. Appa does kinda seem a little tired, Tenten noted. He'll be fine as long as we leave his saddle and all our stuff here, Aang told them. Then it's a good thing we already hid them, Niji said. Before they had cleaned Appa, they had taken the saddle and everything that was in it, and concealed it in the nearby forest. Unless someone really looked, they wouldn't see it. Sokka looked over at Akela. Akela, I want you to guard the stuff. Can you do that? He asked. The wolf just gave him a look. Right, sorry. Forgot who I was talking to, he apologized as they all climbed aboard. Aang hadn't. He grabbed a nearby bag and began collecting fur that was on the ground. I'm going to use Appa's fur to make a fake trail to lead the tank off course. You guys use Appa to try and find Toph. Aang, that's not a good idea. You should have someone go with you, Sokka told him. Sokka is correct. Lee or I should follow you, Guy said. The only words to come out of Aang's mouth were Appa, yip yip. The sky bison was up and flying away before anyone could get off. The air nomad turned around and flew off in the opposite direction, the fur in the bag already falling out. Toph kept walking as she neared a forest. Suddenly she stopped as she felt a presence nearby. Taking no chances, she bent a rock line to behind a nearby boulder, where she heard a grunt of pain. Climbing stopped the boulder, she looked at the person she had attacked. The person turned out to be an old man rubbing his rear end. That really hurt my tailbone, Iroh said to himself. Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee stood outside the tank train at the riverbank where Appa had landed. Sticking her hands into the water, Azula picked up some of the fur to examine it. Wads of wet fur, how delightful, Mai commented with boredom. Ty Lee put on a thinking expression. They're not wads. They're more like bundles or bunches? It's got an sound, she said aloud. Clumps? Mai finally suggested after watching her try to find the right word. She perked up immediately. Clumps, they're clumps. She cheered as she gave Mai a hug. Mai noticed the trail of fur leading away from the area. The trail goes this way, she told Azula after breaking the hug with Ty Lee. Azula had been kneeling down to examine the fur left on the ground. Turning around, she noticed that a couple of nearby trees had the tops broken, like something had smashed through them. The Avatar is trying to give us the slip, she announced. You two head in that direction and keep your eye out for the bison, she ordered, pointing at the broken treetops. She walked over to the fur on the ground. I'll follow this trail. Hold on, Azula, Ty Lee spoke up. We should wake up Naruto. She shook her head. We'll be done soon enough. With any luck, they would have the Avatar before her bodyguard ever woke up. But Naruto told us to wake him up when it was morning. We've let him sleep long enough. Then he can sleep a little longer. I can handle the Avatar on my own and you two can take care of his friends, she insisted. But Azula. This conversation is over, Ty Lee, she told her. Get moving. Both Mai and Ty Lee mounted their mongoose dragons and went off. Azula briefly looked their way and then began to follow the trail of fur. Aang flew on his glider away from the forest and into the desert. Checking on the bag, he realized that the amount of fur he had was almost gone. Looking ahead, he saw a small town in the desert. Landing at the edge, he noticed a small sign that read "To Inn." He figured it was the name of the town. He walked through the village, dropping fur, and keeping an eye out as he went. Finally stopping and dropping the rest of the fur and the bag onto the ground, he opened his glider. About to fly away, he stopped and turned back around to look the trail of fur. Making his choice, he closed his glider, sat down on the ground, and waited. While Katara flew Appa, the others looked around to see if Toph was. Toph couldn't have made it too far, Sokka said. No one was able to see her, even while flying on Appa. That may be, Tenten said. But I still don't see her. Worry not, Tenten, Guy announced. Our flames of youth will surely find our friend. Yash! If we can't do that, we will do 10,000 around the village when we return. And if we can't do that, then we'll do 50,000 push-ups with 200 pounds on our backs, Lee said in excitement. Before anyone could say anything, Niji, who had his Byakugan active, tensed up. We've got incoming, he shouted. Momo started to growl as he looked down on the ground. Sokka came over to where Momo was. What is it, Momo Ohno? He began to ask but instead shouted in surprise when he saw what was coming after them. It was Mai and Ty Lee. Katara! He yelled out to his sister, turning to her. How did they find us? She asked before urged Appa forward. Appa, come on! We need to go faster! The tribesmen urged the bison on. Appa couldn't go any faster. He's too tired, Katara told them. Not good, not good. Sokka looked to what was ahead. We just need to make it across that river. If they could do that, then they would be safe. Appa had begun to descend quickly, his tiredness getting to him. Come on, Appa, just a little further, Katara urged as he began to crash through the top of trees. Taking a chance, Mai fired off small darts aimed at Sokka. He leapt back to avoid having his head pierced. Appa reached the river, but instead of flying over it, he skimmed through it before crashing into the opposite bank. Because of the crash, Lee and Guy flew off Appa and crashed into a tree, knocking them unconscious. Niji and Tenten also flew off, but they flew into the woods. Sokka, Katara, and Momo were the only ones who stayed on Appa. Sokka stood up to look behind them. We made it! We're safe, he announced when he couldn't see the girls. You did it, Appa! Katara cheered. They got off the tried sky bison and gave each other a big hug. They were about to try and wake up Guy and Lee when Katara gasped. Looking back at the other side of the river, Sokka saw the two girls still riding their mongoose dragons. When they reached the riverbank, they didn't even slow down. The mongoose dragons ran across the water. Katara reacted by bending the water in the river into a deluge and sending it at the two of them. While Mai simply had her mount step to the side, Ty Lee leapt from hers just before it was hit by the water. Katara uncorked her water pouch as she waited for Ty Lee to land. She didn't land right away. She leapt off a few trees before landing in front of Katara. Ducking under the water whip, she tried to jab at Katara. The waterbender dodged the jabs and responded with water discs, which she cartwheeled out of the way. While this happened, Mai had crossed the river. Once she reached the bank, she shot off some small darts at Katara. Sokka moved in and blocked them with his club and boomerang. He threw his boomerang at Mai. She jumped off her mongoose dragon and shot off another round of small darts, this time from her leg. Sokka also swiped those away. Mai decided to run after Katara, surprising him momentarily. That was all Ty Lee needed to get in close and hit him in the right arm, making him drop the retrieved boomerang. He turned and tried to hit her with his club, but she hit that arm as well. It went limp and the club fell from his grasp. He tried kicking her, but she made the leg go limp too. Swaying on one leg, he lost his balance and fell forward. She took that opportunity to hit him in the head. It didn't quite work out the way she wanted. She clutched her in pain and glared at the tribesman. Good try, but no, he told her. Meanwhile, Katara ran to the bank to bend water at Mai. She stopped the waterbender by throwing knives at her. The knives pinned Katara to a tree behind her and made her lose control of the water, which just fell back into the river. Sokka showed up hopping away from Ty Lee. He fell down in front of Katara. How are you doing? He asked her. Well, you know. It was the only thing she could think to say. I thought that when Ty Lee and I finally got you guys, it would be more exciting, Mai told them. She then felt a kunai on her throat. Does round 2 sound good to you? Tenten asked from behind her. Niji also appeared behind Ty Lee. The two girls jumped away from the shinobi. They got ready to fight, but they didn't expect what came next. The two of them were once again sent flying via airbending from Appa's tail. They flew right into the river. Thanks, Appa. I don't know what we'd do without you, Sokka told him. Appa responded by licking him in the face, to his discomfort. Appa? Scolded Tenten. I wanted to fight that girl, why did you have to go and do that? Niji stood above Sokka. With a few jabs in the right places, functionality was restored to his limbs. Can we worry about that later, Tenten? he asked her as he helped the tribesmen up. We need to wake up Guy-sensei and Lee. I think the third girl went after Aang. They quickly woke Guy and Lee up. Then they boarded Appa and then flew off. As they flew away, Mai and Ty Lee waded out of the river and onto the bank. Was it just me or was that guy kinda cute? Ty Lee asked as she got the water out of her braid. Which one are you talking about? There were two of them, Mai told her. You know what? Never mind. Aang finally noticed that someone was coming. At first, he saw only a shadow and a dust trail, but as the shadow got closer to the town, he saw that it was the same girl who had chased after him in Omashu. Once she had entered the town, she got off the mongoose dragon and walked forward. All right, you've got up with me. Now who are you and what do you want? Aang asked her. You mean you haven't guessed? You don't see the family resemblance? She asked back, sounding a little amused. Guy and his team seem to know who you are. But I want to hear it from your mouth. Well then, here's a hint. She put a hand over her left eye. I must find the avatar to restore my honor, she said in a false deep voice. He said nothing and just stared at her. It's okay, you can laugh. It's funny, she told him as she brought down her hand. So what now? Now? She repeated. Now it's over. You're tired and you have no place to go. You can run, but I'll catch you. She was certain of that fact. She would find him, and she would capture him. He stood up. I'm not running, he declared. When she heard that, she gave a little smirk. This was just too perfect. Once again, Naruto was floating in the air. But he also could feel tremendous pain. Looking down, he saw a giant statue that had 9 eyes. About 5 of the eyes had pupils in them while the other 4 did not. The mouth was opened, and it appeared to be eating a large amount of chakra. The source of chakra was coming from the same red-haired shinobi Naruto had seen fighting Kisame. He was floating in the air surrounded by chakra. Also, some form of pink chakra was coming out of his eyes and mouth. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, he looked down at the statue's hands. On 9 of the fingers he saw people standing on them. Some were just images, and some were actually there, but Naruto knew who they were just by looking at the red cloud design on their cloaks. The Yambi is finally sealed, one member of the Akatsuki announced. All of the chakra had disappeared into the statue and the red-haired shinobi fell down to the ground dead. The statue now had another eye with a pupil in it. The pain had disappeared, but then something odd happened. The statue's eyes swerved to look at him, even though he wasn't there. A deep voice came from the statue's mouth. You could have stopped them. You could have saved him. The voice roared at him. While Naruto was visibly shocked, it seemed the members of Akatsuki were as well. It was then, with horror, Naruto realized that the pain he felt was what the red-haired shinobi was feeling when the Yambi was being taken out of him. Kit, wake up! The Kyuubi's voice rang out. Naruto opened his eyes and realized that he was still in the tank train. Why did I see that? He asked as he gasped for breath, sitting up from the makeshift bunk he had made. Are you okay? I saw the Akatsuki sealing the Yambi. Will you be alright? Yeah. He looked around the compartment. He noticed that the side door was open, and daylight was streaming in. Wait a minute, daylight? He thought. He rushed out of the compartment, and saw that it was the middle of the afternoon. Looking over to the engine, he saw the engineers standing outside. One of them noticed him, and waved at him. Lord Naruto, you're awake! Where is Azula? The blonde demanded as he walked up to the engineers. The princess? Asked the engineer. She and her friends left to search for the avatar. Her friends went off in one direction, while she went in another. Why didn't they wake me? He immediately demanded. His eyes narrowed as he growled in frustration, furious at Azula's dismissal of his advice when it comes to the avatar. He began to mentally draw up reasons to chew Azula out for later. I told them to wake me up when it was either daylight, or they had found the avatar. I don't know, my lord. The princess told us not to disturb you and then left. Which way did she go? HH grabbed the engineer's shirt, wanting an answer. As she went that way, he told him nervously, pointing at the trail of fur. Naruto let go of the engineer and proceeded to run in the direction the fur was leading. Once he was sure the engineers couldn't see him anymore, he increased his speed and ran even faster. You better not be doing something stupid, Azula. After getting over the initial confusion, Toph sat down with Iroh as he brewed some tea. Once the tea was brewed, he poured it into 2 crude cups and handed one to Toph. Here is your tea, he told her. As she stayed silent, he looked at her. You seem to be a little too young to be traveling alone. You seem to be a little too old, she replied as she took the cup. He gave a small laugh at the comment. Perhaps I am. I know what you're thinking, Toph said. I look like I can't handle being by myself. I wasn't thinking that, Iroh objected. You wouldn't let pour my own cup of tea, she pointed out. She had never poured tea for herself. Her parents wouldn't have let her. I poured your tea because I wanted to and for no other reason, he explained. She didn't know why, but she started to talk about herself to him. She felt that she could trust him. People see me and think I'm weak. They want to take care of me. But I can take care of myself, by myself. You sound like my nephew, Iroh told her. Always thinking you need to do things on your own, without anyone's support. There is nothing wrong with letting people who love you help you. Not that I love you, he quickly assured her. I just met you. She gave a small laugh at that. So, where is your nephew? I've been tracking him actually, he admitted as he took a small sip of his tea. Is he lost? He lowered his cup. Yes, a little bit. His life has recently changed and he's going through very difficult times. He's trying to figure out who he is, and he went away. So now you're following him? She asked him. I know he doesn't want me around right now, but if he needs me, I'll be there. And that was a promise he intended to keep. Your nephew is very lucky, even if he doesn't know it. She put her tea down and stood up. Thank you. My pleasure, sharing tea with a fascinating stranger is one of life's true delights, he told her. No, thank you for what you said, she clarified. It helped me. She bent down and picked up her pack. I'm glad, Iroh told her. She started to walk away but stopped and turned around. Oh, and about your nephew, maybe you should tell him that you need him too, she suggested. Iroh said nothing as she walked away. He just drank his tea. Azula stared down Aang. Do you really want to fight me? She asked almost tauntingly. She was a highly skilled firebender who could hold her own, while he looked like he would run at the first sign of trouble. Then the cry of an ostrich horse was heard. One came out of an alley and its rider hopped off. Yes, I really do, the rider said as he tossed his hat away, revealing his face. Zuko, said Aang in surprise. The Avatar hadn't expected him to show up. I was wondering when you'd show up, Zuzu, Azula told her brother, crossing her arms. While she also hadn't expected him, she knew she could handle him. Aang snorted a laugh. Zuzu? It was a funny name. Back off, Azula, Zuko said, moving into his stance, having a hand directed at both of them. He's mine. I'm not going anywhere, she replied as she too went into her stance. The 3 of them faced off in the beginning of a 3-way fight. Each of them stared down the other 2, trying to figure out who would make the first move. Zuko looked at Azula and moved his eyes to look at Aang. As he did, he noticed that Azula gave a little smirk. She made the first move by throwing a blue fireball at Zuko. He reacted quickly by bending a shield of fire, but the blue fireball sent him crashing into a wood column. After staring at what happened, Aang opened his gilder and tried to fly away. Azula bent a large column of blue fire at him. He tried to block the fire by bending air through it. It worked, but he also fell back onto the ground. Looking up, he saw Azula running along a rooftop. She leapt down in front of him and bent fire in a sweeping motion with her foot. He leapt and landed between Zuko and Azula. This set off a 3-way bending barrage of fire and air. They kept changing positions, sometimes it was Aang in the middle, sometimes it was Azula. It got confusing for them, but they all just kept attacking the other 2. Finally, Aang leapt up a staircase and ran into a house. Azula followed him but immediately discovered that the room had no floor. Aang sat on an air scooter on the other side and gave a wave. She regained her balance and landed on the tiny space of flooring that was attached to the wall. Zuko, however, charged right in and crashed into the bottom floor. Aang looked down at him but remembered that Azula was still there. She bent a stream of fire at him, which he quickly dodged by running along the edges of the wall and out the door, knocking her down to the bottom floor as well. He leapt off the staircase to avoid a burst of fire and landed on the ground. As he stood up, he saw Zuko being sent out of the building via a burst of fire. He fell down unconscious on the ground as Azula exited the building. He leapt up between two walls to avoid her fire. Anticipating his next move, she bent a thin stream of fire to slice off the part of the roof he was on. He leapt to the rest of the roof, only to grab the edge. She sliced that part off as well as he tried to climb up. He got stuck under a large piece of lumber in the wreckage as Azula entered the room. She set the walls on fire and began to walk towards him as he was desperately trying to get the piece of lumber off. Before she could anything, Katara appeared. Bending her water into a water whip, she distracted Azula by bending the water whip into grabbing her hand. As Azula tried to regain her balance, Katara used the water whip to break the piece of lumber which had Aang stuck. "Katara!" he cried joyfully. Azula retaliated by whipping around and sending a stream of fire at Katara. She ran out of the building to avoid the fire and Azula gave chase. As she was about to pass another door, Sokka and Tenten appeared out of it. She dodged Sokka's club and leapt out of the way of Tenten's kunai, landing in the street where Niji was waiting. She dodged his strikes by jumping back, but then heard double dynamic entry. Turning around, she saw two different pairs of feet coming at her. She let that fly right over her by falling to the floor. While she fought with Aang, Sokka, Katara, and Team Guy, a shadow appeared over Zuko's body. Opening his eyes, he saw a familiar face. "Uncle," he said, surprised at Iroh's appearance. "Get up," Iroh ordered. And he did. Meanwhile, Azula was still fighting, but could never hit her targets. They kept moving and forcing her to go where they wanted her to go. They cornered her in front of an alley. She felt that something wasn't right and looked down at her feet. Suddenly they were somehow yanked from underneath her. Standing behind her, at the other end of the alley, was Toph. "I thought you guys could use a little help," she told Azula's opponents. "Thanks," Katara replied. Azula got back on her feet and moved away. She bent two bursts of flame at them, and then ran through an alley. Thinking she had escaped them once she was through the alley, she didn't notice Iroh and Zuko until she ran into Iroh himself. Finally, the 10 of them cornered her in front of a ruined wall. "Well, look at this," she announced. "Enemies and traitors all working together, I'm done. I know when I'm beaten." She raised her hands in surrender. "You got me, a princess surrenders with honor." But before anyone could do anything, a massive wind came in from behind them, making them lose their balance for a quick minute. Once they regained their balance, they saw someone standing on top of the ruined wall that Azula stood in front of. Everybody's eyes widened in surprise. "Azula," Naruto growled. "I am not happy with you." "Naruto, Azula began. He interrupted her. "You and I will have a talk later. Right now, I have to deal with this." He looked down at the 10 people in front of Azula. "Zuko, Iroh, my fight is not with you. I recommend you leave," he told them. "We'll take that recommendation," Zuko said, surprising the others. But he knew that with the way Naruto was right now, if he gave the chance to leave, it was best to take it. As Zuko and Iroh began to leave, Azula spoke. "What's the matter, Zuzu? Lost your spine?" she asked him, trying to goad him back into a fight. He stiffened but refused to look back at his sister. Both he and Iroh walked away. Azula did not like being ignored, so she bent a fireball at her brother. Iroh saw the incoming fireball and pushed Zuko out of the way. The fireball hit him in the left shoulder, knocking him out cold. "Azula, stand down," Naruto ordered before she could do anything else. "Zuko, take him and go." Zuko did just that. He left the town, carrying his unconscious uncle. "Azula," the blonde began, "until I tell you, you are not to move from that spot or do any firebending. Is that clear?" "You can't," she tried to say. "Is that clear?" he snarled. She knew better than to press her luck, so she nodded. "Good. Come on, guys. We can take him. He's just one guy and he's not even a bender," Toph told the others. Before anyone could say anything else, she felt someone grab her hair roughly and also felt a knife of some sort against her neck. "I'd change that attitude of yours quickly, Missy," the blonde said into her ear as the others, minus Azula and Team Guy, looked at him in shock. To them, it had looked like he disappeared from atop the wall and reappeared behind the earthbender. If you don't, it's liable to get you killed. He stepped away from her and walked past her. We'll be leaving now, he told them, walking to Azula, taking her by the arm, and walked out of the ruined town. Once he was clear of the town, he hoisted Azula up onto his back and ran off at an incredible speed. The remaining people there went back to the nearby Appa and climbed aboard. They flew back to retrieve Akela and their supplies. Soon afterwards, in the night, Appa once again found a flat piece of a mountain. He didn't land. He just collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Aang, Sokka, Katara, Toph, Momo, Akela, and Team Guy just went to sleep in the saddle. It was the first full sleep they had ever since they first saw the tank train, and they were grateful for it. When Mai and Ty Lee got back to the tank train, they decided to go after Azula. The tank train followed the trail of fur. They met up with Naruto and Azula, who had slowed down when he noticed the tank train, in a different part of the forest after dark. Hey! Are you guys alright? Ty Lee asked. Not now, Ty Lee, Naruto told her as he marched Azula to the side of the tank train, making her stand against it. What were you thinking? He asked her. What do you mean? Azula asked back. I mean your idea of going after the Avatar alone. I told you specifically to wake me when you caught up with him, he told her heatedly. You said it yourself? The Avatar was weak. I would have captured him easily if his friends or Zuko hadn't shown up, she protested. That's exactly my point. I wanted you to wake me up because of them. My main worry about them isn't the Avatar, it is Sokka. And why did you try to attack Zuko after I allowed him and Iroh to leave? He demanded. That was something he had never taught her. You did what? Mai asked her with half shock, half surprise. She never would have thought that her friend would do something like that. He didn't get hit. That old fool of an uncle pushed him out of the way, Azula told her. She then felt a gust of wind go by her face rather violently. She turned to see Naruto's arm buried in the tank train. The tank train was made from Yudao metal, the finest metal in the bending countries, and Naruto punched through it like it was made from paper. Iroh pushed Zuko out of the way because he knew his answer. You were about to kill your brother and possibly ruin your answer just because he didn't respond to your insult, he growled. It was not a time for you to be petty, Azula. Your life was at stake. I was not in any danger, she protested. She would have been able to handle herself. Yes, you were, he roared at her. You went off on your own without telling me. How am I supposed to protect you if you don't tell me where you're going? Do you want to die, is that it? Were you trying to do something so stupid that will get you killed? No, she told him, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I just wanted to show that I could handle it myself. I honestly thought I could take him, and I thought you really needed the rest. The next thing she knew, Naruto pulled her into a tight hug. Don't ever scare me like that again. Understand? Never again, he told her as he held her. She nodded against his chest. I'm sorry. It didn't hurt her pride much when she said it to him. He broke the hug. Thank you? He looked at all three of them. We should all get some rest. I'll take watch. The three girls nodded in agreement and quickly went into the tank train. That was nicely done, Gaki, the Kyuubi complimented. It was necessary, Kyuubi, he silently replied. She shouldn't have done something so reckless. You would have done the same thing 3 years ago, the fox pointed out to him. It was the truth and they both knew it. I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago, he objected. I know the consequences of charging in without a thought. She didn't, and that's what she did today. She was overconfident, and that would have gotten her killed. And while he hadn't been killed, he had lost a lot of soldiers for doing nearly the exact same thing, which was why he stopped. The two of them stayed silent for a couple of minutes. Why did you take watch, Kit? You know that neither the Avatar's group nor Zuko will come after you, the Kyuubi asked out of the blue. Someone should still keep an eye out, Naruto said quietly, now knowing that they were alone. You're trying to avoid the dreams, aren't you? Why am I even seeing the elemental countries in my dreams? I left that all behind me. Not all of it, a new voice told him. Turning his head, he saw someone standing in front of the tank train. Sifu, he greeted before looking around. You frozen us in a moment, didn't you? Everything had seemed to stop. Very observant, Sifu told him in a dry voice. Do you know what's causing my dreams? This was different from the other nightmares he had, and he knew it wasn't natural. Of course I do. I'm causing it. He froze. Out of all the possible answers he could have gotten, he hadn't expected that for an answer. Why? He asked, wanting a reason. I feel I must remind you of the consequences of your decision to leave the elemental countries. What are you saying? That the dream of the Yambi being sealed was my fault? He couldn't see the sense or the reason of that. It sounded completely ridiculous. It wasn't a dream. When he heard that, he froze. You mean that actually happened? He asked, not wanting to believe it. Yes, the spirit answered simply. The Yami was sealed and he blamed me? He felt your presence both when his Jinchuriki was being captured and when he was being sealed. He thought you were actually there and did nothing to help. Even if I had been there, there was nothing I could do to help. He wouldn't have made it past the entire Akatsuki group. And yet there was the chance that you could have stopped those two from taking him. This isn't my fault, he protested vehemently. For the love of Kami, he had been asleep when it happened. In a way, yes it is. Which is why every time one of your remaining brethren is taken, you will see what happens, the spirit declared. Then the frozen moment ended, and he disappeared. Are you going to be okay, kid? The Kyuubi asked. The fox was concerned, now knowing that there was a possibility that Naruto would get a different kind of nightmare whenever he slept. The blonde looked to the sky, watching the stars twinkle in the night. I just hope that Gaara is still alive, he said, mostly to himself. There were now 2 other Jinchuriki still left alive, 3 if Gaara was indeed still alive. And he hoped that his friend from Suna was one of those 3. Location: Elemental Countries. The Akatsuki once more gathered in meeting. This time, they gathered in the same place. The day the Yambi was sealed and the Geto Mazo had spoken had put them on edge, so they decided for the time being to always meet in person. We have captured 6 of the 9 Biju, the leader announced. Which means there are only 3 more to find and capture, a hunchback member said. Well, let's go find them already. I'm getting bored here, announced a member with purple eyes. Haiden, shut up. You're annoying, an eerily green-eyed member told him. Make me, Kakuzu, Haiden challenged. There they go again, a long-haired member said. Enough, the leader spoke, his purple, rippled-like eyes stared at both Haiden and Kakuzu. We have new information about the Kyuubi. That made everyone pay attention. Where is he? Itachi asked calmly. A month ago, one of our spies in Konoha informed us that a shinobi team had encountered the Kyuubi in the Bending countries. After informing us, he was ordered to book passage to the country known as the Earth Kingdom. When was this? The hunchback member asked. A month ago. He left immediately for the Earth Kingdom. So why are we just learning about this now? Kakuzu asked. Our spy also learned of a seal in the mission records room that sends messages and people, if enough chakra is added, to far locations, like the Bending countries. Before he left, our spy carefully made a copy of the seal and stole copies of the receiving seal tag. He sent us these as he left. The reason we waited this long was for the spy to reach the Earth Kingdom. He looked at 2 members. Itachi, Kisame, you will be the ones to go through the seal and retrieve the Kyuubi. Why them? Yelled Haiden. I want to send that entire continent to Lord Jashin. The reason is because Itachi and Kisame have dealt with the Kyuubi before. They are the most experienced in dealing with him. Anything we should know about the Bending countries? Itachi asked. They are currently in a war that has lasted for the past century. Do not attract attention to yourselves. Do we have any information on the target? Kisame asked. None that is new. I expect that the Kyuubi will be different from what you remember, so I'd advise caution when dealing with him. Well, it'll still be interesting to see the kid again, he said with a grin. When do we leave? Itachi asked the leader. Immediately, he answered. Chapter 7, Training and Fighting. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. 2 days had passed since the fight in Tuzin. They had spent the night in a rock quarry. Now it was early morning, and the only people who are supposed to be up that early is Team Guy. The reason the word supposed was used was because that Aang was also up and excited too. Today's the day, he said excitingly as he leapt into the air. He landed next to Sokka and Akela. Can you believe it? After all that time searching for a teacher, I'm finally starting earthbending. And this place, it's perfect. Don't you think? He looked down at the two. Sokka, Akela? Both of them managed to throw him a glare at the same time. Oh, the two of you are still sleeping, huh? Too early for this, grumbled Sokka. Akela growled sleepily in agreement. Sorry, Aang whispered. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble and a nearby earth tent broke open. Good morning, earthbending student, Toph announced. Good morning, Sifu Toph, Aang greeted in return as she walked over to them. Hey, you never call me Sifu Katara, Katara said with a little bit of jealousy from where she sat in her sleeping bag. Don't take it personally, Katara, Neji told her. He had seen the same kind of look on academy students who had just technically graduated. He's just excited. Aang began to rub the back of his head. Well, if you think I should, he wanted to be polite to everyone, not rude. Sokka sat up, glared at the two of them and grumbled something at them. Sorry, Snizzles. We'll do our earthbending as quietly as we can, Toph told him before bending a rock to jet out of the ground beneath him, sending the bag skywards. It was probably not one of her better ideas. She was immediately pinned by Akela, who had his teeth at her throat. You know, Toph, for a supposed genius, that was pretty stupid of you, Sokka told her as he stood above her. The sleeping bag fell down to the earth harmlessly as they all stared at the scene. What? How did you? She tried to ask. She thought that he was still in the bag when she sent it upward. You need to stop underestimating non-benders. He looked over at the wolf. Let her go, Akela. He did as he was instructed, releasing Toph from his jaws. You trained your senses and your body very well, Sokka. You are very youthful, Lee shouted out. He had seen what the tribesman had done and was impressed by what he saw. Focus, Lee, barked out Guy. While Sokka is indeed youthful, we must get going. His student nodded in agreement and got serious again. Where are you guys going? Katara asked them. She had gotten out of her sleeping bag and was now standing up, looking at them. To get Naruto, Neji answered. He was ready to go, and was just waiting for the rest of his team to be the same. Why? The last time that happened, he almost killed Hinata. She could still see the kunai in the Hyuga's stomach in the blue, swirling orb that inched closer and closer to her face. He is still our teammate and our friend, Lee stated. You do know that Naruto doesn't see it like that anymore, right? Sokka asked. It was obvious back in Omashu. But then he remembered that this shinobi team wasn't there. They still believed that Naruto would come back. It doesn't matter. Then how are you going to find him? I thought that Team Kurenai was the tracking team. These guys looked like they were the fighting team. Lady Hinata has taught me some things on how to use the Byakugan with tracking, Neji told them. It had taken a while, but he managed to pick up a few things. Also, just because we aren't a tracking team doesn't mean we don't know a few things about tracking, Tenten stated. Despite how her sensei might act, he believed in a through education. As such, they had a basic understanding of many shinobi fields. Okay, what's your plan for tracking him? The tribesman asked them. We will head back to Tuzin and then track him from there, Guy told him. Now we must be off. Come, my youthful students. Let us track our wayward friend with the power of youth. The four of them took off in an impressive show of speed. After they left, Aang hopped over Toph. So what move are you going to teach me first? He asked excitedly. Rockalanche? The Trembler? Oh, maybe I could learn how to make a whirlpool of Lan. He would have continued if his new teacher hadn't placed a hand in front of him. Let's start with Move a Rock, Toph told him before walking away. Sounds good, he replied, giving her a clap. Akela gave a yawn and woofed something at the air nomad. If Kiba was there, the yawn and the wolf would have translated to suck up. A couple of minutes later, Toph and Aang stood in front of two big rocks while everyone else watched from the sidelines. The key to earthbending is your stance. You've got to be steady and strong, Toph explained as she showed an earthbending stance. Rock is a stubborn element. If you're going to move it, you've got to be like a rock yourself. Like a rock, got it, Aang repeated. Good. Now the actual motion for this one is pretty simple. She took one step towards the rock and at the same time, punched the rock. The rock slid across the quarry until it hit one of the walls. Okay, you ready to give it a try? She asked him. He mimicked the stance he was shown. I'm ready. He tried to punch the rock but instead, he slid backwards until he crashed into a still sleeping Appa and fell to the ground. Rock beats airbender, Sokka stated drily. Akela nodded in agreement. A younger Iroh ran over a hill with a single tree. He had a smile on his face, for behind him was his son, Lu Ten. I got you, Dad, he said happily, pretending he bent a fireball at his father. Iroh turned around and pretending to be hit, he fell to the ground. Lu Ten jumped onto his stomach, the two of laughing happily. The sky then turned dark and began to rain. A much older Iroh knelt before a grave. My beloved Lu Ten, he said. I will see you again. Just then, he heard a familiar voice say uncle. Opening his eyes, he saw Zuko looking at him with worry. Looking around, he saw that he was in an abandoned shack. He tried to sit up but felt pain in his left shoulder. It's been some time since I've been to hit that close to the heart, he noted. Zuko looked away. I'm sorry about that. I should have seen that fireball coming, he apologized. He really should have seen it coming. Do not blame yourself, nephew. I chose to push you out of the way. I know. He reached for the tea that was brewed and poured some into a cup. I hope I made it the way you like it. He handed the cup to Iroh. He had tried to do it the right way, but he wasn't sure. The dragon of the west brought the tea to his lips and drank. He made a face. His nephew had not done it the way it liked it, but was able to hide it quickly. Good, he told Zuko as he dared himself to take another sip. That was very embracing. Zuko poured him another cup and gave it to his uncle. When he wasn't looking, Iroh threw the tea out the window behind him. So, uncle, he began. I've been thinking. It's only a matter of time before I run into Azula again. I'm going to need to know more advanced firebending if I want to stand a chance against her. I know what you're going to say, she's my sister and I should be trying to get along with her. Well, yes, you should do that. But you do have a point. After a little struggling, Iroh managed to stand up. It's time to resume your training, he declared. Zuko looked a little more hopeful at those words. I don't understand what went wrong, Katara said, looking at Toph as Aang walked back to the rock. He did it exactly the way you did it. Maybe there's another way, Aang offered. He approached the rock in an airbending stance. What if I came at the boulder from a different angle? That should solve the problem, right? Toph grabbed the back of his shirt. No, that's the problem. You've got to stop thinking like an airbender. There's no different angle, no clever solution, no trickety trick that's going to move that rock. She shoved him out of the way. You've got to face it head on. And when I say head on, I mean like this. She leapt at the rock and shattered it by simply head-butting it. Whoa! Aang said in surprise. As he tried to come to terms with what he just heard, Katara decided to try and help by going after Toph, who had walked away. I've been training Aang for a while now, she said once she got up to the earthbender. He really responds well to a positive teaching experience. Lots of encouragement and praise, kind words, she clarified. If he's doing something wrong, perhaps a gentle nudge in the right direction. Thanks, Katara, Toph replied. A gentle nudge, I'll try that. By the time Team Guy returned to Tuzin, they still noticed a lack of activity there, having been long abandoned due to the iron mines running out of ores to harvest. We could see a large mountain range overlooking the abandoned town, which he and his team later learned from a wandering cabbage merchant the name of the mountain range. The cabbage merchant also revealed that he was going over the Zishan Mountains and into the border with Seizhou province of the Earth Kingdom. After another half-hour of conversation between Team Guy and the cabbage merchant, he soon went off in his direction, leaving them alone with crucial information. We got lucky, thanks to that cabbage merchant, Tenten announced. The tracks were made on hard ground, not sand. Plus, the wind hasn't been blowing hard around here. She was checking the footprints by the town entrance. Indeed, we also know which way Naruto went, Lee said as he came back into the town. He seemed excited about something. What do you mean? Naruto made the same kind of footprint both Guy-sensei and I make when we run laps around the village. I don't think he knew about the footprints, and if he did, he was probably hoping that they would be blown over by the wind, he quickly explained. Niji, confirm, Guy ordered. Niji nodded and activated his Byakugan to look in the direction of the tracks. It's very faint, but I can sense Naruto's chakra signal in that direction, he said after looking around for a couple of minutes. I thought Hinata said you wouldn't be able to see Naruto's chakra unless he used a jutsu, Tenten said. No offense to Lady Hinata, but I am better in using the Byakugan, he replied, boasting slightly. Naruto's control is still incredible though. That's why his chakra signal is faint to me. Nevertheless, we have found his trail, Guy announced loudly. Now we will go forward with the power of youth. While not all the team agreed with how he said it, they all agreed on what he meant. Sure enough, they were following the trail at full speed, which in Team Guy means that both Niji and Tenten can easily stay with Guy and Lee. You see, in that team, full speed is directly below youthful speed. I'm bored, Mai stated as she lay on the ground outside the tank train, looking up at the sky. You're always bored, Mai, Ty Lee told her, lying on the ground beside her. Well, now I'm really bored. Mai, please give it a rest. Just think of this as a break, Azula told her. The three girls hadn't been able to do much for the past 2 days. After spending a day fixing the hole Naruto made in the tank train, the engineers found that they needed more wood as fuel for the fire. That meant another day for finding wood in the nearby forest. Today was the day they were supposed to move again. The engineers just needed a little more time to get the wood down to proper size. Meanwhile, the girls had sparred, ran, relaxed, and basically did anything that kept them from getting bored. Hey, where's Naruto? Ty Lee asked out of the blue. Yeah, where is he? Mai asked as well, genuinely curious. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for the past 2 days, Azula said before shrugging her shoulders. Well, if he had to do something and wanted to be left alone, we should respect his wishes. You're sure acting nonchalant about him, considering you like him. What? The princess of the Fire Nation would like to say that she didn't squeak, but she did. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm the Avatar, she replied in deadpan. Come on, it's so obvious, Azula. You like him, Ty Lee said with a smirk. It wasn't often that they could Azula flustered like this. Did that small crush you had on him grow when we weren't looking? Azula blushed a little bit. Well, I don't know. I haven't been sure since you Dao. That had left some doubts in her mind. You mean that fiasco with Cory? Mai asked. She nodded. She told me what he had told her. He said that a crush can turn to love if you realize that your crush has imperfections. Right now, I don't think that Naruto has any imperfections. She tried to think of some but couldn't. If he had any, he kept them well hidden. Oh, I know an imperfection, Ty Lee said. He's always polite and serious but also cheerful. Ty Lee, that's not an imperfection, Mai told her. However, I do know an imperfection that he has. That got everyone's attention. What's that? Azula asked. He's secretive. He's never told us about his past or who those people with the Avatar are to him. Yeah, you're right. Also, he didn't really tell us about the people we saw in the swamp, just that they're dead, Ty Lee pointed out. It was something that vaguely annoyed her, because it was not a major issue that she had to deal with. What's he hiding from us? It was a question they all wanted to have answered but knew that it wouldn't come from him, at least, not voluntarily. I don't know. The acrobat had a frown on her face for a brief moment, and then brightened up. But what I do know is that you do like him, Azula, she told the Fire Nation princess. And how can you tell? She asked with sarcasm in her voice. Silently, she didn't want the conversation to continue. But she also knew that nothing short of an act from the spirits would make Ty Lee stop now. Because there are days where the two of you act like a couple, she answered. You argue and fight, but you also work well together in and out of combat. She's got a point, Mai noted. They had seen it so many times, it didn't surprise them anymore. Also, we're pretty sure that Naruto likes you as well. What? What do you mean? Azula asked, surprised. She didn't think that the blonde had thought of her like that. We're quite confident in the fact that Naruto wouldn't let any girl sleep with her head on his naked chest, she said with a dry smirk. Her blush, which she had been trying to get rid of, got redder. You saw that? Mai now had a little smirk on her face. It's not every day the princess of the Fire Nation got flustered. We walked in on you guys the next morning. I decided that the both of us would leave you two alone. Ty Lee kept grousing about the fact that neither of us were good artists. If you had made any pictures, I would have burned them, she hissed at Ty Lee. Then it's a good thing we didn't make any, the acrobat replied easily enough. There is another thing that tells us Naruto likes you. What's that? He yelled at you for putting yourself in danger. I don't think I ever seen someone act that protective with you. Before Azula could reply, there was a sudden wind coming from the nearby forest as well as the sound of something to cut the air. What was that? Ty Lee asked, lifting her head up and looking around. I don't know, but let's go check it out, Azula said as she leapt off the ground and charged into the forest. Secretly, she was glad the conversation was over with. Naruto looked around and saw all the scarred tree trunks. Okay, need to work on size, he noted. Look on the bright side, you finally managed to get the thing working, the Kyuubi said to him. Yeah, and I almost fell over because the thing was too big and heavy. Just look at all the trees. They all looked like a fierce battle just taken place, and they received the blunt of it. And that was just from the one jutsu he was trying to create. True. I still think that using a Kage Bunshin would help. It certainly helped in the past, why couldn't it do the same in the present? For training, yes, the blonde agreed. But it would be a crutch in battle. I want to be able to use this thing on my own. Not every enemy he faced would give him the precious seconds he needed to create it. You said the same thing when you started to practice using the Rasengan with only one hand, the fox commented. That had been a long 2 months, especially since those months were during a siege. And I was right, he replied. Still, it needs work. The thing only lasts a few seconds and I want to be able to throw it. He still had to figure out how to do that. That was when Azula, Ty Lee, and Mai appeared behind him. Is everything okay, Naruto? Azula asked him. She was concerned because she saw the trees surrounding them. But she didn't see any enemies. Yes, everything is fine, he said, trying to assure them. I was working on something and it turned out to be a little bigger than expected. He turned around to look at them. What he saw made him stop and give them a once-over. Sunning ourselves, were we? They looked down and then realized that they went to check on the disturbance in their undergarments, giving him quite the show. Pervert! Cried Ty Lee. She tried to him, but with no success. Nothing of the sort, Ty Lee, he replied as he dodged the strikes. I'm just stating the obvious. Calm down, Mai told the blushing Ty Lee, holding her back. Do you enjoy the view, Naruto? Azula asked her bodyguard with a smirk. She didn't normally do something like this, she was a princess, damn it. She had her pride, but she took a pose for him. He looked at her, and then looked at her. Let me put it this way, I'm glad the three of you know how to defend yourselves. Why's that? If you ever did something like this back home, you would have a lot of guys coming after you, he told them. It was the truth. He wasn't making any of it up. They were all quite beautiful, all three of them. And yet, his attention was on his princess. Kit, we've got incoming, the Kyuubi said suddenly, getting his attention. What is it? He silently asked, becoming alert. Whenever the fox said something like that, it was best to pay attention. It's faint, but I think it's the shinobi team that's currently with the airbender brat. You know that weird guy who keeps going on about youth? It was hard not to notice that guy whenever he was around. When he heard that, his eyes went flat. Azula, are the engineers almost done with the wood? He asked the princess. They only need another half hour to be done, she told him, not sure as to why he wanted to know that. When they're done, have them set off immediately. As for you three, please get dressed and join them when they leave, he ordered. She was immediately suspicious. What's going on, Naruto? He looked away. I'm going to get company soon and I don't want you three to be around when they get here, he said shortly. But they understood what he wasn't trying to say. Is it that group of people from Amashu? Ty Lee asked, deciding to be the one to break the silence that had momentarily fallen around them. He shook his head. It's a different one. It's that group that was with the Avatar at Two's Inn, isn't it? Azula asked. He nodded once. We're staying, she stated, the other two nodding in agreement. No, you're not. When the tank train leaves, you will be on it. His voice was firm. He wasn't going to budge on this. We can take them, Ty Lee declared. She was certain of it. A couple of strikes from her, and they would be down for the count. He looked at her. Ty Lee, I know that you and Mai were about to fight two of them when the Sky Bison sent you into the water. Be glad that it did that. You would have lost in seconds. When this team fights seriously, they tend to rearrange the surrounding landscape. You are leaving in the tank train, no arguments. Azula was about to argue again, but then she saw the look in his eyes. They held the seriousness of a soldier about to go into battle. At that point, she knew it was pointless to argue. Very well, she agreed. Just promise me one thing. What's that? He asked. Promise me that you'll win. He smiled. You doubt my ability to win a fight? He asked with a hurt voice they all knew was faked. But they left anyway, leaving Naruto alone in the clearing. Keep your knees high, twinkle toes, Toph roared at her student. Aang currently holding a big boulder on his back and was trying to walk. Every time he made a step, Toph would bend the earth beneath his foot to rise a little bit. After 2 steps, the weight of the boulder sent him off to the side and into the ground. Next, she stood in front of a flat piece of stone. Rubbing her hands, she dug through the rock like it was sand. He tried to repeat her actions, only to hurt his hand at the first attempt. After that, he stood in a stance and waited. The waiting was causing him to sweat. Suddenly, Toph came out of the rock to his right and shouted rock-like at him. He yelped and fell backwards to the ground. She simply bent the earth underneath him to stand him up again and flicked his forehead. After borrowing Sokka's club, she would have just taken it, but the fact that Akela was there and growling lightly convinced her to change her mind. She handed it over to a blindfolded Aang. She then had him play the earth-bending version of whack-a-mole. He kept missing at first but finally managed to hit one, earning him a slight nod of approval from Toph. Next, she bent the earth to raise a wall on both sides of them. Then she drew a line in the ground and bent the surrounding rock into armor, covering her from head to toe, save for her eyes, which is kinda redundant. She charged straight at Aang. He grabbed hold of her when she crashed into him and began to push her back. After some struggling, he managed to push her back across the line. She then had him stand on what can only be described as 2 earthen stilts while tossing and catching a weight. She moved between the 2 stilts and punched them, sending a shockwave up both of them. Aang didn't move, so the shockwave just blew through him and his clothes. She gave him a single nod of approval, making him smile. Sokka stood in a tree, watching as a small furry creature came by and ate a patch of grass. You're awfully cute, he said. But unfortunately for you, you're made of meat. He kept watching the creature. Just a bit closer, he muttered. When the creature finally left the grass and came near the tree, he acted. Yelling a battle cry, he leapt down with machete in hand, ready to kill the creature. Unfortunately for him, he landed on top of a crevice. He got buried up to his waist. The creature simply walked up closer to him. Gotcha! He cried, about to swing his machete again. This caused him to be buried even further, but he managed to spread his arms out. The result was him buried up to his armpits, allowing him to move his arms freely. He tried to move his body out of the crevice but with no success. You are one lucky little meat creature, he told said creature, which only wagged its tail in response. He was glad Akela had stayed behind to take a nap on Appa. The wolf would have been rolling around on the ground in wolfish laughter. Lightning is a pure expression of firebending, without aggression, Iroh told Zuko. It's not fueled by rage or emotion the way other firebending is. He reached for the new batch of brewed tea. Some call lightning the cold-blooded fire. It is precise and deadly, like Azula. Or Naruto, Zuko replied. He could still remember that night on Ember Island. True, Iroh agreed. To perform the technique requires peace of mind. I see, that's where drinking tea, to calm the mind. It made a little sense to him. He briefly wondered if that had to do with the fact he spent 3 years with his uncle. Oh yeah, good point, Iroh said. He was drinking the tea because he was a tea enthusiast. I mean, yes. After they had finished the tea, they left the shack and walked over to the nearby cliff edge. If either of them looked out to the distance, they would have seen a familiar ruined town. There is energy all around us, Iroh began. The energy is both yin and yang, positive energy and negative energy. Only a select few firebenders can separate these energies. This creates an imbalance. The energy wants to restore balance, and in the moment, the positive and the negative energy come crashing back together. You provide release and guidance, creating lightning. He motioned Zuko to step back. When he was sure he had enough room, he began to move his arms in a circular motion, already generating lightning. Once he was done, he shot his right hand, which was folded save for 2 fingers, forward, and the lightning that was stored was fired off into the air. I'm ready to try it, Zuko stated after he watched the display. Remember, once you've separated the energy, you do not command it. You are simply its humble guide, Iroh warned him, idly rubbing his left shoulder. Breathe first. He did indeed breathe and began to copy Iroh's motions. The first thing that Iroh noticed was wrong was the fact that his fingers were not generating lightning. When he shot his fingers out, he didn't generate lightning. It just exploded in front of his face, sending him crashing into the ground. Naruto had sat down against one of the tree trunks in the clearing. It had been an hour and a half since the tank train had left with the girls in it. He waited in anticipation, wondering as to how he would fare against Team Guy, as opposed to how he and Azula's group managed to fight Team Kurenai to a standstill in Omashu. They're here, the QB said. Even though the surrounding area was quiet, the fox knew they weren't alone. I know, Naruto silently replied, having noticed that he had guests. He looked out to the clearing. You might as well come out. I know you're there, he called out. The echo of his voice seemed to reverberate around the trees, becoming fainter each time it was heard. The forest was silent after the echo disappeared, but the people who were looking for him landed into the clearing. They stared at each other silently for a few minutes. You took your time getting here, the blonde finally said. Come quietly, Naruto, Guy told him, his tone unusually serious. You're surrounded, and you have no backup. He barked out a laugh. From let's go home to come quietly, he said, mostly to himself. Next thing I know, Team Asuma is just going to try and blindside me. When did you find about Team Asuma being here? Lee asked. Just now, thanks, he replied with an amused smirk. The Konoha shinobi had the decency to look ashamed. He had just unintentionally revealed a piece of information that the blonde shouldn't have heard. Where are the girls, Naruto? Neji asked him. The Hyuga had activated his Byakugan momentarily before arriving and only saw the blonde there. It made him wonder where the women he was supposed to be with were. Whenever they go, you are usually with them. Isn't that the case? I'm starting to understand their patterns now. They left. This isn't their fight. Have you told them? Do they know about your past? No, and if I had my way about it, they never will. That is most unyouthful of you, Naruto. Hiding your past from a girl, have you no shame? Lee demanded. Shut up, Lee, he curtly ordered. It's my past, and it's my choice to tell them or not. Naruto, Tenten said. We know all about the QB. You don't have to hide it anymore. Silence fell all around them as her words echoed momentarily in the air. Tsunade told you, didn't she? He asked after a few moments, finally breaking the silence. It made sense to him. Only the Hokage would do something like that, telling the others about what he held. Neji nodded. And showed us the results of it too, he said. Those words brought back a memory of what he saw, making him silently will it to vanish. He still had nightmares about what he read, and in some nightmares, he appeared in place of Naruto, as the Jinchuriki that was targeted for abuse, despite his possession of the Byakugan. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? The blonde asked as he walked forward, away from the trunk of the tree. The 4 of you want me to come back. I'm not going anywhere. So that leaves us with only one option. He brought his hands up into a familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. They all heard a poof. Beside Naruto was not 10, 100 or even 1,000 clones, there was just one. We fight, the clone said. The 2 of them then got into different stances. The original went into a high waterbending stance while the clone went into a low fire-bending stance. Naruto, please, begged Tenten. We don't want to fight you. Even though he had made a clone, he was still outnumbered and outmatched. They just wanted to resolve this peacefully. He snorted in derision. Don't lie to me. I know you want to fight me. Lee decided to begin the attack by charging forward, hoping to catch the two blondes off guard. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind! He cried as he leapt at his opponents. As the leg reached the two, the Naruto in the waterbending stance pressed both palms against the underside of the leg. Pushing upwards, he sent Lee into an unexpected flip. As Lee began to face the ground, the blonde put his palms on his back and guided him towards the clone. The clone reacted quickly to the incoming target. He shoved an elbow into Lee's chest and then punched him hard in the stomach with his other fist. He brought his body into a turn and snap-kicked Lee in the chest, sending him flying back to his teammates. Lee, are you alright? Guy asked with concern as he caught his student. I am fine, Lee told his sensei, putting his feet back on the ground. He turned to glare at Naruto. What kind of style was that? It looked like both waterbending and firebending, Niji asked. While he didn't have a lot to go with, he had also never seen the two opposite elements work in tandem like that before. While I was being trained in the bending stances, I began to experiment in secret with a clone to see how two styles that the opposites of each other were could be used in tandem. What you just saw was the result of that experiment. You may have two shinobi skilled in the Goken, strong fist, and a shinobi skilled in the Juken, gentle fist. But this he and his clones switched styles, just to prove his point. This is my own style, the Tsunken, twin fist. Stop this, Naruto, Guy pleaded. We don't have to fight. That's bullshit, Guy. You commanded me to come quietly, and that sounded like an order. Naruto told him. And we both know it. Both he and the clone charged at Team Guy. Having no other choice, they retaliated. This time we're going to try something a little different, Toph told her student, walking past him. Instead of moving a rock, you're going to stop a rock. Get in your horse stance, she ordered. Aang did as he was told. I'm going to roll that boulder down at you, Toph pointed to said boulder. It was on top of a nearby cliff, sitting in front of a ramp. If you have the attitude of an earthbender, you'll stand your stance and stop the rock. Like this. She showed him the motion of the stance. Katara decided to intervene, trying to be helpful. Sorry, Toph, but are you sure this is really the best way to teaching earthbending? She asked. I'm glad you said something. Actually, there is a better way. The earthbender reached down for Aang's belt and took it off. She then warped it around his eyes. This way, you'll really have to sense the vibrations of the boulder to stop it. Thank you, Katara, she told the waterbender. Yeah, thanks, Katara, Aang repeated childishly. She could only chuckle awkwardly in return. Toph had climbed up to where the boulder was. With a simple push, she sent it down the ramp and at Aang. Katara waited nervously nearby while Aang faced the oncoming boulder. Just as the boulder and Aang were about to hit each other, he chickened out and jumped over the boulder. The thing just kept on rolling until it smashed into a cliff wall. He took the blindfold off and the first he saw was a very mad Toph. I guess I just panicked, he tried to defend himself. I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say, Toph told him angrily. You blew it. You had a perfect stance and perfect form. But when it came right down to it, you didn't have the guts. She shoved him to the ground. I know, I'm sorry, he told her, not trying to stand up. Yeah, you are sorry. She shoved her face into his. If you're not tough enough to stop the rock, then you could at least give it the pleasure of smushing you instead of jumping out of the way like a jelly bone wimp. Now, do you have what it takes to face that rock like an earthbender? She demanded. Instead of rousing his spirits and or his resolve, her little speech had the opposite effect. No. I don't think I do, he admitted in a defeated voice. It was just too difficult to understand. Katara once again decided to intervene. Aang, it's no big deal. You'll take a break and try earthbending again when you're ready. Besides, you still have a lot of waterbending to work on. Okay? She asked him, trying to be upbeat. Yeah, that sounds good. He got up and followed Katara. Yeah, whatever, Toph told the two of them. Go splash around until you feel better. She walked away as well. But she hadn't given up yet. She was going to teach Aang earthbending whether he liked it or not. Zuko kept trying to generate lightning, but the end results kept blowing up. Why can't I do it? He asked his uncle, angry with himself. Instead of lightning, it keeps exploding in my face, like everything always does. Iroh got up from where he sat. I was afraid this might happen. You will not be able to master lightning until you dealt with the turmoil inside you. He turned to face his uncle. What turmoil? He demanded. It didn't sound like it to him, but he wanted an answer. Zuko, you must let go of your feelings of shame if you want your anger to go away. But I don't feel any shame at all. I'm as proud as ever, he objected. Prince Zuko, pride is not the opposite of shame, but its source. True humility is the only antidote to shame. Well, my life has been nothing but humbling lately, the exiled prince admitted. Not only was he exiled from the Fire Nation, but he was also on the run from them as well. Iroh looked away for a moment and thought. I have another idea. I will teach you a fire-bending move that even Azula doesn't know, because I made it up myself. His nephew looked back at him and gave an appreciative smile. You probably think I deserve this, don't you? Sokka asked the small creature, who was currently sitting on his head. In response, it looked down at him. Look, I'm sorry I hunted you, but that's just the natural order of things. Big things eat smaller things, nothing personal. But this time it didn't work out that way. The creature yawned and turned around a couple of times before sitting down again and rubbed his nose. I admit it, you're cute, Sokka told the creature. Okay, you convinced me. If I get out of this alive, it's a karmically correct, vegetarian existence for me. No meat. He paused for a second as he realized just what he had uttered. Even though meat is so tasty, his eyes grew watery about the subject. The creature leapt off his head and ran off. A fly flew nearby, but Sokka swatted at it, making it go away. He found that the most comfortable way to put his arms was to cross them and put them on the ground in front of him. The creature came back with an apple in its mouth. Hey, looks like my karma's already paying off, Sokka said as the creature dropped the apple and pushed it forward with its nose. That's okay, I got it. He simply reached for his boomerang and used it to scoop up the apple. See? The boomerang does come back. He began to munch on the apple. The battle kept going on. Despite being outnumbered and his refusal to add more numbers to his side via clones, Naruto and the one clone he did have fought Team Guy on even ground. After foiling Lee's and Guy's double attack, he fended off Niji. Tenten all the while was staying in the back, throwing weapons at him in the hopes that he would be distracted. While she didn't pin him down, she did manage to take care of the clone. Now Team Guy stood across from him, all of them lightly panting. You have improved, Naruto, Guy told him as he and Lee stood in Naruto's view of Tenten. You would have made a fine Konoha shinobi. I was a fine Konoha shinobi, he replied. Everybody else was too busy sucking up to the Uchiha to notice. Nobody cared about him. They just went right to Sasuke when talking about his team. That's not true, Lee objected. Not everyone did that. So, you're admitting that people did it? He faltered. Well, While I admit that Tuchi, Iroha-sensei, Gigi, and a few others didn't do it, everybody else pretty much did. Even you, Lee, the blonde said in accusation. I most certainly did not. The Konoha shinobi objected. You most certainly did. Do you remember the first time we met? It was during the Chunin exams. You met us and the first thing you demanded of us was to fight the Uchiha, and only the Uchiha. You didn't even acknowledge me as a threat. It had been something that irked him when they first fought. Ironically enough, it vanished when he watched Sasuke get beaten. But he does acknowledge you as a threat now. That's why we're fighting, Niji said. Then he smirked. Although, I had to say that the fight is over. Behind Naruto, in the trees, Tenten held a katana in her hands and launched herself at the blonde. She swung at his side, hoping to injure him so that Niji could get in close and paralyze him. Or so she thought. What the? She thought in surprise as a loud clang filled the air in the clearing. Naruto had blocked her strike with his Jin. It was almost like he was expecting it. How did you? Did you honestly think that you got the clone? He asked in a bored tone. Of course I did. She thought. She had taken the clone out with a kunai to the heart and to the head. You thought that you had taken the clone out by piercing its heart and head with kunai, correct? He asked her again, with the same bored tone. What? How did she narrowed her eyes as she realized the truth? It was a genjutsu, she growled. He smiled. A minor one, designed to fool you into believing what you wanted to see happen to actually occur. You can use genjutsus now? Lee asked in surprise. As far as he could remember, the blonde couldn't grasp the concepts of genjutsu. This was something they had not expected. I know a few, he said in answer. Then how do you explain the smoke? Tenten demanded. If she hadn't gotten the clone, why had it been covered in smoke before disappearing? Shinobi Tools 101, he answered shortly, like it was the most obvious thing. They were all confused by those words. Then Niji remembered his days in the academy and the lessons he learned. The clone used a smoke bomb, he said in realization. Suddenly it all made sense. Correct, Naruto said in agreement. Just because I haven't been in the elemental countries for 3 years, doesn't mean I don't know how to make a smoke bomb. They were always useful for pranks when I was younger. So how did you know what I was going to do? Tenten asked him. How did you know that I was behind you when you didn't look behind you? Once again, he smiled and tapped his head with his free hand. The clone told me. While 3 members of Team Guy looked confused, one got the point. You know the secret of the Kage Bunshin? Guy asked, surprised by the fact. He never would have thought that Naruto would discover it on his own. The blonde nodded. I give credit to my teacher, he said, mystifying them. You flatter me, Kit, the fox told him. Is it flattery if it's true? He silently asked back. Yes, and it makes it even sweeter. So that was his plan, Guy realized. He used the genjutsu and the smoke bomb to allow the clone to disappear into the trees. When the clone saw what Tenten was about to do, he dismissed himself so that the original could get his memories. It was a good plan. He was willing to admit that. Tell me saw something, Tenten, Naruto asked, bringing everybody's attention back to what was going on. Are you any good with that katana? He looked at the weapon in her hands. She gave a little snort of disbelief. I am a master of weapons. It was an insult to her for him to even think she wasn't. I didn't ask if you were a master of weapons. I asked you if you were any good with the katana. There was a difference, he knew that much. What do you think? His answer was to simply swat the katana away and smacked her side with the flat side of his yin. Not very, apparently, he stated as she yelped in pain. Why you? She swung the katana at him again. He twisted to the side to dodge it and slapped her on the ass with the flat side of his yin. She kept trying to hit him with the katana, but he had moved into an airbending stance and thus was always moving. Every time she tried to hit him, he'd twist or turn out of the way and then would hit her with the flat side of his yin. She was soon getting bruises everywhere and was also getting angrier. Will you stop that? She yelled at him as she attacked him again with the katana. Why should I? He asked in return as he blocked the strike. It's very entertaining. Tenten, called out Niji. Break off high back. It was a term that Team Guy used when in a combat situation. To break off high back meant the person who was currently fighting the opponent would jump away in a high backflip. Meanwhile, the rest of the team would send a barrage of kunai and shuriken at the opponent. While they were distracted by this, the airborne person would land and engage again, taking care of the distracted opponent. She broke contact with her katana and went airborne with a high backflip. Then he saw the oncoming barrage. But he did something that Team Guy wasn't expecting. He knelt down on one knee with his head bowed low. This way, the barrage of kunai and shuriken passed harmlessly over his head. Then a voice from the woods called out. Futon, de Tapa, wind style, great breakthrough. A huge gust of wind flew out of the woods. Not only did it stop the barrage, it redirected it back at the throwers. Team Guy leapt out of the way of the incoming barrage. When it had passed, Naruto had stood back up like nothing had happened. What? How? Lee tried to ask but was unable to form the question. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to learn new ninjutsu while I was here? Naruto asked the team, amused by their reactions. Before they could answer, another voice spoke up. And did you really think I wouldn't learn what my elemental affinity is? A person walked out of the woods, revealing himself as another Naruto. Guy then realized his mistake. The clone didn't just dismiss himself, he made a second clone. He thought silently. How do you know what your elemental affinity is? Niji asked in stunned surprise. Or even in elemental jutsu? That was something they hadn't learned until they were Chunin once again. I give credit to where credit is due, Naruto told them. The clone moved into an earthbending stance while the original went into an airbending stance while also keeping his Jien out. Weren't we in the middle of something? While Momo was trying to catch a frog, and failing, Katara and Aang stood in a marsh moving a small blob of water in a circle between the two of them. You know this block you're having is only temporary, right? Katara asked Aang. I don't want to talk about it, he replied. You do realize that's the problem, don't you? If you face this issue instead of avoiding it, she tried to tell him. I know. I get it, alright? He cut her off, letting the blob of water fall down into the pool they were in. I need to face it head on like a rock, but I just can't do it. I don't know why I can't, but I can't. Aang, if fire and water are opposites, then what's the opposite of air? She asked him, trying to help him out. I guess it is earth. It was the only element that she hadn't spoken of. That's why it's so hard for you to get this. You're working with your natural opposite, but you'll figure it out. I know you will. She reached behind her back and plucked out a reed. Think fast. She threw the reed at him. Aang reacted quickly, bending the water to slice the reed in half. Excellent, you have the reflexes of a waterbending master. Thanks, Katara. He then bowed to her. Sifu Katara. She gave a small smile and returned the bow. Fire is the element of power, Iroh lectured Zuko, drawing the symbol for fire in the dirt with a stick. The people of the Fire Nation have desire and will and the energy and drive to achieve what they want. He drew the symbol for Earth. Earth is the element of substance. The people of the Earth Kingdom are diverse and strong. They are persistent and enduring. He began to draw the symbol for air. Air is the element of freedom. The air nomads detached themselves from worldly concerns and found peace and freedom. Also, they apparently had pretty good senses of humor. He grinned at his nephew. Zuko just stared at him, so he continued, drawing the symbol for water. Water is the element of change. The people of the water tribe can adapt to many things. They have a deep sense of community and love that holds them together through anything. Why are you telling me these things? Zuko finally asked his uncle. He wasn't seeing the point. It is important to draw wisdom from many different places, he explained. If we take it from only one place, it becomes rigid and stale. To emphasize his point, he drew lines, separating the four elements. Understanding others, the other elements and the other nations, will help you become whole. He drew a circle around the elements, making them all whole. All this four elements talk is sounding like Avatar stuff, his nephew commented. It is the combination of the four elements in one person that makes the Avatar so powerful. He pointed the stick at Zuko's chest. But it can make you more powerful too. You see, the technique I am about to teach you is one I learned from studying the waterbenders. Zuko looked slightly hopeful. Aang sat on a big rock, trying to meditate. As he did, Toph came over and sat down nearby. Aang, I found these nuts in your bag, she told him, holding up a bag with a little Aang face on it. I figured you wouldn't mind, and besides, if you did, you're too much of a pushover to do anything about it. As a matter of fact, I don't mind. I'm happy to share anything I have, he told her in an even tone. You know, I'm really glad you feel that way. Because I also have this great new nutcracker. She picked up and twirled Aang's glider staff. Aang turned around with a look of unease as she brought the staff down on the nut, cracking the shell open. Actually, I'd prefer if you didn't, crack. That's an antique, handcrafted by the monks, crack. It's a delicate instrument. She would break it if she kept doing that. It's not the only delicate instrument around here, Toph said mockingly as she and Momo ate the nuts. She walked away, banging the staff against rocks along the way. She was trying to get him mad, to come after her and take the staff back. Instead, he just went back to his meditation. But moments after she left, Katara came by. Hey Aang, have you seen? Meditating here. He cut her off. It's important, the waterbender assured him. It's almost sundown and Sokka isn't back yet. I think we should search for him. He turned to face her. That was troubling. Sokka was never one to disappear on them for long. We'll find him faster if we split up. He got off the rock and the two of them went in two different directions. They had fought for hours. While Team Guy had enough numbers to keep Naruto occupied while the others caught their breath, Naruto had his stamina and his style. He had them guessing by switching the styles that he and the clone were using when they didn't expect it. He had lost count of the number of times he had moved into a fire-bending, airbending, earth-bending or water-bending stance while fighting them. He also kept them on their toes by sometimes using ninjutsu at them, though he could only use wind-style jutsu. As a result, they had pretty much torn up the surrounding woods. But he was also getting tried himself, plus his Jian had been destroyed at some time during the fight. Now once again, Team Guy stood across from him. Well, thank you for the exercise. But I'm afraid I must be going, he suddenly announced, surprising them. He dismissed the clone and began to walk away. Don't turn your back on us, Naruto, Guy yelled at him. You're not going anywhere. Why not? He asked as he walked away. He was putting a show of bravado, trying to make it look like he had just gotten bored instead of getting tried. If you do, we will come after you, the leader of Team Guy told him. We will follow you and we will take the girls hostage. He stopped, but he kept his back to them. And what would you do with them? Neji smiled to himself. We have him, he thought. We'll take them hostage, and if you don't come with us, we will kill them. It is unyouthful, but we will do it, Lee said. If he was younger and less experienced, he might have objected to the idea. But he wasn't. You could do that, Naruto acknowledged, finally turning around to them. But there was a smirk on his face. But then that would mean the failure of your mission and the Fire Nation's victory in the war. I think Azula wouldn't care if you killed her if that was the outcome. What do you mean? Tenten asked with suspicion. It's simple. You take me hostage or kill the girls, the Avatar and his friends die. How would? Neji began to ask. Then he understood. You've had a clone tracking us since 2's in. It seemed like the thing the blonde would do. Then all we'd have to do is knock you unconscious when we take you with us, Lee said. If they did that, the clone wouldn't know to kill Aang and the others. Wouldn't work, Naruto replied, pointing at the woods behind him. Did you think the first clone only made one other clone? He asked them. There's a second clone, Guy silently realized. He's watching us right now. The minute we take Naruto hostage, he'll dismiss himself and that will let the other clone know what will happen, allowing him to kill everybody back at the rock quarry. I am leaving now. You can try and follow me to take the girls. But I know where the Avatar is at this moment. I could put you on a false trail that would lead you nowhere near the girls. So, goodbye. He walked away. When he was about to disappear from their view, he stopped again. By the way, you'll have until dark. What? Shouted Lee. What do you mean? But he didn't answer, he just disappeared. He means that if we don't get back to the others by the time it's dark, the clones going to Neji didn't finish that sentence. They all knew what would happen. We must go, now, Guy ordered. They all ate soldier pills and ran back the way they came at full speed. They had to get back to the others now. Sokka was trying to reach for the creature, but had a hard time considering the creature was behind him and was pulling on his wolf tail. Okay, karma person or thing, whoever is charge of this stuff, he said aloud. If I can just get out of this situation alive, I will give up meat and sarcasm, okay? The creature finally pulled off the small band of leather that held the wolf tail together, making the tribesman give a small yelp in pain and giving him some really messy hair. That's all I got. It's pretty much my whole identity. Sokka, the meat and sarcasm guy, but I'm willing to be Sokka the veggies and straight talk fellow, deal? You might want weight on that idea, a now familiar voice told him. He looked up and saw the robed spirit. Sifu, he said in greeting. Turning his head to look at the creature, he saw that it was frozen in mid-motion. Frozen in a moment? The spirit nodded. Are you in charge of this whole karma thing? No, but I happen to be good friends with the person who is. But more importantly, I'm here to talk to you, Sifu told him. What do you want to talk about? You, he answered. You don't have to put yourself down like that. Meat and sarcasm are not your whole identity. Well, what else is there? It seemed like everything at that point to him. How about the fact that you're a planner, a thinker, an inventor, or that you're good with weapons? When he heard those facts, he knew that it was the truth. But he still had doubts. What are you trying to say, Sifu? He asked, wanting a straight answer. Do you know why you're with this group? I had to tag along to make sure my little sister didn't do something stupid and come up with the plans in the process? He asked, half sarcastic and half serious. True, but you're also here to remind the benders that they are still human. You're here so that they never get a swelled head and think that they are all powerful. They see you and they see what they can become without their bending. So I'm a reminder that they could just be as weak as me? He couldn't see it, but somehow, he knew that the spirit was grinning. Did I ever say that you were the weakest? If anything, you're the strongest one in the group. Thanks, Sifu, I needed that, he said quietly. That last part made him feel a bit better. That's what a Sifu does, he teaches and encourages. With that said, Sifu disappeared, and time began to flow again. At that point, Aang showed up. Aang, thank goodness. Have you got any meat? Sokka asked, happy to see his friend. Aang ran up to him. Sokka, are you okay? He asked. He reached for the tribesman's arms and tried to pull him out of the crevice. It didn't really work. Stop. You're going to pull my arms off, Sokka told the Avatar. He could feel his arms being pulled, but the rest of his body was staying put. Aang stepped back. I bet I can airbend you out of here, he said. Sokka could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The airbender tried to bend a huge column of air from underneath Sokka's feet. But the only result was his hair being shaped up into a semi-mohawk, which was flattened by the hilt of his machete. Seriously, Aang, I know you're new at it, but I could use a little earthbending here, he told his friend, looking expectantly at him. Aang turned to face away from him. I can't do it, he admitted, feeling embarrassed by that simple fact. Well, if you can't earthbend me out of here, go get Toph. I can't do that either. You can't, why not? It was a simple enough of a request. Why couldn't he do it? It would just be really uncomfortable, Aang said, trying to explain. Uncomfortable? Sokka asked with full and obvious sarcasm. Well, I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable. Thanks, Sokka, the air nomad told him, sitting down next to the crevice and completely missing the sarcasm. This whole earthbending thing really has me confused. There's so much pressure. Everybody expects me to get it right away. It puts me in a really awkward position. Awkward position, I think I know the feeling, he said, again with obvious sarcasm. But again, Aang didn't get it. If I try, I fail. But if I don't try, I'm never going to get it. I feel like I'm caught between a rock and hard place. It felt embarrassing to him. He was the Avatar. He was supposed to be the master of all four elements. And yet, he couldn't even do one of them. He just didn't know what to do. Sokka just looked at him. Aang, can you do me a favor? What? Bring your head down closer to me. Aang wasn't sure what he wanted but brought his head down anyway. A little closer, Sokka urged him. He brought it closer. That should do it. And without warning, the tribesman proceeded to smack him upside the head, hard. Oh. What was that for? Aang demanded with tears in his eyes. He had never known Sokka to do something like that. The sting that came with the smack seemed to burn on his head, making him feel all of it. Are you done whining? Stop being a little kid who stops doing something because you yelled at about doing it wrong once. Get your act together, the water paragon ordered him, his voice becoming hard. I just told you I don't care, Aang. Sokka shouted him down. Stop having a pity party. This morning, you woke up everybody because you were so excited to learn earthbending. You say it's hard for you to learn this, well no duh. Did you expect it to be easy? Toph said it herself, it's a stubborn element. That means you must be stubborn as well. Stop complaining about it being hard and deal with it. He sat there in silence until he finally nodded his head. You're right, Sokka. Sorry about complaining there. Don't apologize to me. I've been here all day. Just then the creature came back. Aang, this is my friend, Fu Cuddlypoops. Fu Cuddlypoops, Aang, the tribesman introduced the two of them. Aang picked up the creature. What a cute name for a little baby saber-toothed moose lion cub, he declared, standing up. Really? wondered Sokka. He looks nothing like a saber-toothed mouse lion. It's hard to tell before their giant teeth and horns grow in. He looked closer at Fu. What are you doing out here, little guy? Did you lose your mama? The loud growl behind him was his answer. Turning around, Aang saw Fu's mother, a fully grown saber-toothed moose lion. Waterbenders deal with the flow of energy, Iroh explained to Zuko as the two of them practice a basic waterbending move. A waterbender lets their defense become their offense, turning their opponent's energy against them. I learned the way to do this with lightning. You can teach me how to redirect lightning? Zuko asked, surprised. That was something he had never heard before. He nodded. If you let the energy in your own body flow, the lightning will follow it. You must create a pathway from your fingertips, up your arm to your shoulder, then down to your stomach. The stomach is the source of energy in your body. It is called the Sea of Chi, only in my case it is more like a vast ocean. He laughed at his own joke. Zuko said nothing, so he continued. From the stomach, you direct it up again and out the other arm. The stomach detour is critical. You must not let the lightning through your heart, or the damage could be deadly. You may wish to try a physical motion, to get a feel for the pathway's flow. He took a stance. Like this. Zuko copied the stance and began to mimic his uncle. Slowly but surely, they went through the motions. Now, are you focusing your energy? Can you feel your own chi flowing in, down, up, and out? Iroh asked him. I think so, Zuko said. It felt a little weird, doing a form that wasn't a part of fire bending. Come on, you've got to feel the flow. Iroh moved his arms like a worm to emphasize his point. They kept practicing a few more times. Excellent, you've got it, he said when he saw that his nephew's movements had gotten smoother. Great, I'm ready to try it with real lightning, Zuko exclaimed. What? Are you crazy? Lightning is extremely dangerous, he protested. I thought that was the point. You're teaching me how to protect myself from it. That was what the exiled prince thought. How else was he supposed to see if it worked or not? But Iroh had a look of semi-panic on his face. Yeah, but I'm not going to shoot lightning at you. If you're lucky, you will never have to use this technique at all. Frustrated and annoyed, he looked out to the horizon and saw storm clouds gathering. Suddenly, he had an idea. Well, if you won't help me, I'll find my own lightning. He took off on the ostrich horse in the direction of the storm clouds. Hey there, Aang said to the adult animal. We found your cub. He held up Fu to emphasize his point. Then he put him on the ground and watched as he ran into the bush behind his mother. See? We have no problem with you, we're friendly. Mrs. Cuddlypoops didn't seem to agree. She lowered her head and looked like she was about to charge. Aang, I don't think that worked, Sokka warned him. Mrs. Cuddlypoops roared her challenge and charged at them. When she got close to Aang, he bent the air to send over his and Sokka's head. She landed safely and looked like this was about to charge. This is bad, the tribesman said. Get me out so I can fight. I don't think that's, he tried to say. We don't have the time, Aang. Get me out of here, Sokka ordered, cutting him off. He did the earthbending motions, but Sokka was still trapped in the crevice. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cuddlypoops began to paw the ground. Oh no, said Aang before jumping over to a nearby rock. Woohoo, look at me! He started to do a silly dance to get her attention. It didn't work. She charged directly at Sokka, intent on goring him. Realizing what was about to happen, Aang hopped off the rock and knocked her aside via airbending. Again, Mrs. Cuddlypoops landed safely. Please don't leave me like that again, Sokka said. That had been a very scary moment for him. I won't, Aang told him. For the third time, Mrs. Cuddlypoops charged. But this time, he was ready. When she got close, he blasted her with a lot of air, making her skid backwards. She finally got the hint and decided to leave. At that moment, both Sokka and Aang heard someone clapping. Turning their heads to the sound, they saw Toph sitting on nearby rock. What are you doing here? Sokka asked her. Just enjoying the show, she answered. She sounded completely relaxed. What? You were there the whole time? Aang asked her. Pretty much. Why didn't you do something? He demanded, outraged. Sokka was in trouble. I was in trouble. You could have gotten him and helped us get away. Guess it just didn't occur to me. She tossed the nut down to the ground, pulled out Aang's gilder staff and swung it down to crack the nut. The idea was stopped when Aang grabbed hold of the staff. Enough, I want my staff back. He was sick and tired of her attitude. He wanted what was his and he wanted it now. She let go of the thing and hopped down from the rock. Do it now, she ordered him. What? Earthbend, Twinkletoes, she clarified. You just stood your ground against a crazy beast, and even more impressive, you stood your ground against me. You've got the stuff. But, he tried to protest. Do it! She shouted at him. Angry and annoyed with her for everything that had happened that day, he didn't know what else to do. So he channeled those emotions and did as he was told. He took the stance and pushed a nearby rock. It went sliding away before falling over. You did it! You're an earthbender, Toph told him. I can't believe it, Aang said with joy. He had thought it was difficult, but now it had been easy. This is really a wonderful, touching moment, Sokka said with subtle sarcasm. So could you get me out of her so I can give both a big, snuggly hug? He was beginning to feel his legs go numb. No problem, Sokka, the Avatar told him. He was about to try and do it when Toph stopped him. Actually, you should probably let me do that. You're still a little new to this. You might accidentally crush him, she warned him. Yeah, no crushing, please, Sokka agreed. He didn't want any crushing happening to him. She walked over, bent him out of the crevice up to his knees and pulled him the rest of the way out by his hair. Later, they got back to the camp area where they met up with Katara, Momo, and Akela. You found him, Katara cried, running over and giving her brother a hug. Sorry about that, he apologized. I was hunting a saber-toothed moose lion cub and ended up being stuck in a hole. He threw a look at his wolf. Don't even start, Akela, he warned. Akela just grinned wolfishly. Hey Katara, look what I can do, Aang called out. He bent a large piece of rock down to the ground. You did it! I knew you would, she told him. She then whispered to Toph. You tried the positive reinforcement, didn't you? Yep, it worked wonders, the earthbender answered. Next time, she would be sure to use it. The resident sky bison decided to make an appearance. Appa, Aang said excitingly. I can earthbend now. The key is being completely rooted, physically and mentally unmovable. Appa decided to give Aang a big lick, which sent him flying. This sent both him and Sokka into hysterics. Hey guys, Toph called out. Team Guy is back. She could feel them coming through the earth. Sure enough, Team Guy appeared in under a minute. Spread out, we have to find that clone, Guy ordered. Hey, what's going on? Aang asked, making them stop. Naruto had a Kaige Bunshin tracking us since we left Tuzin. If we don't find it before nightfall, it's going to sneak in and kill you, he quickly explained. That's impossible, Toph protested. I would have felt him. There's nobody here except us. She was sure of it. Her feet never lied to her. She's right, Niji said, as he looked around with an activated Byakugan. I don't see anyone except for us. He kept looking around, but he saw no one. Hang on, Tenten said. It's possible that he knows about Toph being able to see via the ground, and he definitely knows about the Byakugan. He might be staying just out of range so that we won't see him. If that's true, we have to look for him now before he gets to us, Guy said. He turned to the others. You four stay here. Under no circumstance should all of you go to sleep. If they did, the clone could easily sneak in and slice their throats. Guy, wait! Sokka yelled, stopping Team Guy before they ran off. What is it? They had to go, and this wasn't the time for distractions. There's a piece of paper in your headband, he pointed out. Guy reached for the piece of paper, opened it, and read what was written. Guy-sensei, what does it say? Lee asked. Guy didn't say anything. He just simply handed the paper to Niji, who read it to the group. You people sure are gullible. There was only the one clone. He was bluffing? Lee asked as if he couldn't believe it. He couldn't have been. Tenten protested. He told us about the hidden clone. No, he didn't, Niji said as he remembered the conversation. He only asked us if we thought the first clone had only made one clone. He also never actually said that he had sent a clone after us, We came to that conclusion ourselves. He must have put the note in my headband during the fight, Guy noted. That means he stopped talking as all members of Team Guy realized what it meant. It means what? Toph asked. She didn't know what it meant, and she would like some clarification. It means that Naruto knew what we were going to try to do if he tried to leave the fight. He knew that we would threaten to go after the girls. He had his bluff ready before we had even gotten there, Neji explained. He never felt so foolish before. They had been duped into not going after him when they had the chance. Katara then saw that Guy was crying. What's the matter, Guy? What's with the tears? She asked him. He smiled. These are tears of happiness. He really was a fine Konoha shinobi. The storm raged all around Zuko, and yet he stared defiantly at it. You've always thrown everything you could at me. Well, I can take it, and now I can give it back, he yelled. Thunder boomed and lightning struck in the distance, but none of it came near him. Go on, strike me, he roared. You've never held back before. And yet, the storm seemed to mock him. Finally, his tears mixed with the rain, and he howled his frustration to the sky. As he cried on the mountaintop, he heard a voice in the distance. Why? It asked faintly. It sounded like an echo that faded away in the storm. Who's there? Show yourself, Zuko commanded as he rose to his feet. He tried to see who it was talking but saw nothing. Why? It asked again, this time more clearly. What do you mean why? He wasn't sure, but he thought he saw a faint shadow moving in the clouds. He tried to follow the shadow, but lost sight of it. Why do you do this? What are you trying to prove? That I am not as weak as everyone thinks I am. To prove I don't have to fear lightning. And, he silently added, to also prove that he wasn't afraid of his sister. Thunder boomed, but oddly enough, there was no lightning. The voice chuckled. You should always fear lightning, boy, fear it and respect it, the voice chastised him as the shadow reappeared. He kept his eyes fixed on that shadow, trying not to lose it. If you want to say something, then come out and face me instead of hiding like a coward, he ordered with all the authority he could muster. Insolent child, roared the voice, suddenly enraged. Before the prince's eyes he saw a pair of solid gold eyes flash briefly in the storm clouds. Do you not know who you insult? If you wish so much to be struck by lightning, then come and take it. He heard a bestial roar before he saw a large stream of lightning coming directly at him. He quickly took the stance his uncle showed him. But then he realized something just as the lightning struck. He realized that the booming of thunder sounded more like the flapping of wings. He took the lightning in through his arm and let it travel down, but it wasn't easy. It felt like his entire body was being tortured. Arg! The pain! It's too much! Let it stop, dear Agni, let it stop! His mind screamed as it was clouded by pain. He felt like he couldn't hold on, that he would die if it went on. But as the lightning was about to reach his heart, he broke through the cloud of pain. No! I will not die because of this. He then forced the lightning down into his stomach and then up into his other arm. And then, he threw the lightning in the same direction it came. As it disappeared and the echo faded away, he stood just there, panting in the rain and trying to get his breath back. Then he heard the voice again, and this time it was laughing. It has been a long time since someone has insulted me to my face, and an even longer time since someone has tried to fight me. You remind me so much of him, it said. It didn't sound enraged anymore, more like it was fondly remembering something. Who's him? Zuko asked cautiously. Lightning struck down in front of him, making him leap back. But what he saw surprised him. In the exact spot where the lightning struck stood another Zuko. It was the same face, the eyes, and the same build. But that was where the similarities ended. To start off, Zuko could see through him a little bit, so he knew that it was a shade. He wore an ancient set of armor, and his hair was tied back in a braid. But it was the scars that set him apart. Like Zuko, his left eye had been burned. But unlike Zuko, his right eye has also been burned, giving him an almost mask-like appearance. Who is that? Is that me? The exiled prince asked. No, but you are related to him, the voice told him. How? He asked, idly wondering how the voice was sure of that. He looked closer and saw that the shade wore something familiar around his neck. That's the Fire Nation Paragon Medallion. This man was a paragon of the Fire Nation. He was the first. He was a good man, the voice said, the fondness becoming more obvious. He looked out into the storm again, looking for the shadow. Who are you? He called out, wanting to know. Again, the eyes showed themselves. This time, they came with a head. It was vague and covered by the storm clouds, but he could tell it was a dragon's head. I am the dragon that many search for but only a few will meet. You have joined those few. The head, eyes and voice disappeared, and the storm kept on raining, this time without the thunder and lightning. Zuko fell to the ground in surprise. He had just insulted, talked to, and threw lightning at a legendary dragon that his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father had all searched for in their youth. He had just met the Dragon King, the firstborn of Agni, Bahamut. Chapter 8, Zuko in Command. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. Zuko and Iroh rode on the ostrich horse in silence. It had been more than a week since Zuko learned how to redirect lightning. They decided to head back to the western coast of the Earth Kingdom to avoid Azula and Naruto. Going after the Avatar was the farthest thing from their minds now. Are you all right, nephew? Iroh asked, noticing that he was unnaturally silent. Zuko had been staring straight ahead in a trance. His uncle's question snapped him out of it. Huh? What? He asked, blinking his eyes. The sound of waves crashing against the shore filled his ears momentarily. I asked if you were all right. Yeah, I'm fine, he answered. I just have a lot on my mind. He briefly wondered if that was an understatement. You've been acting like this ever since you back from the storm. What happened out there? He didn't really know how to put it. How could anyone say that they had met the Dragon King? I just ran into someone I wasn't expecting, he said, the waves fading away somewhat in his ears. Oh? Who was it? Asked a curious Iroh. I can't say. He just couldn't find the right words for it. His uncle was silent for a few minutes. Very well, if you do not wish to tell me, I will not ask, he finally said. It was none of his business to intrude on something his nephew didn't wish to talk about. Thank you, Uncle, Zuko said. He stopped the ostrich horse. As they got down, he reached for the map. Anyway, we're low on supplies and the only town that is nearby is the Fire Nation colony of Akawan. He turned to face his uncle. Should we risk it? They could be found out, and having word sent to Azula. Perhaps we should. It would be nice to be back in civilization for a little while, Iroh said, already wondering if the colony had any good tea. Zuko put the map away and they climbed back on the ostrich horse. An hour later, they arrived at Akawan. The colony was important to the Fire Nation. While Yu Dao made the finest metals, Akawan was the Fire Nation's access into the Earth Kingdom. It was their most important harbor, not just for the military, but also for trade. Zuko and Iroh rode through the city gate, keeping their faces hidden from the guards, and headed into a nearby market. Perhaps it is best if I went for the supplies, Iroh said as they dismounted. People won't recognize another old man in the market. Zuko wanted to argue, but he could see the logic. So, he nodded in agreement and let his uncle leave to get the supplies. Left alone, Zuko just watched the crowd go by. As he watched several people greet one another, he couldn't help but reminisce. This all reminds me of the day we actually met Naruto. Flashback. Uncle, can we go talk to the stranger now? Zuko asked Iroh as he left the room where the stranger was. He's been cooped up in that room for over a day. They were all getting impatient, even Azula, despite repeatedly denying the claim. Before Iroh could answer, they heard a voice from behind the door. Shouldn't you be asking me that question? Stepping away from the door, Iroh revealed Naruto. The clothes he originally wore were ruined, so he had to borrow some of Zuko's clothes. The shirt looked a bit loose and big on him. You're up after only a day in bed? Zuko asked, surprised. He would have thought more time was going to be needed. I heal quickly, Naruto lied easily. Like he was going to tell his secret to a couple of people he just met, and introduced himself. In any case, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, right. I'm Zuko, Prince of the Fire Nation. Come on, everybody else wants to meet you. He ran off, and Naruto followed. Azula, Mai and Ty Lee had been waiting in the backyard when he came running out of the house. He's awake! Ty Lee hopped up from where she was sitting. Then where is he? She asked excitedly. Right here, Naruto stated, appearing behind Zuko. He jumped at his voice. Whoa! Don't sneak up on people like that, he protested. That had really surprised him. The blonde laughed sheepishly. Sorry, he apologized, scratching the back of his head. Azula and the girls took a long look at the newcomer. Like Azula had said, his hair was blonde, his eyes were blue, and he had whisker-like birthmarks on his face. But what she didn't mention was the fact that his eyes were the kind of blue that put the ocean to shame, or that the color of his hair almost seemed to be the same color of the sun, or that the whiskers were almost begging to be touched. They had different reactions. Mai just ignored him, Ty Lee openly ogled him, and Azula had a look of disinterest. Well, what's your name? She asked. It's Naruto Uzumaki. Are you Azula? He asked her, trying to be friendly. That's Princess Azula to you, peasant, she snapped at him. Didn't he know the proper terms of respect? He was a little offended by those words but moved on. Thanks for getting me out of the water. I might have died if it wasn't for you. She turned away to hide a faint blush. The only person who saw it was Iroh. Whatever, she said curtly. Okay then, ignoring the rather rude princess over there. Excuse me? She demanded, whipping her head back to look at him. For a moment, it felt like everything had gone silent. He turned to look at her. You heard me, you were rather rude. Do I have to put in deaf as well? He asked, mockingly sarcastic. You shut your mouth, peasant. How dare he talk to her like that? She was a princess. Make me, you arrogant little. At that point in the conversation, they both were whacked in the head by Iroh. Both of you are being rude, he told them sternly. Now apologize. Sorry, Azula muttered. She didn't really mean it, but she wasn't going to let her uncle know that. Sorry back, the blonde said. He noticed that Ty Lee was ogling him. Is there something on my face? If there was, he was going to be really embarrassed. No, you're just really cute, she chirped. What? He asked, shocked as he began to blush. You heard me, you're really cute, she repeated herself. Not really, no. I'm not that cute, he denied. He was just ordinary. None of the girls back in Konoha had ever paid attention to him. Then again, they had all been paying attention to Sasuke. This boy will have the girls flocking to him if he keeps that attitude, Iroh noted. If they gave him a few years, he would go from cute to handsome, and if he kept that attitude, the girls wouldn't be able to leave him alone. The acrobat paused suddenly. That's strange. You have two auras. I'm sorry? Naruto asked, confused. What do you mean by auras? Zuko decided to help. Ty Lee thinks she can see people's auras and can tell their emotions from the color, he explained. Personally, he was a bit skeptical about the whole idea. I don't think, she objected. I know I can see auras and you have two of them. She pointed at Naruto to emphasize her point. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, he told her. Kyuubi, I don't know how you're going to do it, but stop making her notice you, he told the fox. He didn't know if the Kyuubi did it, but he wasn't focusing on that right now. Just let it go, Ty Lee, Mai told her. You're making him uncomfortable. She could see, and she knew her friend could see it too. The difference was that she knew Ty Lee would try to press the issue. That was why she decided to intervene. The acrobat gave a huff and began to pout. Fine, she grumbled, a little annoyed at the lost chance. Naruto turned to Mai. Thanks for that. You are? He trailed off, waiting for an answer. Mai, she stated simply. After a couple of seconds, it was clear that was all she was going to say to him. So where are you from? Zuko asked, deciding to keep the conversation going. You don't look like you're from the bending countries. Dum-Dum's right, where are you from? Azula asked the blonde. Her words, however, made her brother mad. Don't call me that, Azula! He shouted at her. She just ignored him, focusing on the stranger. That just made him madder. I am from somewhere else, Naruto told them, trying to stop the fight before it began. So why did you come here? She asked with genuine curiosity. Because I wanted to, he told her, deflecting the question. He didn't want to answer that question, and he wasn't going to. Before she could press him, Iroh stepped in. That's enough introductions. How about some tea? He suggested with a small grin. After a little groaning, everyone did take a cup of tea. End flashback. As Zuko watched the crowd, time seemed to slip away. So, it didn't feel long to him when he saw Iroh walking back to him. Did you get everything we need? He immediately asked. It looked like it, with all the bags his uncle was carrying. Yes, but there is a slight problem, Iroh told him. The gate closed a few minutes after we came in. We will have to stay the night. He gritted his teeth. Agni! He swore. That wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to be in and out of Akawan once they had the supplies. He didn't want to stay in a place where they could be easily found. It was too risky. Calm yourself, Zuko. I have taken measures and got us rooms at an inn for the night. Iroh began to walk down the street. Follow me. Zuko took the reins of the ostrich horse and followed as they walked through the street, trying to avoid people's gazes. When does the gate open in the morning? So impatient, nephew, his uncle said with a chuckle. Don't you want to enjoy a bit of the city life? He gestured to the people around them. They were all going somewhere, and the paces they took were varied. But there was a kind of energy among them. It wasn't visible, but it was there. Uncle, please remember that this is a Fire Nation colony, and we're fugitives. They couldn't afford to stay here. If someone recognizes us, Azula will be notified. And your idea of city life would be to find the nearest tea shop and drink every kind of tea the shop has. When Iroh said nothing in his defense, he groaned and put his head in his free hand. How close is it? Iroh looked at him. What do you mean? He asked with an innocent expression that they both knew was faked. How close is the tea shop to the inn? Oh, it's right next to it. Zuko took a deep breath to calm himself down. I am just wondering if they have a different kind of tea from the ones we are used to. Fine, he said. He wasn't going to win this agreement. Just promise me that you won't be so critical about their tea. That way, we can avoid another debacle like the one 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when Zuko had just started on his quest for the Avatar, they had docked at a new Fire Nation colony. After restocking the supplies, the entire crew went to a tea shop to relax. Iroh had taken one sip of the tea and spat it out. He demanded to see the owner, and when said owner appeared, the Dragon of the West proceeded to chew him out about his lack of knowledge on tea. The local military arrived and attempted to arrest Iroh. The crew stopped their attempt, and the end result was a brawl in the tea shop. They had to flee back to the ship when reinforcements showed up. His uncle winced. Are you ever going to forget about that? You almost had us arrested over one bad cup of tea, Zuko said in an accusing tone. If they had been caught, it would have been an embarrassment. Can you imagine the scandal that would have reached my father back home? He would have ordered our execution. And yet, we all managed to get back to the ship safely, Iroh pointed out. It was also one of the few times that you and Lieutenant G worked together. The two of you were the last ones to get on the ship. They had made sure everyone else had gotten on first. He fell silent, remembering the lieutenant and the crew. The last time he had heard of the crew was that they had been conscripted into Zhao's foolhardy siege of the Northern Water Tribe. Do you think they made all it out of the siege? He asked. It's possible, since Naruto showed up and ordered everyone to return to the ships, his uncle admitted. But beyond that I don't know. They arrived at the inn, and once they had put the supplies and ostrich horse away, they quickly went to bed. He knew where he was. He was on Ember Island. He could by the fact that the nearby beach was the one he used to play on as a child. In fact, he saw himself as a little boy ran by and onto the beach. Such a carefree life you once lived, a voice spoke out, echoing around him. He turned around to look for the person who spoke. Even though he didn't see who it was, he knew that voice. Lord Bahamut? He said aloud. He heard a deep chuckle for a response. From calling me a coward to calling me Lord Bahamut, the voice mused. What brought this about? Well, I don't think it's every day one talks to the Dragon King, he explained, feeling a little sheepish about it all. And I apologize about what happened on the mountaintop. Don't worry about it. I won't hold it against you. Zuko watched as his younger self tried to build a sandcastle. Why am I watching this? He asked. He was a little confused. So, you can understand something. Your uncle told you that there is energy everywhere. So? What does an attempt to generate lightning have to do with a childhood memory? There wasn't any connection that he knew of. It just made him even more confused. Every firebender who has been able to generate lightning has always taken energy from the same place. There are other ways to generate lightning. Look over there. Despite not actually seeing a finger pointing in a direction, Zuko knew where to look. He turned to look at the cliff wall and saw, standing against it, was the blue spirit. What's he doing here? He wasn't supposed to be there. He didn't even exist until Zuko had already been hunting for the Avatar for 2 years. He's a clue, just like your younger self is a clue. Find out what they mean and learn what they can teach you, the voice of Bahamut told him. He woke up to the sound of bells ringing throughout the colony. What's going on? He asked Iroh, leaping out of his bed. I don't know. But I know that those are the warning bells, he replied, getting out of his bed as well. Whenever those kinds of bells went off, it usually meant that the colony or city was being attacked. Zuko grabbed his swords and secured them across his back. Come on, we need to know what's going on. His uncle nodded in agreement. The two of them ran out of the inn only to find pandemonium was running wild. People were screaming and fleeing deeper into the city, trying to get away from something. What's going on? Zuko asked a nearby person, grabbing hold of him. It's General Fong's army. They're attacking the colony, he screamed. He broke free and followed the crowd. Soldiers were trying to coordinate the masses with limited success. Get to the shelters. Somebody, a soldier and a firebender, judging by his armor and lack of weapons, ordered the people. Some of them listened to his words and changed course, heading to where the shelters presumably were. Others were caught by the change of flow, and were brought along while the rest just ran away. As they ran, a nearby house collapsed. Earthbenders appeared and began to attack the civilians. Nearby Fire Nation soldiers engaged them, but they weren't well coordinated. They were slowly being pushed back, but the civilians did manage to get away. Zuko didn't waste any time and joined the fight. He drew his swords and saved a nearby firebender, stabbing his attacker in the chest and then beheaded him. As he fought, Iroh grabbed the nearest soldier to him. Who's in charge here? He asked the man urgently. I don't know, sir, the soldier replied. They went after the higher-ranked officers first. We've been given no orders, so we don't know what to do. It was obvious that the man was close to panicking and running away. He was terrified and didn't know what to do. Keep it together, son, he barked out. He looked at the rest of the Fire Nation soldiers. All firebenders, break up the enemy troops, don't let them keep formation. All non-bender troops get in close and push them back, he ordered, old and familiar authority coming back into his voice. Who are you to give orders? A nearby soldier asked. To them, he was just an old man who just started giving orders. My name is Iroh. With those words, the entire street fell silent. Everyone there, except for his nephew, stared at him. As they did, the soldiers of the Fire Nation began to hold hope in their hearts again. It's the Dragon of the West, an earthbender cried out. The Earth Kingdom soldiers didn't feel hope when they heard those words. They felt fear, having heard of the infamous son of Fire Lord Azula. Iroh simply smiled amusingly as the Earth Kingdom soldiers began to falter. Zuko took advantage of the silence. You heard the general, he shouted, using his uncle's old rank. Push them back. The Fire Nation soldiers bellowed in agreement and charged their enemy. The fact that one of their nation's war heroes was there drove them forward. Uncle, we're going to need reinforcements, he said, looking over at the Dragon of the West. Can you go find someone to do that? That is sound thinking, nephew, Iroh complimented him before heading quickly down the open street, away from the battle. You're his nephew? A nearby soldier asked, staring at his face in surprised realization. The attention of everyone there now turned to him. You're. No time for that, soldier, Zuko told him, cutting him off. We've got a job to do. His voice seemed to swell in volume as authority he didn't think was his came forth. He attacked the Earthbenders again, and the soldiers of the Fire Nation joined him. The tactics that Iroh had issued worked for them. The enemy's earthbenders tried to separate the firebenders and non-benders by bending a wall between them. However, because they were being attacked, it wasn't a large wall, only a few scant feet long. It didn't stop the Fire Nation soldiers for long. Some of them went over the wall, some went around, and some followed Zuko's example and burst through the wall via firebending. Eventually, they weren't sure how it took them, but the Fire Nation soldiers pushed them back to the city gate. There Zuko saw that the 4 other streets were fighting as well. Reinforcements for the Earth Kingdom army were coming through the gate, filling the square beyond. They were coming in fast, and their ranks seemed to swell. "Sir!" cried a soldier as he ran up to Zuko. "We've just received news from command. General Iroh has dispatched the Yuan archers to the gate as well as some cavalry. It'll take some time for the cavalry to get here, but the archers are coming in fast from the rooftops." He nodded in acknowledgement, glad to hear that. "Tell the Yuan archers I want them to stay up there. Have them thin out the enemy's numbers in the other streets, so the troops can push through. After that, have them get onto the walls and aim for the reinforcements." "Yes, sir," said the soldier before saluting and running off. The rest of them began to look at him with questioning looks. He realized that they had unconsciously looked to him orders. "What are your orders, sir?" another soldier asked him. "I want you men to assist the other streets. Attack the enemy from behind so they have to deal with attacks from 2 directions," he ordered. Then he pointed at a small group of firebenders. "Except for you lot. You will follow my lead," he told them as the rest of the soldiers split off to attack the other streets. "What are we going to do, sir?" one of the firebenders asked. He sheathed his swords, not caring if they were bloody. Something incredibly stupid. He charged directly at the city gate, bending fire into his palms, and letting it cover his hands. He attacked the incoming reinforcements with full use of his fire bending. After a moment of hesitation, the soldiers followed him, bellowing war cries and bending fire. The gate was narrow, which helped them tremendously. It forced the enemy soldiers to come at them piecemeal, unable to overwhelm them with superior numbers. Even when they fell, they still fought on. And they held out long enough. "Get out of the way, boys!" a nearby soldier yelled. "The rhinos are coming through." They pulled back into the colony and out of the way of the cavalry. They came through and smashed into the enemy troops. Already weary from being blocked by Zuko and the firebenders, they fell back into a retreat. Amidst the chorus of victory cheers coming from the soldiers, Zuko was found by the leader of the Yuan archers. "General Iroh wants you at the command center, sir," he told the exiled prince. Zuko nodded and followed the archer, leaving the gate, the square, and the soldiers behind. "How bad is it?" he asked. He had briefly seen that the other streets which had been blocked off were free and any Earth Kingdom that remained was corpses. But that wasn't the only thing that caught his attention. Many of the surrounding buildings, built with red and green colors that didn't conflict with one another, had been damaged in the attack. Not a lot were completely ruined, but there were some that had completely collapsed. "Casualties were surprisingly light," the archer replied. "But I don't think that what General Fong had in mind. Every officer the rank of colonel, or above, was killed. My guess is he went after them first to spread confusion within our ranks." "Then it's a good thing General Iroh was here," he commented. "If his uncle hadn't been here, it might have been a lot worse." The archer stopped and turned to face him. "I have heard some of the soldiers talk about how the general called you his nephew. Is it true?" He kept silent, so the archer turned back around and continued walking. "I will not push you for answers, but I must warn you. If you are his nephew, then don't expect a warm welcome here." "What do you mean?" Zuko asked. Those words were cryptic and didn't make much sense. But the archer stayed silent, and so they continued walking until they reached at the command center, a building that looked unimportant, but stood in the center of the colony. Iroh stood outside waiting for them. "Here he is, General," the archer said, saluting. "If you'll excuse, I must get back to my men." "Thank you, Lieutenant Baoyu. You may go," Iroh told him. He saluted again and left. As the archer left, Zuko faced his uncle. "That was good timing on your part, uncle," he said, relief coating his words. The rhinos arrived just in time. He hadn't been sure how much longer he and the group of firebenders would have lasted. From some of the reports I've been getting, they probably weren't needed. The enemy was already outside the colony when they arrived," Iroh replied with a pointed look at his nephew. "I did what I had to do. He looked at the building that held the command center. It didn't look like a command center, but perhaps that was the point. How many officers did you have to go through in order for them to believe your identity? Iroh gave a smile. Actually, I only had to talk to one person, and he allowed me to take command immediately, he said with an amused laugh. Who was he? He would have thought the officers would try to override his uncle's orders and imprison him at the earliest opportunity. A familiar face, to be honest, you know him as well. He led Zuko into the building, walking through the corridors of the place. When they reached the map room, Iroh opened the door and Zuko's eyes widened in surprise. Lieutenant G, he blurted out, looking at the man's back. Lieutenant G turned to see who was at the door. Well, at least we know who was leading the soldiers at the gate, he simply stated. You made out of the siege, Zuko said as he walked into the room. He was happy to see the man again, he was just still surprised. Yes, sir, me and the crew. Although it's not lieutenant anymore, it's captain. You've been promoted? He knew it was an obvious and rhetorical question, but he asked it anyway. The new captain nodded. My promotion was given when our ship docked in the harbor, and we reported to the commanding officer. But given the present circumstances, I think it's safe to say that I am currently the highest-ranking officer in the colony of Akawan. He made it sound like it was something horrible. What of the mayor? He didn't know much of the Akawan mayor. But what he did know was that the man had served in the military before retiring to the colony. He was killed as well. He turned to face Iroh. General Iroh, given the circumstances, I think it would be best if you took command. If it was known that the Dragon of the West was in command, he was sure the Earth Kingdom general would hesitate in attacking again. Iroh shook his head. While he could see what the man had been thinking of, he could also see a flaw in the plan. Besides you, Captain G, no one here has served under me and they have all heard of what happened at Ba Sing Se. They'll question my orders because of that. And they did not need that. Then who do you think should lead, sir? He asked. He stood silent as he thought it over. Perhaps it would be best if Zuko leads, the Dragon of the West finally said. What? Said both G and Zuko in surprise. No doubt, stories about the person who effortlessly took command in the streets and retook the city gate with only a handful of soldiers are already spreading. If we say that he has taken command until reinforcements arrive, then the soldiers would be pleased, he explained. But sir, the soldiers have also heard that the Dragon of the West is here and so is his nephew. There is a good chance that it will have the opposite effect if we announce that he has taken command, G argued. It is a chance that we will have to take. Go tell the remaining officers and have them inform the soldiers, Iroh ordered. G saluted and left the room. Uncle, why would my being in command be a problem with the soldiers? Asked Zuko as they heard the captain's footsteps fade away. He never knew any soldier of the Fire Nation to have any problem with him. It is something I learned when I arrived. The entire military force in the colony of Akawan is composed of the 41st Division, his uncle told him grimly. He went still at those words. The 41st Division. It was the division that was the discussion of that fateful meeting, the division that he had spoken in defense for, and it was the division that earned him the scar on his left eye. Most of the officers of the 41st Division had been transferred to other divisions within the Fire Nation military, leaving it with officers that have no political ambition. Consequently, the 41st Division became a dumping ground for Fire Nation officers who fell out of favor with the Fire Lord. Perhaps it's best if we got some rest. It does not look like we will be leaving the colony soon, Iroh suggested. Zuko nodded numbly in agreement. He left and was able to find a room with a bed before falling asleep. He wasn't on Ember Island this time. This time he stood in the center of the Agni Kai chamber in the royal palace. So you're in command of a division now, a voice spoke out. Turning his head, he saw the blue spirit was standing on one end of the chamber floor. Congratulations. His voice sounded like it was both sarcastic and angry at something. Don't listen to him. Another voice cried out. It was coming from the other end of the chamber floor. This time, when he turned his head to see who was talking, he saw himself as a little boy. You should be glad that they put you in charge, they must think you're quite something. Or they're so bloody desperate that they'll put anyone in charge, the blue spirit growled. If that's true, then why isn't Uncle Iroh in charge? His younger self challenged. Uncle said it himself? Men do not want to follow a disgraced leader. He turned his gaze on Zuko. Which is exactly what you are, you coward. No, he's not. You leave him alone. He's going to have to choose sooner or later. I say we force his hand and make him choose now. Zuko decided to open his mouth. What do I have to choose? What are you two talking about? He asked the two of them. What they said made no sense. They both looked at him and opened their mouths, but nothing came from them. As he was awoken by the morning bells, he quickly got out of the bed. As he stretched and finished waking up, the door to the room opened and Bao Yu entered. Sir, General Iroh asks if you would like to join him for tea this morning along with breakfast, the Yen archer told him. He was in civilian clothes and did not have the face paint on. Finished with his stretching, he went over to the wardrobe and began to get dressed, pulling out clothes that were plain, but functional. Did he specify where I should meet him? He asked. For all he knew, Iroh was out in the colony hunting for good tea. There is a room adjacent to the kitchen. He will meet you there. Thank you. He stepped away from the wardrobe, fully clothed. Care to join us? He offered. It would have been rude not to extend the offer. The general has already made the offer. I've accepted, the lieutenant told him. If you would please follow me, they walked out of the room. Lieutenant, may I ask you something? Zuko asked the archer as they walked. What is it you want to know? Why do you wear the ancient symbol for fire? I thought that only the paragons knew of those symbols. It was something that made him curious. Do you know the history of the Yen archers? The lieutenant asked him as they passed a few soldiers on a staircase. No, I'm afraid not, Zuko admitted, avoiding eye contact with the soldiers as they passed. He didn't know what the situation was right now with them, so he tried to be cautious. According to our history, the first Yen archers were trained by the first paragon of the Fire Nation. The paragon was a hunter at first, and was gifted with both the bow and the sword. In the later years of his life, he began to pass on his teachings of the bow to those who wished to learn. They became the first Yen archers. We wear the ancient symbol for fire as well as the face paint to show who it was that taught us in the beginning, Bao Yu explained. The face paint, how does that symbolize the first paragon? Much like you, sir, the first paragon had been burned by fire. But instead of one eye being burned, both eyes were burned. Over the years, the face paint has been formalized, but it still represents where the paragon had been burned. Zuko stayed silent for a second. Does Naruto know of your relationship with the paragons? He finally asked. Bao Yu nodded. When a new paragon is named, we swear our allegiance to them. A Yen archer is loyal to the paragon first, and the Fire Nation second. So if Naruto told you to go attack Ba Sing Se? He left the question hanging. We would be on the boat leaving for the Earth Kingdom within minutes, the archer answered without hesitation. Is that all? Yes. They walked into the room and went over to the table where Iroh was sitting. Uncle, he greeted. Nephew, Iroh greeted in return. And Lieutenant Bao Yu, please sit. They sat down. As soon as they did, servants came in, carrying food and tea. So, Prince Zuko, what are you planning to do this day? He thought it over as he ate. I'm going to the walls and examine the defenses as well as the surrounding land before visiting the barracks, he finally decided. You're not going to take the time to relax? His uncle asked with a look of surprise that everyone knew wasn't real. He frowned. Uncle, you've put me in command of a colony and a military force. I won't have time to relax. Spoken like a true leader of men, the Dragon of the West said with approval. That had been the right thing to say. I recommend you be careful when visiting the barracks, Bao Yu told Zuko. 3 years ago, the 41st Division was about to be deployed to the front lines when a messenger came. He announced that because of the prince's actions, the 41st were regulated to defending the colonies indefinitely. Some of them blame you for that. I see. He finished his tea and his breakfast before getting up. Then I'd better get to work. He stepped away from the table and walked out of the room. Both Iroh and Bao Yu stayed and continued to have breakfast. Does the Fire Lord know of what has happened? Iroh asked, being all business. A messenger hawk was sent after the attack last night, Bao Yu answered. Reinforcements will be here within 6 days. Hopefully, Zuko will be able to defend the colony that long. He prayed to Agni that his nephew would be able to do so. If General Fong is really as good as some of our soldiers say, then 6 days is not something we can afford. I'm more concerned with how the soldiers treat him. If things went badly, things might become bloody. He walked along the wall, taking in the surrounding land. As he looked at everything that surrounded the colony, he tried to think how it would work for him. As that thought crossed his mind, he was reminded of something else that happened on Ember Island. Flashback. Zuko stood in front of the backyard with his Sifu, Piandao. You want me to manipulate the backyard to my advantage? He asked, just to be sure. Piandao just nodded. What's the matter, Zuzu? Azula called out. Can't do it? I guess this means you're not that good at swords either, dum-dum. Zuko turned around and scowled at her. Then he noticed where she was standing. Sifu, what if my advantage was to help someone else on the battlefield? It is the same thing. It is your advantage, Piandao told him. Zuko then motioned Naruto to come over. He whispered something in his ear and they both had mischievous grins on their faces. Zuko moved 2 big rocks in front of a tree. Naruto then ran up to and jumped from said rocks to land on the tree. He jumped to another tree that had a branch hanging over the house. He landed on the house and knocked over the bucket that was up there on purpose. The bucket tipped and spilled its contents onto Azula, completely soaking her. Zuko grinned at a wet and stunned Azula. What was that about not being able to do it? End flashback. That was one of the few times I got Azula, he remembered fondly. He heard the midday bell ring. It had taken him most of the morning to look at the defenses. He headed down the stairs to the colony, and decided that before he looked for a place to eat, he should visit the barracks. As he walked through the streets, generally avoiding people's gazes, he ran into G. Captain, he said in greeting, saluting him. Prince Zuko, G replied, returning the salute. Are you heading somewhere in particular? I was going to the colony barracks. Just by listening to those words, the captain knew it was not going to be an easy visit. If you'll allow me, sir, I'll take you to it, he offered. He was relieved to hear that. He hadn't had any idea where the barracks were, and his plan to get to them had amounted of walking around until he found it. Thank you. Please lead the way. They started to walk down, staying clear of other people. What's my uncle doing? He asked as they walked. He's found some of the old crew and is playing Pai Sho with them, G told him, a little amused at the idea. He shook his head. Will they ever learn? They had been on the same ship with his uncle for 3 years, and every time they played Pai Sho against him, they lost badly. In their defense, the last time I checked they lasted longer, the captain said in reply, defending their motives. Zuko chuckled at that. He found that to be slightly funny. Theirs was a hopeless situation, and yet, they kept coming back for more. But his chuckle faded away as they kept walking through streets of Akawan. Doubts began to fill his mind, making him begin to wonder. They will never accept you, the voice of the blue spirit hissed inside his head, acting on those doubts. You should make an example of them, humiliate them. No, you shouldn't, his younger self warned him. Put yourself on your knees and ask for forgiveness. Apologize for your actions. He would have you choose the path of a coward, the blue spirit told him with a harsh voice. And he would have you be a tyrant. Just what are you two? He asked, wanting to know the answer to that question. I thought it was obvious, young Zuko said. I am the one who stands in the light with hope and determination. And I am the one who stands in the darkness with rage and hatred. You two are different parts of me, he realized. You're 2 parts of the same coin. They didn't respond, which, to Zuko, meant he was right. Then he saw what he was standing in front, Akawan's military barracks. Are you ready, sir? She asked him as they looked at the barracks gate. Let's go, he simply said. They walked through the gate and onto the training ground. As they walked in, the call was given to fall in. Both G and Zuko watched as the troops fell into ranks. Soldiers, G called out, have you already been told about who has taken command? Yeah, it's the person who's responsible for having us kept away from the front lines. A voice angrily called out. So now he's here to lead us? G was about to speak when Zuko stepped forward. If you have something to say, then come and say it to my face, he called out. If he was going to lead, he couldn't show any weakness. The soldiers moved out of the way, so the person who spoke out could come forward. It was a big man who seemed to tower over him. "You're the exiled prince? You're Zuko?" he demanded. "Yes, I am," Zuko admitted. "What's your name, soldier?" "It's Xing. But don't think that because you know my name, it means we're on friendly terms," he growled out. "In fact, I would rather like to see you dead in a ditch somewhere." "Why?" Xing stepped forward and, shocking everyone, buried his fist into the exiled prince's stomach, sending him to the ground. "I hate you for what you did to us," Xing told him, looking down at his prone body. "It is because of you that we have never seen the front lines. It is because of you that we are known as the Cowards Division in the entire Fire Nation army. It is because of you we will never have an emblem on that flag. Our division is constantly getting incompetent and disgraced officers to lead us, thanks to you. Neither will we have a nickname for the division." He pointed to the division's flag, which was just a red flag. For any division in the Fire Nation, to have no emblem or no nickname counted among the highest shames they could have. "Xing, stand down," Ji ordered. If this continued, he couldn't be sure if Zuko would live. Xing gave a snort, turned around, and walked away. He stopped when someone grabbed his arm tightly. He turned back around and was met with a fist in the face. He fell to the ground, dazed and in no small amount of pain. He was grabbed and brought up close to Zuko's scarred face. "So, you consider me to be worthy of your never-ending hatred, is that it?" he asked. His eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. "You hate me for my actions? What if my actions saved this entire division's lives from a pointless massacre? Did you ever think of that?" He let go, letting the soldier fall down again, and turned to face the rest of the 41st. "Listen, all of you. I know that you were denied the chance to go to the front lines. But do you what caused that?" "I do." The soldiers were silent. No one dared to speak. "I was there when they discussed how this division was to be used. They were going to send you to the slaughter. You were to be used as bait when you were all new recruits. The general who came up with this plan said what could be better bait than fresh meat. Now they were shocked. They didn't know that piece of information." Zuko continued, his glare did not change a single bit. "I was the only one who spoke out against the plan. I said that the division loved and defended the Fire Nation. I asked them how they could betray them like that. Do you know what the result of my outburst was?" He pointed to his left eye. This is what my father gave me because I stood up for this division." He went silent, trying to calm his breathing. He then noticed that Xing was trying to get up. He held out a hand. Xing took the offered hand and stood back up. "I have denied you the chance to fight on the front lines and I have denied you the chance to put an emblem on your flag, I will admit to that. But I promise you this. You will have your emblem by the time the reinforcements come." He may have wanted to originally get in and out of the colony as he could. But now, he was in command and he would come through with that promise. Suddenly, the warning bells went off, filling the air with their sound. "We've got incoming Earth Kingdom soldiers. They'll be here within minutes," a sentry cried out from a nearby tower. He looked up at the sentry, and then back at the soldiers. "The enemy is coming right now. Are you willing to stand by me and fight them together?" he asked them. Xing looked at the soldiers and looked back at Zuko. "Sir, if you went to face Agni himself, we would be right behind you," he stated, speaking for all of them. Zuko smiled. "Then why don't we explain to these Earth Kingdom rockheads why they should fear the 41st Division of the Fire Nation?" He turned to the soldiers. "What say you?" he asked in a shout. He got an incredibly positive, very loud chorus of agreement. Frankly, what most of the soldiers said was hell yeah, sir. "Gee, I need you to send relay commands from the command center. Notify my uncle and have him help you," he told the man as the soldiers moved out of the barracks and to the defenses. "Yes, sir," G automatically replied, saluting. "But what will you do?" "I'll be on the wall. It's best to lead by example." He followed the troops, and the captain followed the orders given. "Where are they?" Zuko asked, arriving at the top of the wall. All around him, soldiers were standing and waiting. "They're still incoming, sir," one of them answered, pointing out to the field. The enemy wasn't moving. They just stood there like nothing could touch them. "They're out of arrow and fire range, sir," Xing told him, appearing by his side. The big man now carried a pike in his hands. He gauged the distance and smiled when he figured out how far they were. "There is something that can hit them," Are the trebuchets loaded? There were trebuchets positioned along the walls, often used to break apart enemy siege weapons. Yes, sir, the soldier answered. Tell them to adjust their settings, and when I give the signal, rain fire, he ordered. 30 archers appeared, accompanied by 25 spearmen, as Zuko thought of a plan. After the trebuchets fire, all the archers are to knock arrows. Shing saluted before heading out to give the orders. He returned quickly. They're ready, sir. Zuko raised his hand and the soldiers on the wall fell silent. The Earth Kingdom army began yelling out catcalls and taunts, trying to goad the soldiers in the colony into action. Finally, they fell silent, and that was when Zuko dropped his hand. The trebuchets flung their payload onto the enemy forces, sending boulders that were set ablaze into the sky. They soon realized that to avoid being crushed by a flaming hunk of rock, they had to move forward, which they did with gusto. But Zuko had been planning on that. Archers! He called out. Knock! The archers drew back their bowstrings. Drawl, they aimed their arrows high. Zuko exhaled as the Earth Kingdom soldiers continued to come. Loose! A decent amount of the enemy forces died from the hail of arrows, but they kept coming. The artillery teams began hurling their rock salvos at the walls. They smashed against the walls, but the walls held. The rocks that hit the top of the walls also took some of the troops. Stay calm! Zuko barked at them all. If you run, you're only making yourself an easier target. He watched as the enemy got even closer. Firebenders, take your stances, he ordered. He took his stance as the rest of the firebenders did the same. When the enemy soldiers reached the bottom of the wall, he acted. Row stem! He and the rest of the firebenders bent a wall of fire down on them. The screams that followed did not stop the Earth Kingdom army. If anything, it only spurred them on. Bending the earth smother the flames, the earthbenders that were close to the wall then bent a large column beneath them to push them to the top of the wall. Earthbenders, who were still at the bottom, strengthened the column and bent shorter ones out of the earth, creating something like a stepladder, allowing troops to breach the walls. Firebenders, keep the heat on them, Zuko ordered as he reached for his Dao swords, drawing them out of their sheath. Nonbenders, keep them off the walls. As those words left his mouth, the enemy had reached the top of the wall. Look out! Shin cried out, pushing him out of the way of a sword. He plunged his pike into the offending enemy, killing him instantly. He yanked his pike out and pushed the body off the wall. You okay, sir? He asked as the body fell to the ground below. Zuko's answer was to move past him and decapitated an earthbender who was about to strike him. Does that answer your question? He asked Shin, who only grinned in response. They, along with the rest of the defenders, continued to fight the enemies on the wall, while the firebenders continued to bombard the enemies below. They took lives, but lives were also taken from them as well. The walls were continuously being bombarded by rock salvos. Earthbenders who had a greater accuracy would throw rocks at the troops on the top of the walls. Also, the gate was being hit constantly by a great stone ram. As they fought, the defenders saw the gate break open from the pressure of the ram. The earthbenders who were bending the ram stood aside so that the ostrich horse cavalry could charge through. Sir, how are we going to deal with the ostrich horses? A nearby soldier asked Zuko. The exiled prince's answer was to blow a sharp whistle, piercing the air. As the ostrich horse cavalry poured through the gate, they discovered that they were trapped by a half-ring of tundra tanks. As they reeled back, caught off guard by the tactic, they were slaughtered by a hail of incredibly accurate arrows. When Shing had gone to check on the trebuchets, Zuko had sent a message to his uncle and Captain Ji, telling them to position the Yen archers in the buildings surrounding the gate, and to also move the tundra tanks into a half-ring formation around the gate. He knew that the enemy would send in the cavalry to quickly end the fight. As the last ostrich horse fell, Zuko quickly sheathed his weapons and bent 2 fireballs into the air. It was the signal for their cavalry to charge. The enemy is out of the colony, Zuko yelled out to the wall, drawing his swords again. Now let's send them packing. He leapt onto one of the rock stepladders and ran down it, killing the enemy soldiers along the way. Shing turned to the other soldiers on the wall as they all watched him run down. You can take the stairs and go through the gate if you want. I'm following his example, he told them. He leapt onto another of the stepladders and ran down it as well. The 2 of them reached the ground at the same time and began to fight the enemy soldiers back to back. Some of the soldiers followed their example, but the rest of them poured out of the colony gates and smashed into the enemy forces, the Komodo rhinos that the catapult attachments hammered away at the stepladders until they fell. The tundra tanks were the ones who sent the enemy troops packing. Whether they ran over the troops or burned them, either one worked for the tundra tanks. As they watched the last enemy troops disappear, the soldiers let out a cheer. Zuko looked at Xing. "How many did we lose?" he asked over the cheering. He was panting a little bit, suddenly feeling like he had been drained of energy. "It's nothing we can't recover from, sir," the soldier assured him with a grin. His pike covered in blood and the light seemed to gleam wickedly off it. Then, suddenly, the crowd pressed in on Zuko, the cheering turned into chanting. "Zuko! Zuko! 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 Zuko!" They chanted before hoisting Zuko up onto someone's shoulders. They were chanting his name. It was something he had never heard before. "I think we've all earned ourselves a drink. How about it, boys?" called out Xing, getting a chorus of loud agreement. "Then let's show our new commander how the 41st celebrates." The only thought Zuko had when he was being carried back to the colony was, why does this remind of that one hide-and-go-seek game we played with Naruto? For some reason, with the way the Earth Kingdom army had attacked and retreated, it just did. Flashback. Zuko kept himself hidden in the bush. He didn't know how long it had been since the game had started, and he didn't know if the others had been found or not. He peered out into the forest, and saw Naruto was looking in his general direction. "I know you're there, Zuko. It's just a matter of time," he called out before moving away out of Zuko's sight. "He knows where I am," Zuko thought, panicking. "I have to move." He broke out of the bush, and ran in the opposite direction of the blonde. He wasn't exactly sure of what to do next, his brain was on autopilot. "I see you, Zuko. Here I come," Naruto's voice called to his right. He immediately banked left, and kept running. Every time he heard Naruto's voice, he went in the opposite direction of where the voice was coming from. Sometimes he would go a different direction, but basically kept to the same idea of moving away from the voice. Before he knew it, he was back at the house's backyard. He saw the girls before being tackled by Naruto. "Gotcha!" he crowed. "That's the last one." "You mean no one got back safely?" Zuko asked. He would have thought at least one of them would have succeeded. "Are you kidding?" Naruto asked back, getting off him. "It took me the longest to find you." "Really, how long was it?" "About an hour and a half." "He's not kidding," Ty Lee said, cheerful despite the fact she had been caught. "He found me in 20 minutes. "Found me in 25, Mai said. "What about you, Azula?" Zuko asked his sister. "It's none of your business," she told him harshly. She stepped on a trip wire and found herself tied up by the foot and hanging upside down from tree branch, Naruto told him. "I found her in 5 minutes. Zuko just stared at her and began laughing. "It's not funny," she told him. "Yes, it is," he howled. His sister, the so-called prodigy, had been foiled by a trip wire. Oh, he was going to use this for as long as he could. After finally managing to calm down, he looked back at Naruto. "Wait, a trip wire?" The blonde smirked. "I booby-trapped the forest. I knew that you would all run into there, so I took precautionary measures. I also manipulated you into coming here, Zuko." "What?" "I knew that you would try to run away from my voice, so I used it to make you go in the direction I wanted you to go. Granted, there were a few times you didn't do what I wanted. But you still came here." The four of them, Ty Lee, Mai, Azula, and Zuko, just looked at him. He had planned that far ahead? Was the shared thought between them? "Wait a minute," Zuko said. "I heard your voice every few minutes. There's no possible way you could have stayed close to me the entire time." His smirk grew wider. "You underestimate me, Zuko," he said in reply, neglecting to mention the fact he had used clones. He turned to everyone else. "So, have we figured out the lesson for today?" "There was a lesson?" Ty Lee asked with surprise evident in her voice. "How could there be a lesson from all that?" Azula demanded. If anything, that was an embarrassment. One she hoped to never relive again. "It's a simple one, really," he told them. "You simply have to look underneath the underneath." End flashback. He explained the concept to us after that, Zuko thought. Why does it keep coming back to me? His silent question was stopped when he was handed a drink. Come on, sir, Shing told him. Loosen up a little and drink up, you've earned it. He raised his drink. Men, raise what you have for a toast to our new commander, Prince Zuko, he yelled out. Zuko, chorused the soldiers, raising their own drinks and drinking heartily from them. Zuko smiled and drank what was in front of him. Shing was right, he did to loosen up. He spent half the night celebrating with the troops. Ji joined in at one point, but Iroh was content to drink his tea and beat the pants off any soldier who dared to play pie show against him. All in all, it was a good night. You've been fighting well, a voice he recognized now spoke. But you have yet to figure out the lesson those two can teach you. I've been a little busy trying to defend this colony, Lord Bahamut, he replied as he looked around Ember Island again. While he was in these dreams, he found that he could not move, only look. I don't have a lot of time to figure what my younger self and the Blue Spirit are supposed to show me. It's not what they are supposed to show you, it's more what they don't want you to do. Zuko looked out to the setting sun that shined down on Ember Island. What don't they want me to do? That was a little cryptic and confusing. They've been trying to make you choose, correct? The voice of the Dragon King asked him, despite sounding like he already knew the answer. Yes, I assume they want me to choose between one of them, Zuko replied. You assume correctly. However, there are more than just two choices. He was again awoken by the morning bells. He got out of the bed and began to dress. It had been 4 days since he and his uncle had come to the colony, and for the past 4 days, he had fighting off the Earth Kingdom army led by General had spent many hours in the map room, trying to figure out how the General Fawn would attack them next and how the 41st Division should respond. He had spent quite some time on the ship reading, and now, he was glad his uncle had brought those books about tactics and strategy. When the Earth Kingdom army attacked, he was on the walls or the front lines fighting against them alongside the men. He had gotten along well with the troops as well. After the initial hostility disappeared during that second battle, the 41st was proud to be under Zuko's command. He didn't treat his troops like disposable tools. He ate with them, drank with them, and if two soldiers were fighting each other, he tried to break it up and find what the problem the two had. Ji said that he was acting more like his uncle than his father. He took it as a compliment. He walked out of the building and saw Shing walking past. Morning, sir, the soldier said, saluting him. Once he realized that his hatred for Zuko was misplaced, the two of them got on fine. He was an easy man to get along with, unless you did something earn his ire. In battle, he was deadly with a pike. He was one person Zuko trusted to cover his back while in a fight, which had been proven in the attacks by General Fawn's army. Morning, Shang, he replied, returning the salute. Walk with me, if you please. You okay, sir? Shang asked as they walked through the streets. As they did, people turned to look at the exiled prince and bowed their heads in respect. After holding the colony for this long, they knew who he was, and they were willing to overlook his status to see his deeds. Something's bothering me, he admitted. Something feels off about the last few attacks. They always seem to pull out just as we push them back. During the last attack, they practically ran once we forced them off the wall. It didn't seem like they retreated because they were forced to. More like because they wanted to. So they ran? The soldier shrugged. It just means they know they're outclassed. Zuko shook his head. I don't think so. But before he could continue with that line of though, they came across Iroh. Uncle, how was your night? Not bad. I played pie show against some of the crew again as well as some of the soldiers, he replied. I almost lost at one point. I'm sorry? Zuko stopped in the middle of the street. Did you just say that someone had beaten you at pie show? That was something he just couldn't believe. It was impossible. No, I said I almost lost, Iroh repeated, laughing at the shocked expression on his nephew's face. I managed to win in the end. Well, that's good. Truth to be told, Uncle, the day you say that you lost the pie show game is the same day I find out that I am somehow related to the Avatar, he stated. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, a certain white-haired and bearded man sneezed. Be careful about you say, Zuko, Iroh warned. It may come back to haunt you. You jest, General Iroh, Shing said with a laugh. They continued to walk through Akawan, stopping by the walls to see how the defenses were doing, talking to the soldiers manning the walls, and to check the surrounding area, seeing if it had been changed by the battles. By the time they were done, lunchtime had come around and they found a nearby restaurant. They sat and ordered their meals, which were delivered. As they ate, a group of girls at a nearby table giggled and talked, casting glances over at them. When they were done, one of the girls got up from the table and came over. "Is there something we can help you with?" Iroh asked politely. She ignored him. Instead, she looked at the youngest of the three. "Hey, you're Zuko, right?" she asked. "That's Commander Zuko to you, young lady," Shing told her. She was being quite rude, but he was willing to ignore it and write it off as her being young. She ignored him as well. "So you are him." "What do you want?" Zuko asked her, already getting a bad feeling about this conversation. "Well, me and my friends," she gestured back to the table with the group of girls, who started giggling again. "We were wondering if you wanted to come over and eat with us instead of these old farts." She looked disdainfully at the other two men sitting at the table. "Old?" demanded Shing. "I'm 32, you little brat." He was not old by any means. "So?" she asked in a condescending voice. To her, he was old and thus boring. "Young lady, you should always respect your elders," Iroh told her. He was not put off by her words, but even he admitted that she was being rude. "Shut up, you old geezer," she told him with an irritated voice. She then turned to Zuko and asked in what she thought was a sexy voice, "So, are you going to come and join us now?" He didn't waste any time. "Had you not insulted both Shing and my uncle, I might have considered it. But since you did, I won't. Please leave." "Excuse me?" the girl asked. "Did you tell me that instead of eating at a table with hot girls that want to talk to you, you would rather eat with the way too beefed up soldier and the stupid old man?" He was a guy. That was supposed to happen. A flash of light went across her eyes, causing her to step back in surprise. A fireball sailed right by her and hit the wall, dissipating harmlessly against the stone. Zuko had not even turned to look at her. He had just stuck out his arm and curled his hand into a fist. "Next time you insult my uncle like that, I won't miss." "Leave," he ordered. The girl huffed, walked back to her table, sat down and was immediately engulfed by her friends, who wanted to know what he said. "That was nicely done, sir," Shin complimented. He was about to stand and smack that little twat himself. "Perhaps a little more diplomacy could have been used?" Iroh suggested. Throwing a fireball across her face wasn't really called for. The soldier shook his head. "It wouldn't have helped, General. I know those kinds of girls. You have to be blunt with them if you want to get your point across." "Even if she was being polite, I wouldn't have gone over there," Zuko stated. "Why not?" asked Iroh. All of a sudden, one loud voice cried, "Lord Zuko defended his uncle. He's so cool." Turning around to the direction of the voice, they saw it was a different girl at the table who spoke. What she said had the rest of the girls start squealing. And not just any kind of squealing. They were fangirls squealing. "That's why." Asked Naruto how he dealt with them, Zuko said, suddenly fearful. "Anybody else want to leave?" They couldn't have left the restaurant faster. "I take it that you've dealt with those kinds of girls before, sir?" Shing asked as they walked down the street at a brisk pace. He smiled. "Well, there was that one time on Ember Island." Flashback. Zuko stared at the wall, trying to get in all the details it had. Once he was certain, he turned around and was about to draw the wall when Naruto burst through the door. "Zuko! Hide me!" he said with desperation, clad only in his borrowed swim trunks. "What's going on?" Zuko asked. He had never seen the foreigner so scared before. "Not important. Just hide me," he said again, his voice becoming more urgent. "What did you do?" "I don't know. I just went down to the public beach. Next thing I know, I'm getting swarmed by girls." "Isn't that a good thing?" He didn't really know a lot about that. But he was fairly certain that it was supposed to be a good thing. "Not when they start getting really touchy and screaming that they want my children. I mean, why me? I am not that good looking," he protested. As far as he knew, there wasn't a reason for them to come after him. He's still keeping up with that? Zuko thought. The prince thought that he would have finally stopped acting like that. Wait a minute, if you're here, where are they? His question was answered when they heard the faint but distinctive yelling of Find the blonde-haired one. We must have him. You led them here? Zuko asked. How could he do something like that? I panicked. Just hide me, please, Naruto begged. All right, follow me. I know a place where you can hide. Stay there while Uncle and I deal with this. And so, 5 minutes later, Naruto found himself in the closet. Why are you hiding? There are a lot of girls out there practically begging for what is dangling between your legs. The QB groused. It is how they want to use what's dangling between my legs that I don't agree with, Naruto silently replied. He had been horrified by some of the things they suggested to him. So? The fox asked him. I know I found some of those suggestions to be a little kinky. Now you're telling me that you didn't? Yes. Liar! However, whichever conversation was going to turn out next, they never knew. Azula, who was halfway in changing into her swimsuit, opened the closet door and looked at Naruto. It was then that he realized that Zuko had purposely hid him in her room. He is so going to be pranked, the blonde silently promised. Meanwhile, the two of them just stared at each other. Is it possible that you'll believe me when I say that your brother hid me here in order to avoid a mass horde of girls and that this is in no way, shape, or form me being a pervert? Naruto asked, sounding hopeful. No, she finally answered, clenching her hand into a fist. He sighed. One could always hope. After that, he tore out of the closet and ran out the door. Azula chased after him with fire in her hands, screaming about him being a pervert. Unfortunately, he chose to run out the front door, right past Zuko, Iroh, and the mass horde of girls who were looking for him. He spent the rest of the afternoon running. End flashback. I don't think Naruto has ever forgiven me for that, Zuko said as he finished up the story. He smiled a little at the memory. Shing nearly fell to the ground in laughter. I would have never thought that the paragon of the Fire Nation would have trouble with women, he said as he tried to make sure he stayed upright. All of a sudden, the earth started to shake and rumble. Parts of the street gave way, forming holes in the ground. Out of these holes came the non-benders of General Fang's army. How are they here? Shing demanded, holding his pike ready. Suddenly, as the Earth Kingdom soldiers attacked the colony, Zuko realized what Naruto meant by look underneath the underneath. I'm an idiot. Now I know why the last few attacks have been so weak. Fang was distracting us while earthbenders were tunneling beneath us. He ducked to avoid a swing from an enemy with an axe and bent a fireball into the man's stomach. He looked around and saw that there were other Fire Nation soldiers fighting nearby. Soldiers, rally on me! He bellowed, hoping they would hear him over all the confusion. They did and fought their way to him. Uncle, find Captain G and the lieutenants. Find other soldiers fighting in the streets and take command. Have the firebenders throw fire down the holes and have the non-benders take care of the enemies up top. We'll try to push them back through the gate. See if you can get someone to coordinate the soldiers that are still in the barracks. He hurriedly ordered. Iroh nodded in acknowledgement and ran off to find Ji and the lieutenants. Shing, relay the same to nearby soldiers, he told the big soldier as he approached one of the holes. I'll take care of this. He took his stance, breath, bent a fireball into existence, and threw it down the hole. Once he saw just how far down the hole went, he bent the fire cradled in his hands into a continuous stream and directed it into the hole. He didn't stop when the screams started coming from the hole, he kept the stream of fire going. But once they stopped, he did too. To make sure the hole wouldn't be used again, he sealed the exit with a ring of fire that would make its way down and into the tunnel. Encouraged by what he just did, the soldiers of the 41st followed his example. It was slow work, mostly because they had to seal off the tunnels. But they pushed the enemy back to the colony gate. Because of the surprise created by the tunnels, many Fire Nation soldiers died. But Zuko wasn't going to let his men be demoralized by that. He kept them together and kept pushing them on. As they pushed the enemy back, they met up with other soldiers, being led by the lieutenants. By the time they reached the city gate, the 41st was out in full force. We got them on the run! One of the lieutenants cheered. It did seem like it, the non-benders were falling back through the open gate. Feeling that victory was all but secured, Zuko took the lead. Let's kick these rockheads out of Akawan! He roared, charging through the gate with the 41st hot on his heels. It was when they ran into the fields outside of the colony's walls that he realized that the non-benders weren't being pushed back. They were luring the 41st into a trap. Waiting for them were the earthbenders of General Fong's army, with rocks ready to be used. "Fire!" commanded one of the earthbenders, and they released their barrage. "Fall back!" Zuko ordered before falling to the ground in order to avoid the barrage. The 41st tried to flee back into the colony, but there were those who were not fast enough and were bludgeoned to death by the rock barrage. When the gate was almost closed, the only people who were left outside was Zuko, Xing, and a few other soldiers who didn't make it through the gate in time but managed to avoid the barrage. Zuko began to stand back up when he heard a voice yell, "Sir, look out!" He felt someone shove him out of the way and back to the ground. As he regained his balance, he looked up and saw something that he didn't really want to see. "Shung!" he cried in horror. The soldier was standing before him with a sharpened column of rock piercing his chest. His blood dripped off the column and fell through the air, finally splashing against his commander's face. "Damn, I missed the brat," the earthbender who bent the earth column said. "Well, I'll just have to." Whatever he was going to say, nobody knew. Because that was the exact moment Zuko decapitated him with one swing of his swords. He didn't stop there. He tore into them. He made full use of his swordsmanship, his firebending, and even his rage. They would pay for that. They would pay with their lives. They all tried to resist him, to fight him off. But his rage and anger were too great. He swatted all their attempts aside and kept on killing them. Later, he would remember seeing glimpses of the blue spirit beside him, somehow looking pleased. Eventually, they all ran away from him. He was about to go after them when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He spun around, ready to attack the person who would dare stop him, only for him to find it was Iroh. "Control yourself, Zuko," he commanded with the full authority that he had carried for a long time. "The enemy has retreated. We must tend to the wounded now." He snapped out of it at those words. He raced back through the gate and into the colony. But it was too late. Sheng was dead. His body lay amongst the others who had died in the ambush, for that was what it was. Not a battle, but an ambush. As he looked upon the bodies, he thought he saw his younger self staring at them as well. "Uncle, can you oversee this?" he asked Iroh, standing behind him. His uncle said nothing, he simply nodded. He quickly left, all but running to the command center. When he arrived, he looked for and found the nearest empty room, which luckily had not been taken yet, as he sat down on the bed. What had just happened kept going through his mind, every single detail. It reminded him of the night he and Azula saw what Naruto was like in a fight. Flashback. The night had taken over as Azula and Zuko made their way back to the beach house. "Why did we even go there?" Zuko asked as they walked through a forest, staying on the path. "Someone said that a dragon lived on the other side of the island. I wanted to go see if it was true," Azula reminded him. "What were you planning to do if we found the dragon? Fight it?" he asked with blatant sarcasm, rolling his eyes as well. "Well, of course. Why else would I bring you along?" she asked in return with equal sarcasm. "You actually wanted my company for once? It would be nice if it was true," but he knew it was just wishful thinking. She scoffed at that absurd notion. "I needed someone who would back me up if we actually found the dragon. Ty Lee would exaggerate, Mai would skip details, and I don't trust the foreigner." "Why do you dislike Naruto?" he asked, genuinely curious. The blonde had been nothing but friendly to them ever since he had been found. "He's insufferable, arrogant, smug, and he makes fun of me whenever he can." She listed off the reasons. "Sounds like a match made in the spirit world if you asked me," he muttered to himself. Unfortunately, she heard him. "What did you say, dum-dum?" she demanded, turning to face him. He knew the look on her face. But he was going to stand by what he said. "The way you just describe him, he sounds just like you. So it would be a perfect match." "Well, isn't this sweet?" a nasally voice said, coming from the forest. "The little girl has a crush." "It does not change the fact that she and the boy must be killed," another voice, a deeper one, spoke. "Who's there?" demanded Azula as she looked around. But all she saw was the forest. "Oh, looks like they heard us. We might as well reveal ourselves," the first voice said. They heard bushes rustling and two men appeared in front of them. There was only one word that could describe each man. For the first one, it was weasel. He was small, his eyes were shifty, and his face looked like a weasel. The second man was big, just big. His muscles looked like they had muscles. His nose looked like it had been broken and reset several times, and his face looked like it never had an emotion show since he was born. But despite the differences of the two men, they wore a kind of green cloth, instantly identifying them. "What are Earth Kingdom rabble doing on Ember Island?" Zuko asked aloud. While he spoke, he tried to discreetly pick up 2 rocks. "Isn't it obvious?" The weasel-looking one, who Azula had silently labeled as Weasel, asked back. "By the order of the Earth King, both the prince and the princess of the Fire Nation are to be taken out," the big one, who Zuko had silently labeled Big, stated in a monotone voice. Azula scoffed. "As if you could beat a fire-bending prodigy," she told them. Fire was the superior element, after all, and she knew how to wield it. "Oh, the little girl thinks she's ready to play with the big boys," Mr. Weasel said with a laugh. Quicker than they could see, he drew 2 knives and threw them at the tree Azula and Zuko were standing next to. "She fails to realize that she's still wet behind the ears," he said as the 2 knives seemed to thrum in the trunk of the tree. Zuko suddenly threw the rocks at the would-be assassins. While they were distracted, he pulled out the knives out of the tree. "Come on, Azula, we need to run." He grabbed her arm and ran down the forest path. They ran and ran, too afraid to see if the assassins were chasing them or not. Everything seemed to blur together, even when they came out of the forest. They made to the beach below the house when the assassins caught up. "Now that wasn't very nice, little kitties," Mr. Weasel told them as he and Mr. Big cut them off. "Azula," Zuko whispered, "when you get a chance, run up to the house and get Uncle. I think I can hold them off for that long." "With what?" she hissed. "You only have the 2 knives and your fire-bending is pathetic." "Azula, for once in your life, trust me," he told her with a quiet snarl. She was his little sister and Agni take it, he was going to protect her. They heard rock breaking away from rock. They turned and saw a huge block of rock come out of the cliff side and coming straight at them. They quickly ducked and the thing flew over to where Mr. Big was. He caught it and simply held it with one hand. "Now, are the little kitties done whispering to each other?" Mr. Weasel asked, an evil grin slowly appearing on his face. He produced another knife and threw it at them. Zuko pushed Azula out of the way, allowing the knife to hit him in the shoulder. "Azula, go!" he yelled, pain covering his voice. She did as she was told, taking off at a dead sprint up to the house, shouting out "Uncle, help!" with all she could. As Mr. Big watched her go, he broke the chunk of rock into smaller pieces. He then bent a wall in front of her, making her stop and becoming an easy target. Having no other choice, and in a small state of panic, she ran in the opposite direction of the wall, going back to the beach. Zuko was trying to hold off Mr. Weasel when this happened. When he saw Azula come running back, Mr. Weasel took advantage of the distraction by knocking the knives out of his hands and knocking him down. Mr. Big began to throw the rocks at Azula. She dodged most of them and was about to bend a fireball at him when she got a rock in the stomach. It knocked the wind out of her, thus making her lose the fireball. She fell to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. "This has taken too long," Mr. Big said, standing over her with the remaining rocks. "We should kill them now." When they heard that, both Zuko and Azula tried to get away by crawling. As they did, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in the leg. Looking down, they saw a knife sticking out of their legs. "TSK, TSK, TSK," Mr. Weasel said, waving his finger at them. "Didn't you know it's rude for you to try and leave when you're the guests of honor?" He reached for more knives. "Now, let's get to the killing. If one more knife goes anywhere then, you will lose the ability to throw them," a voice told him, making both him and Mr. Big stop. Azula and Zuko turned to see who had come to help them. "Naruto?" both said in surprise. They had been hoping for their uncle, not him. Well, Mr. Weasel said. "Another little kitty who went and stuck his nose in the wrong place. Are you going to try and help them?" "Not try. I am going to help them." The blonde heard a foot move in the sand and turned to Mr. Big, the one who moved the foot. "You take another step, pal, and you're dead," he threatened the earthbender. Mr. Big ignored him and took another step. It earned him having his throat cut from ear to ear. He dropped the rocks he was bending and began choking on his own blood. Stepping out from behind the dying assassin was another Naruto. I did warn you. You didn't listen, the second Naruto said. He walked back over to the first Naruto as Mr. Big died before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. How is that possible? Zuko asked in stunned wonder. He had never seen anything like that before in his life. Wait, I know about your kind, Mr. Weasel said. His eyes seemed to gleam in the moonlight. My kind? Asked Naruto, raising a questioning eyebrow. Yeah, you're from across the sea, aren't you? I heard that there are people over the sea that are master of stealth, assassination, and weaponry. I even heard that some of those people are masters of the knife. He gave a psychotic grin as he began flipping a knife. I've always wanted to fight one of you guys. I want to see which one of us is the better knife hand. We'll start on 3, okay? 1. He was cut off when Naruto appeared in front of him and shoved a knife into his throat. 3, the blonde whispered in the dying man's ear. He pulled the knife out and Mr. Weasel fell to the ground dead. He walked over to Zuko and Azula and pulled the knives out of their legs, trying to be careful. Can you guys walk? He asked as he pulled the knife out of Zuko's shoulder. They stood up and tried to walk. They could do so, but they needed help. All right, that answers the question. He quickly made 2 clones. He had one clone help Zuko while the other helped Azula. As they made their way up the hill, he walked out into the ocean until his feet were submerged. He looked at his blood-splattered hands and then saw his reflection in the water. It was also covered in blood. It was then Naruto realized that even though he was a shinobi, that was the first time he had killed someone. He fell to his knees and began to wash his hands and face vigorously. Even when they were clean, he continued to wash them. It was like the blood wasn't coming off. End flashback. The door to the room opened and Iroh stepped in. Are you feeling better, nephew? He asked, sounding and looking concerned. I don't know, uncle, Zuko answered honestly. He had known that he was losing soldiers and defending the colony. But it never hit home until he saw Shing lying there, among the dead. It's all right. I have been where you are now many times, his uncle assured him. I have lost friends on the battlefield, some even in front of my eyes. You will never forget them, but you learn how to deal with the pain. Like you did with Lu Ten's death? Iroh fell silent, and that silence seemed to engulf the room. Yes, he finally said. It hurt to say it, but it was an old hurt, one that he was familiar with. His nephew rose from the bed and went over to the nearby window, which had been left open by someone. When he saw the small, but noticeable black clouds on the horizons, an idea began to form in his head. Uncle, are those storm clouds? He asked, wanting to be sure. His uncle joined him at the window. Yes, they are, he answered after looking at the clouds. When he heard those words, a grin appeared on his face. I've got an idea to keep Fang and his men away from Akawan. The storm had arrived just as night had fallen, covering the land in a shower of rain. The rain was able to allow a single boat to cross a river that was near Fang's fortress without anyone seeing them. Once they were across, the Yuan archers climbed out of the boat and quickly made their way to the fortress's walls. To ensure that no one would see them, they wore black clothing, changed the color of their face paint, and had removed their headbands. Are we all ready? Bao Yu asked both his archers as they stood in the rain. They nodded their answer. Remember, we are to only kill the sentries. Once that is done, we wait until Commander Zuko arrives. Understood? He got nods again. All right, archers, use grapple arrows, he ordered, readying his own bow. The archers selected the required arrow, knocked, and fired it up to the top of one of the side walls that led into the fortress. When the ropes went taut, they all hooked up and began to climb. Once they reached the top of the wall, they ran silently towards the fortress. Once inside, they split up and followed the orders they were given. Zuko stood in front of the gate that led into the fortress. All around, the darkness of the night was being gently overridden by the light of the dawn. He knew that the archers were successful. Had they failed, the fortress would have been on alert. Instead, the fortress was completely silent. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. Are we all set? He asked Ji, who stood at his side. On his other side was his uncle. Behind him was the entire 41st. Yes, sir, the captain answered promptly. All right then, send the question, he ordered. Ji took a couple of steps back and bent a small, weak fireball up into the air. Once it got past the gate, it faded away. They waited a few minutes before they received their answer. A single arrow was fired from within the fortress, and it landed right in front of Zuko's feet. Tied around the arrow was a single strip of green cloth. "We're good to go," he declared, taking a few steps forward and settling into a stance. Silence reigned as they waited. When the light of the dawn was quietly overtaken by the light of the rising sun to rise, and when it did, he closed his eyes and began to breathe in and out, calling to the fire within. When he was sure of himself, he took a step forward and with a cry people would later claim to cause the sun to fully appear over the horizon, bent a big fireball at the gate. It sailed through the air and hit the gate with tremendous force, tearing them from their hinges and sent them crashing down to the ground. The 41st rushed past him and into the fortress. By the time any of the enemy soldiers could even try to mount a resistance, it was too late. They had been caught sleeping, for the men on sentry duty had been killed by the Yen archers and could not warn them. Zuko walked almost quietly into the fortress, his uncle and Captain G following behind him. Inside, the 41st stood along the walls, prisoners sitting on the ground behind them. When he looked around and saw the Earth Kingdom general wasn't in sight, he looked up at the tower. "General Fong!" he suddenly roared, his voice filling the air. "I am Zuko, Prince of the Fire Nation and heir to the throne of Agni. I am the commander of the 41st Division of the Fire Nation Army, and I challenge you to single combat, here and now." The entire fortress went silent as everyone waited in silence to hear the general's reply. After a minute of that silence, the general appeared, coming out of the tower. "You are bold boy to challenge me," he said as he stood before Zuko, looking down at him. "I will protect Akawan. It is a colony of the Fire Nation and it is my duty as a prince to defend it against any enemy," Zuko replied, looking him straight in the eye. "You are an exiled prince," Fong reminded him, trying to see if he could get him angry. "You have guts to back up your people, even if it results in your punishment. I like that in a man, but I am afraid that this is the end of the line for you." "It didn't work. I'm still a prince and it's still my duty. And if I kill you, Akawan will be safe from harm." All of the soldiers, even those on opposing sides, were surprised by those words. The prince intended to have the Singe combat be to the death. It was rare when someone fought to the death in single combat. They usually just went until one of the combatants was knocked unconscious. To say that single combat went to the death meant the person was, pardon the pun, dead serious. The general laughed. "So be it," he declared. The two combatants stepped back to a more respectable distance. They didn't bow to one another. They just circled each other slowly instead, moving in their respective stances. After a minute circling, Fong made the first move. He bent a chunk of stone out of the ground and hurled it at Zuko. He rolled forward to avoid the rock and went in low on Fong, drawing his Dao swords as he moved. Each swung his swords, but Fong kept dodging. Despite his size, he was agile. It didn't last long as he managed to nick the general on his shoulder and side. Fong responded by bending the earth beneath his feet to throw him off balance. He reacted quickly by backing off and putting some distance between the two of them. "It's been a while since someone has managed to nick me," Fong stated as the two faced each other again. "Expect a lot more. We are fighting to the death," Zuko reminded him. Indeed. He looked over to a large stack of giant stone rings. Using his earthbending, he lifted ring after ring, up into the air and threw them at his. Zuko responded by bending his fire onto the edges of his swords. He hacked his way through the barrage of rings, steadily moving towards the general. Once he was through, he leapt at Fong, going for an airborne strike. But the general jumped away and bent a decent-sized rock at him. He tried to block it with his swords. But the impact jarred his hands, forcing him to release his grip on his swords. Because he had released them, they fell to the ground, skidding away from him. "Now why don't you try fighting me like an actual bender?" Fong taunted him. "Or are you worthless without your swords?" He gritted his teeth but said nothing. He went into a fire-bending stance and bent a fireball at Fong. The general dodged it and bent a hail of small rocks at him. He rolled to the side and saw that two rock walls were about to smash him together. It would have worked, had he not rolled forward, getting out from between the walls, and bent a low stream of fire at Fong. "Break his roots, Uncle used to tell me," he thought. "I wonder if it's the same for an earthbender." He was willing to find out. Fong saw the fire stream and quickly moved back to avoid it, coming out of the solid stance he was in. Zuko bent another and another at the general, making him continually move backwards. He pressed the advantage that he had. He dimly heard the cheering from the 41st in the background but didn't pay attention to it. He kept pushing Fang back and back until finally, the general seemed to trip. He moved in with an overhead kick with fire attached to finish it off. But it did not end the way he thought it would. As soon as Fang hit the ground, he rolled backwards and bent the earth to jut out a column. The column hit Zuko hard in the stomach, which sent him rolling away on the ground. He tried to stand up, but when he did, Fang appeared and slugged him across the face. It sent him back to the ground. As he tried to stand up again, he heard Fang say something. "Is that all, sniveling little brat?" he asked before punching him in the stomach, making him fall to the ground. "Is that all, pathetic little charcoal sucker?" Fang asked him before kicking him in the stomach. He grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him so that they were face to face. "Is that all the Prince of the Fire Nation has to offer me, huh?" he asked a third time before throwing him to the ground again. Zuko could hear the soldiers calling for him, telling to get up, not to give in or to fight back. He tried to stand up but was kicked by Fang again. The general wasn't even bothering to use earthbending now. He was just kicking him over and over. He could feel the pain blossom in his chest, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't move his body. He lifted his head and saw that time seemed to have stopped, soldiers frozen in motion. Once again, he saw his younger self and he saw the blue spirit standing over him. "The time has come," the blue spirit hissed. "Use your anger and hatred and destroy this man." "No!" young Zuko shouted, trying to get his attention. "Bring forth your hope and your determination to stand up again. You must choose. If you do not, you will die. Choose. 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 Choose." He didn't know what to do. He couldn't choose one over the other, it felt wrong to him. But if he didn't choose, he would die. It was just so confusing. And the pain in his chest seemed to hamper whatever thoughts he tried to think. "Choose." The vision of his younger self told him, his voice becoming more urgent. "Choose." The vision of the blue spirit ordered him, his voice becoming more demanding. "Choose. Choose." Suddenly, with a clarity that seemed to have come out of nowhere, he remembered everything that Iroh, Naruto, and even Bahamut tried to teach him. There is energy all around us. The energy is both yin and yang, positive energy and negative energy. There are other ways to generate lightning. I am the one who stands in the light with hope and determination. And I am the one who stands in the darkness with rage and hatred. You simply have to look underneath the underneath. It's not what they are supposed to show you, it's more what they don't want you to do. There are more than just two choices. All that information went coursing through his head, and when he connected the dots, he understood. Finding the ability to move his arms, he reached out and grabbed both in an iron-like grasp. "Neither of you can tell me what to do," he told them, his voice sounding harsh from the pain coming from his chest. "I am not you. You are me. And I say that this is enough." He pulled them down towards him. As they drew closer, they disappeared. But he knew where they went. All of a sudden, the pain was gone and he could think clearly once more. Then time resumed at pace. Fang stood above his body with a fist ready. "Is that all?" he roared, swinging his fist down at him. But this time, Zuko was ready. Swinging his legs upwards, he knocked the punch away. Flipping himself onto his feet, he now stood across from the earthbending general. Then he did one simple thing, he roared. But it was more than just a roar. It was something that no one had ever seen in the history of bending, something so incredible. When Zuko roared, he didn't just roar. He also breathed lightning. Fang was lifted into the air by the lightning and was flung into a nearby wall, crashing into it hard. When the lightning finally stopped, the general had a fist-sized hole where his heart should have been, and he didn't move. He was dead. Zuko stood there, panting for breath. It was the only sound in the entire fortress. The technique he had just created had drained him quite a bit. It was all he could do to remain standing. The silence lasted for an entire minute before the 41st Division just lost it. They started screaming and cheering in a volume so loud, it scared off the nearby birds. The Earth Kingdom soldiers, disheartened at the sight of their general, cut and ran, fleeing the fortress. As his soldiers celebrated, he felt himself about to fall. "Zuko!" cried Iroh as he stopped his nephew from falling. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, uncle," he tried to assure his uncle. "I'm just a little winded." He tried to walk on his own, but it felt like the strength had left his legs. "Can you help? I want to go see the general's body." He couldn't believe he had done something like that. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Iroh nodded in agreement as he helped Zuko stand and walk. The 41st were already going into the tower, to see if there was any useful information or just plain old treasure. As Zuko walked over to the body with his uncle's help, he felt the strength in his legs return. By the time he reached the body, he felt like he could walk on his own again. The general's body was now slumped against the wall, his head lowered against the body. A single Earth Kingdom soldier, who had run away like the others, guarded it. "Stay back. I will not let you discreet General Fang's body," he told them, holding his spear at the ready. "Relax. I'm not going to do anything to him," Zuko told him. "But why haven't you run like the others?" If his face was anything to go by, he was offended. "He saved my battalion from being used by the Fire Nation as bait. We were all grateful for him to have rescued us. If I ran, I would be disgracing what he did for us." He looked at the soldier, studying his face. "Is there anyone in your battalion named Sensu?" he finally asked. There was something familiar about his face. The soldier stiffened. "That's my name." "How do you know my name?" Zuko laughed. He couldn't believe it. That was why he looked so familiar. "I met your family. They're worried sick about you. Your father was planning on going to the front lines to search for you." "Ah, really?" asked the soldier. "If you want my advice, then go home after this. They deserve to know you're still alive." He and Iroh walked away after giving him that piece of advice. They sat down on a nearby staircase. They were soon joined by Ji and Baoyu. The four of them just watched the soldiers of the 41st race around the fortress, trying to find something worth taking. "By Agni's flaming balls!" shouted someone, like they had seen something they couldn't believe. One of the soldiers came running out of the tower. He looked frantically around and saw Zuko sitting nearby. "Sir, you have to come with me," he said as he gave a hasty salute. "What's the matter, soldier?" Ji asked, rising from where he sat. While he might have not been in Akawan long enough, he knew that the soldiers of the 41st usually didn't get this excited over anything. "We just found something incredible. They're bringing it up out of the tower basement now." He ran back and they had no choice but to follow. They hurried over to the tower. A hole in the tower that was the size of a sky bison had been rapidly created to bring whatever it was they found out. There was now a crowd encircling the hole. Zuko and Iroh made their way to the front of the crowd. "Everyone, back up. We're coming out, and we're going to need a lot of room," a voice from inside the hole called out. The crowd backed up considerably. 4 soldiers came out of the hole. It looked like they were pulling something. What they were pulling became obvious in a moment. It was a long platform on wheels, but it was what was on the platform that had everyone's attention. "That should be impossible," one soldier cried out. "It can't be real," another shouted. Zuko just stared in wonder. "Is that what I think it is?" he asked in a shocked whisper. Iroh simply nodded his head. "Yes, it is." He looked at his uncle. "But I thought you conquered the last living dragon. That story was near legendary in the Fire Nation. It was how Iroh got his title of Dragon of the West." "Apparently, I was mistaken," he said as he looked at what was before him. Sitting on the platform, covered in chains to hold it down, was a dragon. It stared at them all with hostile eyes. "What is a dragon doing underneath an Earth Kingdom fortress?" Ji asked as he joined Zuko and Iroh. As he saw the dragon, he could only stare in wonder. "I'd say that General Fang was trying to tame it so he could use it against the Fire Nation," Baoyu said as he joined the group. Even though he was surprised by what he saw, he didn't let it show on his face. "Then it's a good thing that dragons are stubborn creatures, especially the young ones," Iroh said as he got a little closer to the dragon, who tried to bite when he got too close. "Well, he's a feisty one," he commented with a dry chuckle. "What should we do, Uncle?" Zuko asked. He was a bit lost on what to do. "That is your decision, nephew," Iroh told him. "You are the one who brought us this victory. He is your spoils of war. Everyone stared at him, and then at Zuko. He just stared at the dragon, looking at everything. Its coat was a deep, deep red, almost crimson. Its whiskers and horns, as well as itself, looked like it was still growing. But there was one thing that caught his attention. Around its right eye, the scale color was black, not red. It almost looked like that its eye was burned, like his. He knew what he had to do when he saw that. He walked around the platform, cutting every chain that was attached to the platform with his fire bending. Finally, he had only one chain left. Looking the dragon directly in the eye, he melted the chain, cutting it loose. All the chains fell off the dragon. It was finally free. It gave a roar of excitement, but the roar turned to growling as he faced Zuko. Iroh, with the help of Ji and Baoyu, managed to push the crowd back further, giving Zuko and the dragon more room. The two of them faced each other without moving. "You probably don't understand me," Zuko told the dragon. "But we are both young creatures, we have yet to attain our true level of power. If you wish to fight me, then I will gladly provide. But let that day be when we are older, wiser, and more powerful. Until then," he gestured to the open sky. "Be free." The dragon seemed to get the point. It opened its wings and flew off into the sky. After watching it disappear, Zuko looked back to what was left of the 41st Division. "All right, break's over," he called out. "It's time we went back to Akawan. When the reinforcements get here, we'll let them know about the fortress." The journey back to Akawan was normal as there was a sense of relaxation that had settled into both the soldiers and officer. But somehow, Zuko knew that it wasn't going to be that easy. His suspicions were confirmed when they reached Akawan and saw fresh soldiers manning the walls. They were told to report immediately to the barracks. When they arrived, they saw that there was a new division in the barracks. They were brought to the new commander of the Akawan military force, a Colonel Aang. "Ah, so these are the traitors to the Fire Nation," he began. "Captain G. Why were these men not thrown into jail when their identities were discovered?" "General Iroh and Prince Zuko revealed themselves during an attack by an Earth Kingdom army, sir," G explained. "They offered their services in the fight. We needed every man we could take." "I see." He sniffed condescendingly. "And who was it that led your forces for the past 6 days? Was it you or General Iroh?" "No, sir," the captain answered honestly. "It was Prince Zuko who led the men." "So, you willingly let a traitor lead the men? Why?" This time, Zuko spoke. "Because my actions are why they were kept here, guarding the colonies," he answered. "Oh, so you felt like you had a responsibility to them. Is that it?" Aang asked. "It doesn't matter now. You'll be thrown into prison and there, you'll await your execution." "Sir," protested Ji as nearby soldiers of the 41st took a step to their commander, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. "Prince Zuko and General Iroh have been protecting this colony for the past 6 days. Had it not been for them, the colony would have surely fallen." "But the colony hasn't fallen, has it? These traitors will face execution for their crimes, and we will finish off those rabble you seem to have a hard time getting rid of." He never finished that sentence, mostly because of the arrow that pierced through his top knot. Everyone looked at where that arrow had come from and saw that the Yen archers had their bows out and ready to use. "If you finish that sentence, the next one will go through your brain." Baoyu threatened him. Another arrow knocked. "How dare you?" he spluttered, outraged by the action. "The rabble of which you speak of was led by one of the top Earth Kingdom generals," the archer told him, his voice never changing. "Furthermore, the rabble fled this morning when Prince Zuko fought the enemy general in single combat to the death. Prince Zuko killed him when he used the breath of lightning on the enemy general." "Breath of lightning?" repeated Aang. "That is ridiculous. Such a technique does not exist. And he would have heard of it if it did exist. It was created today by Prince Zuko. When we searched the fortress for valuable information, we had found a living dragon." "Where is it?" the colonel demanded. "It should be brought to the Fire Lord. If he delivered a dragon to the Fire Lord, he would be well rewarded. He could even see a promotion for him." "The dragon belongs to Prince Zuko by right of spoils of war," Baoyu told him. "Prince Zuko freed the creature from its chains. When it wanted to fight, Zuko told it to come back when they were older and in their prime. After that, he let it go free." "You fool! Do you realize what you just did?" Aang yelled at Zuko, angry at the lost chance of a promotion. It earned him the sound of every bow held by a Yuan archer being ready to use and pointing at him. Prince Zuko has spent the last 6 days fighting for the people in this colony, never for his own glory. The lieutenant continued. Combined with the actions of today, I believe Prince Zuko is to be granted a great reward. As head of the Yuan archers and as such, second to Lord Naruto, paragon of the Fire Nation, I give Prince Zuko the title of dragon. You don't have that right, he shouted. Actually, he does, Iroh stated, earning the colonel's attention. Only the Fire Nation paragon can revoke a decision made by the head of the Yuan archers. I have the 41st Division as witnesses to what Prince Zuko had done, Bao Yu declared. From today on, Prince Zuko will be known as the Scarred Dragon. Aang just stared hopelessly at Bao Yu. He couldn't see a way to refuse the head of the Yuan archers. Everything he said was well within his power. He turned to the soldiers of the 41st. Is what he says true? He asked them. Sir. Yes, sir. They replied as one, willing to stand behind the exiled prince. In regard to the 41st Division, continued Bao Yu, they fought bravely and with honor for the past 6 days. As such, I believe it is their right to earn an emblem and a nickname. He gave Aang a pointed look. Why yes, they do, he gave in. If he refused, he could very well have a riot on his hands. And he wasn't sure if he and his soldiers would win. Bao Yu turned to Zuko. My lord, would you give them the honor of an emblem and a nickname? He asked. He nodded and faced the soldiers he had fought alongside with and admitted a little sheepishly. I can honestly say that I had never given the nickname much thought. I was too busy fighting to protect this colony. However, if you all agreed for me to be a dragon, I think it's only fitting I give you a nickname that makes you dragons as well. He took a deep breath. 41st Division of the Fire Nation Army, from this day on, you will be known as the Dragon's Fangs. His voice grew and swelled with authority. Let your emblem be that of a roaring dragon, proudly showing its fangs. The 41st busted out into cheering and celebrating at his words. Aang had just stood still in the middle of the parade ground. He had come with a new division to claim honor and glory for him and the new division, while also throwing the traitors into jail. But all of that was gone now. The celebrating had turned into a full-blown party that had the entire colony going. Everyone everywhere in the colony was celebrating. Food and drink were plenty and there was laughter all around. As night fell and the party continued, Zuko turned to look at Iroh. Maybe now would be the best time to leave, he suggested. He almost didn't want to leave, but they had to. Otherwise, Azula would come for them when she had been told. His uncle looked at all the celebration going on. Yes, we should leave. They grabbed their supplies from the command center and went to get their ostrich horse. When they found the ostrich horse, there was a note on the saddle. We knew that you would try to leave the festivities. Don't worry, we'll tell the 41st why you two disappeared. G and Bao Yu. P.S. Bao Yu sent the fastest massager hawk we have to Lord Naruto, explaining what happened. With any luck, he'll give his response to Fire Lord Ozai the same time he gets the official report. Although hopefully if Lord Naruto does get involved in another battle soon, he should demonstrate to the Fire Nation why he deserves to be legitimately promoted to an officer. They read the note once more and then burned it. They got on the ostrich horse and left the colony of Akawan through the gate. As everyone was partying, no one really paid attention to them. After an hour of riding, with the colony completely out of sight, Zuko spoke. Uncle? Yes, nephew? Replied Iroh. I'm ready to tell you about what happened in the storm. Now, he could find the words that had eluded him. And so 2 dragons, one who came from the west and one who was scarred, continued their journey. It was early evening when Sensa finally got to the house. He had spent the afternoon trying to find out about what happened to his father. It turned that he came back 2 weeks later, having found out that Sensa was rescued by General Fong. Now, he was walked up to the door and knocked on it. It opened up to reveal a woman's face. When she saw who it was, she was shocked to see who stood at her door. He could only think of one thing to say. Hi, Mom, I'm home. Location, Fire Nation. Fire Lord Ozai read the report that came from Akawan. Initially, he was furious that his traitor of a brother and his disgraced son just decided to waltz into one of the colonies. Then he was surprised and pleased at how Zuko acted like a leader during the attacks. Perhaps he had some useful qualities after all. His mood turned sour when he read about how Zuko breathed lightning, freed a young captive dragon, and was in turn given the title of dragon by the head of the Yin archers. He had just finished reading about how the 41st Division was nicknamed the Dragon's Fangs, when a servant came into the throne and bowed low. "What is it?" he asked. "My lord, this message just came in from Lord Naruto. The instructions say that you should read this after you have the report from Akawan," the servant told him, keeping his head bowed. "Give me the message and leave me." The servant did as he was commanded, handing the scroll he carried into the Fire Lord's hands and quickly left. Ozai paid him no attention to the servant. Instead, he opened the scroll. To the royal flaming asshole. "To start off, yes, your daughter is safe. Do you think I let her be anything else? Now I know you've probably already read the report from Akawan. Baoyu sent a hawk to me with a copy of the report. And just so you know, I find the reasons justifiable. He has my backing. Now about Zuko, can't you be proud of him? He was to generate lightning inside of himself, and was able to breathe it. I know for a fact that had Azula come with the idea and was able to successfully do it, you would have thrown a party. And he let the dragon go so that he could fight it when he was more powerful. What does that tell you? Because it tells me that he is going to try his hardest to improve his firebending, just so he could fight a dragon in its prime. For Agni's sake, Ozai, you should try at least to be proud of both of your children. So your son was a late bloomer, it doesn't mean you should automatically think him a failure. Give him some time to improve himself, and he just might actually surprise you. And, in case you didn't notice, he already did. 3 times. Paragon of the Fire Nation. Naruto Uzumaki. P.S. I've already sent my reply about the report back to Baoyu. He knows that I stand by his decisions. So don't try to do anything funny with Baoyu or the Yin archers, Ozai. Remember, they're loyal to me first and to you second. He stared at the scroll, reading it again. Once he was done, he threw it into the nearby fire and watched in satisfaction as it burned. The encampment used by the famous elite unit of the Fire Nation, the Rough Rhinos, was as small as it can get, perhaps because there were only 5 members who comprised of the unit. Since its formation, the Rough Rhinos had emerged to become one of the Fire Nation's mobile cavalry formation, before the Tundra tank was invented. As the Fire Nation relied more on its infantry, both firebender and non-benders alike, the role of the cavalry had been reduced. Yet, for Colonel Monk and his group, they were determined to prove to the Fire Lord that mobile cavalry still has its uses. Speaking of Colonel Monk, the leader of the group had a charisma that could not be rivaled by any other Fire Nation nobleman or military officer. Yet, for the leader of the Rough Rhinos, their opportunity would arrive when a falcon arrived at their camp. One of the other group members, a former Yin archer named Vatcher, had grabbed the parchment that was attached to a falcon's leg and delivered it to Monk. Meanwhile, a heavily bearded man sat in front of his tent, sharpening his own Guan Dao as his comrade. A bare-chested man carrying a BOLO sat beside him. "Did you hear?" the bare-chested man whispered. Akawan was under attack by the Earth Kingdom. Surprisingly, they managed to repel the attack. Kachi turned to his comrade with an amused look. "I wonder who was responsible for the miraculous victory in that colony?" Colonel Monk laughed as he gathered his men around the campfire. He still carried the letter that Vatcher handed to him, as a masked man named Yelu carried what appeared to be components for a new kind of explosive. "The rumors around the mill are true, boys," Monk said as he grinned. "It seems that the exiled prince who defeated me in a fight one time was the one leading the defense of the city." "Wouldn't he be punished for defying his punishment?" "Technically, he and the Dragon of the West are still in exile," Vatcher asked Monk. But the leader of the Rough Rhinos simply grinned. "Well, besides that, I have some news coming out of Kozan." Everyone quieted down, eager to hear this news. "It appears that Governor Shun has requested extra backup and has contacted us to help defend the colony." The Rough Rhinos clamored with excitement as their chance at redeeming themselves after the failed attempt to capture the Avatar had resulted in them being shoved aside by the other Fire Nation officers. Fire Lord Ozai, as it actually turned out, had been displeased when news of the Rough Rhinos' failure. Now that they have been given orders to defend a colony, they could not pass this chance. "There is something else," Monk said. Vatcher raised his eyebrows as Monk looked at him. "The Fire Nation Paragon and Princess Azula are traveling around the Earth Kingdom. They will eventually reach Kozan in a few days." "And why is that relevant?" Vatcher asked back. Monk's smile vanished. You know well that as the Fire Nation Paragon, the brat has command of the Yuan archers, right? And as a former Yuan archer you would love to have a chance at regaining your spot with Colonel Shinu and his gang. Vatcher knew what he was talking about. I failed the then Prince Ozai. Yet I am amused that the Paragon of the Fire Nation is not only the same age as Princess Azula, but that he is the only one who had the guts to disobey his command. Perhaps maybe I should greet this Lord Naruto as everyone talks about. He looked at his bow and patted it. And perhaps you should ask Colonel Shinu as to why Lord Naruto is not an officer in the first place. Maybe this battle should convince the Fire Lord that Lord Naruto should be awarded an officer's rank, just so the other officers wouldn't complain that they have to take orders from him. That's the plan, Vatcher. For now, let's take down the camp and prepare for a long journey. Monk's smile returned, though it transformed into a feral smile. Kozan awaits us. The men of the Rough Rhinos cheered loudly. Chapter 9: Bridge and Old Friends. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Aang started earthbending training. Since then, they'd kept moving so Azula and Naruto wouldn't find them. So far, they had been lucky and had no encounters. Hey, look down there. Sokka pointed downwards, seeing something. Everyone looked down and saw that they were passing over an Earth Kingdom military camp. It looks like someone is trying to flag us down. A soldier was waving his arms, probably to get their attention. What should we do? Katara asked. She looked over to Team Guy. Should we land? She knew that they had to keep moving, but somebody wanted their help. She could never just walk past when someone wanted her help. At the very least, we can see what they want, Aang said, like he was trying to convince them. Personally, the air nomad always wanted to meet new people, even more so if they needed his help. It is your decision to land or not, Aang Guy told him. They were not in command of the group. They were just there to make sure they stayed safe. In that case, please land, Toph said. I'd like to feel Earth beneath my feet again. She was used to flying on Appa, but prolonged flights made her want to start feeling solid Earth again. And at this point in the flight, she was willing to jump off of Appa to feel land. Alright then. Aang had Appa fly down to the ground. They landed just outside the military base, getting the attention of all the soldiers in sight. Almost immediately, a soldier came running out of the gate. You're the Avatar, right? He asked breathlessly, like he had run from the other end of the base. Do you not see the giant sky bison? Sokka asked him. His own style of sarcasm was in full use. But that earned him a small scowl from his sister. Come with me, he told them, ignoring the barbed question. The colonel will want to see you ASAP. He walked back into the base and everyone followed. We haven't seen the Avatar in quite some time, Naruto noted. It had been a couple of weeks since that little incident in Tuzin, and they haven't seen or heard a single sighting of the Air Nomads group. Maybe he wised up and is evading us? Mai suggested. It seemed like the logical reason to her. The kid had to wise up at some point, right? Azula shook her head. Unlike her friend, she didn't believe that. He wouldn't come with the idea himself, he's too naive. One of the others must have come up with the idea. He began to list them. If it was my guess, I'd say it would be Sokka or the group who came after you in the forest? Asked Ty Lee, cutting him off and looking intently at him. When he saw that Mai and Azula had joined her in looking at him, he simply nodded. Naruto, you can trust us. Who are these people? Azula asked him. She wanted to know so she could help him. He looked away so he didn't have to look at their eyes. I knew them once a while back. That's all I'm going to say, he told them, keeping his eyes focused on the wall of the car. Still feeling their eyes on him, he turned and walked away. I'm going to check in with the engineers. As she watched him disappear, she was reminded of the last time that happened. Flashback. The boat was docked in the harbor and everyone disembarked. Zuko noticed that both Iroh and Naruto were heading in a different direction. Uncle, aren't you coming with us? He asked. He thought they were all heading to the royal palace. Iroh shook his head. No, Naruto and I must go somewhere. The blonde got him alone on the ship and asked him something. It might be a bit dodgy, but if he talked to the right people, it shouldn't be a problem. Where? Asked Ty Lee. I've decided to join the Fire Nation army, Naruto said before Iroh could even open his mouth. They just stared at him in disbelief, not believing what he had said. You! Snorted Azula. Why would they take you? I think you of all people would know why they would take me, he fired back. Instantly, she remembered that night on Ember Island and fell silent, seeing his point. But you're our age, Zuko protested. The army won't take you, and besides, why waste your childhood on becoming a soldier so early? They had rules about that stuff. I think they'll be able to make an exception this time, Iroh said. He would help him join. It was the least he could do for the blonde. After all, he saved his niece and nephew. Naruto walked over to where Zuko and Azula stood. For what it's worth, it was fun being with you guys on Ember Island. He gave them a hug, surprising them both. Before they could even protest or, in Azula's case, demanded why he did that, he and Iroh left. Hey, Fox! He called out as they walked away. What do you want, kid? The Kyuubi replied, bored. He had been bored since they had left Ember Island and was about to take it out on his Jinchuriki. There's only so many naps you can take. Do you know anything about the shinobi arts? Do you not know how long I've been around? He asked, completely offended by the blonde's words. No, because the last time I asked how old you were, you got all huffy and acted like an old woman. No, I didn't. But to answer your question, yes, I do know about the shinobi arts. I know a lot about the shinobi arts. Why? I want you to teach me to be a better shinobi. I'm going into a war and I need to be the best. Kami, I need to better than the best. If he wasn't, there was a good chance he would die. And if he went, so did the fox. The Biju thought it over and immediately came to the same conclusion. Alright, then I'll teach you what I know. I just have one thing to mention. What's that? For some reason, he had an immense sense of dread. And even though he couldn't see it, he knew that the damned fox had a very evil grin on his face. Gaki, you are going to feel my own personal brand of hell. End flashback. Hey Azula, what are you thinking about? Ty Lee asked, noticing that her friend was staring into space. She had never seen her do something like that before. She came back to reality when she heard the acrobat's voice. Nothing, she said. Before either of her friends could speak, Naruto came back into the car. We may have a problem, he announced, sounding slightly worried. Greetings, young avatar, the colonel in charge of the base said. I am Colonel Chin. The man was sitting at his desk, which looked like was overflowing with papers. Hello, Aang replied as they walked into the colonel's office, a room that was big enough for a desk and several people able to stand before it. What do you need my help with? Straight to the point, he said, standing up from his desk. Tell me, Avatar, what do you know of the Fire Nation colonies? He walked over to a nearby map hanging on the wall. Not much, the air nomad answered, a little embarrassed. It was funny. Half of the reason he was trying to stop the Fire Lord was because the colonies do not belong in the Earth Kingdom, but he didn't really know about them. The colonel looked briefly irritated, but it passed. There are 3 colonies that are the lifeline of the Fire Nation here in the Earth Kingdom. They are Yudao, Akawan and Kozan. He pointed out the locations of the colonies on the map for them to see. Yudao is the manufacturer and Akawan is the harbor. But Kozan is arguably their most vital one. Why? Katara asked him. Guy was the one who answered her question. It's where most of their resources come from, isn't it? He asked the colonel. Chin nodded. Yes. Kozan sits on top on what seems to be an almost endless amount of metal ore, he told them. They mine the ore and send it to Yudao who, once they're done with it, sends it to Akawan so that it reaches the Fire Nation. For quite some time now, the Earth Kingdom army has been trying to disrupt the trade routes between the 3 colonies, but has had little success. I believe we should go directly to the source. What do you mean? Niji asked him. I intend to go to Kozan and convince the Fire Nation colonists to leave. After which, Kozan will be held by the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation will lose an important colony. I believe with your help, Avatar, we can take over the colony much more smoothly, he explained. Sokka didn't know why, but for some reason, what the colonel said sounded off to him. All right, I'll help, Aang said without hesitation, a big smile on his face. If the colonists left peacefully, he would gladly help. Excuse us, Sokka said to the colonel before looking at his friend. Aang, can we have a moment in private, please? The air nomad nodded. The two of them, as well as the rest of the group, left the colonel's office. As they walked down the hall, the tribesman saw an empty room. He quickly entered it, and everyone else followed. What's up, Sokka? Aang asked him once they were in the room and the door was closed. I think we should move on, he began immediately. Something doesn't feel right about what the colonel said. By the spirits, Sokka, stop being so paranoid, Katara told her brother, her voice full of exasperation. She was beginning to get annoyed whenever he got like this. He usually would be wrong anyways. So why would he bother? There is nothing wrong with the colonel. Yeah, we're just going to help him remove the colonists. That's all, Aang agreed with a smile. It'll be completely peaceful. Come on, we have to tell him that we'll help. He left the room and the others followed, leaving Sokka and Akela alone. This is going to come back and bite us in the rear. I just know it, the tribesman told the wolf, who seemed to nod in agreement. What's the problem? Mai asked, acting like she wasn't concerned. The thing sounded like it was running fine to her. According to what the engineers told me, the wheels and the tracks are getting rusty, and they don't have enough of the oil needed to clean them. And we're also low on supplies, Naruto explained. If we don't find a place to fix all this, we'll be stuck. But apparently, we're an hour away from Kozan. Then that's where we're going, Azula declared. He nodded and went to tell the engineers to head for Kozan. An hour later, the tank train came upon the colony. It was located next to a cliff that dropped into a very deep and awfully long gorge. But what attracted a person's attention if they were to look at Kozan at a distance was the large bridge that had been built across the gorge. It was a beautiful fusion of Fire Nation engineering and Earth Kingdom craftsmanship. You'll have to excuse me, Azula, Naruto said as they walked into the colony, leaving the tank train outside the walls. But I have to check on some things. He looked over to the other girls. Mai, Ty Lee, keep her out of trouble. And with that, he simply vanished. Since they were used to that, they weren't surprised. They just started walking down the street away from the gate. They made their way through the flow of people, staying within sight of one another. As they walked, the buildings gradually changed, becoming better maintained and built, showing that they were getting deeper into the colony. When they found the mayor's house, they went inside and made their presence known to the mayor. It is a great honor to have you in my house, Princess Azula, he told her, bowing. May I ask why you have decided to come to Kozan? We are tracking the Avatar, but we have run short of supplies and need to restock, she told him, sitting in his chair, the perfect picture of a Fire Nation princess. Once that is done, we will leave across the bridge. Once they were on the other side of the gorge, they could move more easily. The mayor winced. I'm afraid that is currently impossible, Your Highness, he told her, sounding embarrassed. The bridge was collapsed a few months ago by enemy earthbenders. It's currently under reconstruction. Then I'll go talk to the builder. She stood up from the chair and walked out of the room with Mai and Ty Lee right behind her. They headed back into the streets. At the brisk pace they walked at, they soon arrived at the bridge. Who is in charge here? The princess demanded, looking at the construction that was going on. Who's asking? A nearby burly worker asked, looking up from what he was doing. The princess of the Fire Nation, she told him. Now where's the builder? The worker turned his head to where a young teenager and an adult were talking. Hey boss! He called out. Somebody wants to talk to you. Both the teenager and the adult turned their head to the worker. To the girl's surprise, it was the teenager who came over, not the adult. Who needs to talk to me? He asked. Who are you? Ty Lee asked in a bewildered voice. My name is Inari. I'm the bridge builder here. He looked at the three girls. What exactly do you need? You're the bridge builder? Azula asked in disbelief. You're a kid. He was shorter than they were. Not by much, but he was still shorter. He looked at her straight in the eye. I'll admit that this is my first solo job, but I'd like to think I'm doing a good job. Now, what do you need? She regained her composure. It would not do for a princess of the Fire Nation to lose it over something like a bridge builder be younger than her. How long will it be until construction of the bridge is done? He looked back at the bridge and gave it some thought. It'll be about 2 days until we're done, he finally told her. That's impossible. You have a day to finish the bridge, she commanded, expecting him to salute and to bark orders to the workers. He didn't. Did you just tell me what to do about my work? He asked, like he didn't hear her right. Yes. He looked her straight in the eye. Look, lady, he said. The bridge will be done when it's done, no sooner or later. So don't start telling me how long I have to finish it. He stood defiantly in front of her. Do you not know who I am? She asked him, completely outraged. I am the princess of the Fire Nation. And you're currently standing on the bridge I'm working on, so that means I'm in charge, he fired back. If you don't have anything to say or do, get off my bridge. Noticing something out of the corner of his eye, he turned to see all the workers looking at their scene. Get back to work, he ordered, which they promptly did. Why, you little. She was about to set his hair on fire as a warning not to disagree with her when the end of a wooden staff appeared in front of her face, blocking her whole vision. Lady, I would appreciate it if you didn't attack the bridge builder, a voice told her. Looking around the end of the staff, she saw a slightly older boy with brown hair, a green jacket, a long blue scarf, and the same headband the people from Omashu and Tuzin wore. Mai and Tai Li would have reacted had they not felt the point of a blade in their backs. It would probably be best if you ladies left, a boy wearing glasses and had a small drip of snot hang from his nose said from behind Tai Li. We really don't want to cause an incident, a girl with 2 large orange pigtails spoke from behind Mai. The tension was thick until Azula surprised them all. Very well, we will leave, she announced before turning back to Inari. I apologize for my rudeness. You are correct, this is your bridge and I have no business interfering with how it's built. She turned around and left with Tai Li and Mai right behind her. Once they were a safe distance from the bridge, Tai Li opened her mouth. Okay, Azula, she began. What was that? There is no way you would have let somebody challenging your authority slide. I let it slide for a reason, she replied. You two saw the headbands. If I had caused a scene, Naruto would have found out, and when he did, he would have us leave and abandon the hunting of the Avatar. Also, there's a chance that group will find him and will want to fight him. So, if we keep quiet about the group while with Naruto and make sure that he doesn't meet the group, we'll be fine. Both Mai and Tai Li just stared at her for a minute, and then looked at each other. Did she just give a valid reason for backing off when someone challenged her authority? Tai Li asked, like it was something they couldn't believe. Yes. Yes, she did, Mai answered. I did not back off. Azula growled. Yes, you did, Tai Li said in a sing-song voice, grinning widely at her friend. Azula snarled. It was stuff like this that reminded her of when Naruto had just become her bodyguard. Flashback. She walked back to her room after her fire-bending lesson. It was a grueling one, so she was tired. She entered her room, ready to take a nap. But a small wooden ball flew out of nowhere and thwacked her on the head. Ow! What in Agni's name? She yelped as another ball hit her on the head. Who's throwing those? She received no answer, only another ball hitting her in the head. She kept looking around. The balls never came from the same direction, but she didn't know where the person who was throwing them was. Finally, another ball flew at her. This time, she dodged it by ducking. However, it didn't really work as another ball came at her and hit on the forehead, making her fall to the floor completely. Lesson number 1. Just because they're coming at you in one way, doesn't mean they won't come at you in another, a voice spoke from somewhere in her room. She looked up to see someone that was both familiar and yet unfamiliar to her. Naruto, you! She growled. What are you doing? She tried to discreetly look for him, but she couldn't see him. Trying to teach you a lesson, he replied. I don't know if it's working or not yet. Why are you here? She demanded, still trying to find him. I'm here because I am your bodyguard, he said, making her remember the week before. How she fought against 12 opponents in an Agni Kai and lost to the one person who wasn't a firebender. If that's so, then where have you been? She asked, keeping low to the floor. Observing you from a distance, he told her. To see if you have changed in any way. What do you mean, change? Let me put it to you this way. Would you still try and kill me if I was using your closet to hide from a rabid horde of girls? It was an innocent-sounding question, but she just knew there was a smirk on his face when he said it. Yes, she answered, standing up and lunging at the spot where she thought Naruto was hiding. Her hands grasped nothing, and had she not stopped herself, she would have hit the wall. Lesson number 2. Just because you can hear someone, doesn't mean they're there. His voice spoke from the other side of the room. He sighed. This might take some time. End flashback. Never thought I would get used to Naruto's lessons, Azula thought to herself as she and the other 2 girls walked through the colony. But she did in the end. And she was glad for it. Hey, Mai spoke up, let's stop somewhere and get something to eat. She had just realized that it was around midday, a fact her stomach was reminding her pointedly. Ooh! Ty Lee exclaimed. That restaurant over there looks good. She pointed to said restaurant. They went into the restaurant, sat down at available seat, and placed their orders, which were quickly delivered. As they ate, they listened to what other people were saying. It was one such conversation that got Azula's attention. Did you hear what happened at Akawan? Prince Zuko himself showed up and led the defenses. A girl at a nearby table said excitedly. I heard that on the first day, he pushed the enemy out of this city by himself, another girl said. From what I heard, when he met with the 41st Division, he got on his knees and begged them to forgive him. They were so moved that they put him in command, third commented. Fighting off a besieging army for days on end and then turning the tables by attacking the enemy forces and winning? Prince Zuko is so cool, one of them squealed. I was told that he found a dragon that was held captive by the enemy. He released it and then set it free, telling it to find him when they were both stronger. The leader of the Yuan archers was so moved by his actions that he immediately gave Prince Zuko the title of dragon. Yeah, I was told the same thing. Prince Zuko was to be known as the Scarred Dragon. It was then all the girls at the table, the ones who just listened as well, chorused, Prince Zuko is so cool. As she listened on, Azula's expression got more and more murderous. We're leaving, she suddenly declared, standing up from their table. She was out of the restaurant before Ty Lee and Mai could even get up from the table. She walked away with an angry pace until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Whipping her head around to demand who touched her, she found it was Naruto. Azula, what's the matter? He asked her, concerned. When she was this mad, it was best to find out why fast. She's upset because she heard people talking positively about Zuko, Mai told him as she and Ty Lee caught up with the two. Meanwhile you're ecstatic about it, aren't you, doom and gloom? She didn't reply, but there was a faint, very faint, smirk on her face. She might not have been ecstatic, but she was pleased. Why are they talking about him like he's a hero? He's a traitor to the Fire Nation. Why does he get the title of dragon? Azula demanded, annoyed and irritated. If anyone should have gotten the title of dragon, it should have been her or her father. Because when he goes to fight the dragon, the only way he'll come back alive is if he defeats the dragon. That's the kind of drive Zuko has, Naruto stated. He might be in exile, but that was exactly the kind of drive the Prince of the Fire Nation had. Azula, why do you dislike listening to what happened at Akawan? Is it because of the fact Zuko might not have been as useless as you thought? That was the truth, but she wasn't willing to admit it. It's not important anymore, she said, brushing it off with a shrug. By the way, Naruto, I want you to stay away from the bridge and the mayor's house. She told him, changing the subject before anyone could argue the fact. He was confused by those words. Why? I think some of the servants at the mayor's house and the workers at the bridge are fangirls of yours. She lied with a straight face. So if they see you, she left it hanging. He quickly got what she was talking about. We might potentially have another great chase on our hands which could possibly level the colony, and or destroy the bridge they're rebuilding? She nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Naruto spotted what appeared to be one of the hawks that were normally used by Fire Nation officers. When it landed close to his arm, Naruto grabbed its message. After reading its contents, he exhaled and turned to Azula and her friends. I'll keep an eye on you three after I am finished with something important. Azula glared at him again. What? I'm not going after the group that is accompanying the Avatar. If anything, Kozan is getting additional help. Additional help? Mai asked curiously. Azula nodded in agreement. What kind of help exactly? The Earthbenders are not going to attack an incomplete bridge at any moment. Let's just say that Kozan is going to receive some unpleasant visitors. Plus, I have a meeting with Governor Shun as well. Azula and her friends nodded in agreement. Let the mayor know that he is also invited to the meeting with the governor as well. Will do, Naruto. As Naruto stepped into a nearby alley and was lost to their sight, Ty Lee leaned in close to Azula's ear. That was a nice lie you came up with, Azula, she whispered. It wasn't exactly a lie. Azula whispered back. Naruto watched them walk down the street against a ledge of a house. Are you going to tell them why you up at night when the messenger hawk arrived? The QB asked him as they disappeared. Or why you were up the next night as well? No, I won't, he told the fox as he moved to keep track of them. It's not their concern. Kit, you need to talk to someone about it. It's not healthy to keep it bottled up like this. I talk to you, don't I? He retorted. Besides, compared to me, Azula's issues are much more imposing. Funny. To me, both of your issues are on par with each other, the fox remarked drily. The dedication of his Jinchuriki would have been touching if it was a different time. But it wasn't, and therefore, his dedication wasn't touching. Enough, what has happened, happened. There's nothing I can do to change it. But what if you could? The QB wondered aloud. What if you could change what had happened? Would you do it? Would you leave Azula to go save him? Why are you asking me these questions, QB? I ask them because we share the same pain. Despite the fact that we didn't really like each other, the Akatsuki took my brother from us. When you say us, do you the Biju or the Jinchuriki? Both, the fox told him solemnly. He stopped talking to the fox and focused on watching Azula. He didn't want to talk about or remember the nightmare that he dreamt. He didn't want to remember how he watched as the Akatsuki had captured and killed Gaara by extracting Shikaka from him. It'll take us about 2 days to reach the bridge that connects the two sides of the gorge, Ching told the Avatar's group as he pointed it out on the map in his office. By the time we arrive, however, we should reach the bridge just as it's finished. Does the colony have a military force? Guy asked. Odds are there were, but he had to be sure. Yes. But most have been put to work repairing the bridge. They will be tired and will be slow to respond. We can capture most of the soldiers on the bridge and force the colony into surrender. What do you mean by capture exactly? Sokka asked. Every time the colonel talked, his sense of unease grew. The colonel wasn't going to do what he said, the tribesmen just knew it. Just exactly that, he said, looking at Sokka. I plan to capture them. Why don't I believe you? His sister shot him a look of annoyance, trying to silently tell him to stop. He had no plan on doing that. Sokka, if you're going to be like that, perhaps it would be best if you left, Aang told him, flashing a quick apologetic grin at the colonel. Sokka simply headed for the door and walked out it. The hallways and corridors were silently as he walked. He soon walked out into the open and saw that Appa and Akela were near. He went over to them, sat himself down against Appa's leg, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. What has you acting so unyouthful, Sokka? Lee asked him as the Konoha shinobi and everyone else arrived. I don't trust that guy, he replied, looking up at them all. He rubs me the wrong way. Sokka, will you let it rest? Katara asked. She was very annoyed with how he was acting. The colonel is not a bad guy. He's loyal to the Earth Kingdom, and his troops love him. Guys, Aang said, trying to make sure things didn't escalate between the siblings. Let's just leave Sokka alone for now. If we give him some time to calm down, maybe he and the colonel will be able to get along. He believed. Really, he did. He just thought that Sokka needed some more time to get used to Ching. The others in the group nodded in agreement and left Sokka alone. Aang was the last one to leave, and he was the only who heard what Sokka said to Akela. I'm not the one making the mistake here. The sun had yet risen, but there was still light enough in the sky for Azula to stand in front of a training dummy in the mayor's backyard. Normally, when she could, she would rise with the sun and practice her fire bending. But this time, she wanted to practice something different. She could still remember the first time she tried it. Or rather, the first time Naruto made her try it. Flashback. What exactly are we doing in the training yards at 3 in the morning? She demanded. Even though it wasn't winter, she still felt cold. She just wanted to go back and sleep a little longer, but Naruto deprived her of that when he had all but dragged her out of the bed. Lesson number 3, the blonde answered cryptically. What in Agni's name is lesson number 3? She was long past beginning to hate his lessons. She hated them with a passionate hatred that would have made her father proud. Just because you're good at one form of combat doesn't mean you shouldn't try another, he told her. Your firebending is good, but you're a little weak when it comes to close combat. At that point, he pulled out 2 sheathed military daggers out of a nearby chest. Therefore, you will learn how to use daggers in close combat to make up for this weakness. She scoffed. What he suggested was completely ridiculous. I don't need to learn how to use these daggers, my firebending is all I need, she told him defiantly. Didn't you say the same thing before I pinned you to a tree? He asked with a straight face, making her remember that one day on Ember Island. Besides, you're not leaving this yard until I'm satisfied. And what's stopping me from leaving? She was sure she could take him in a fight. And if not, she was a good runner. The fact that the cooks will not serve you breakfast until I approve it. I won't stop you from leaving, but you'll just be hungry. Snarling at him for the prospect at the loss of food, she yanked the 2 daggers out of his hands. All right, fine, she muttered. She drew the daggers and held them in her hands, their handles feeling awkward and heavy. You're holding them wrong. Do you want to be a eunuch? She growled. She really didn't need his attitude at that moment, and would follow through with her promise. He snorted in derision and crossed his arms. Please, you couldn't even touch me with those. End flashback. She hated it at first, and she hated him for making her do it. But she eventually got used to it. She wasn't a master at it, but she could hold her own with the daggers. She held the daggers low in front of her and attacked the training dummy. Once she was done, she looked at where she had stabbed, sliced, and nicked the dummy. I'm rusty, she noted. Due to the fact she was chasing the avatar, and her father had been keeping a closer eye on her, she didn't really have time to practice. She practiced the motions again and again until she was satisfied. She put the daggers away and noticed the sun was rising. She closed her eyes and began to breathe. Slowly she breathed in and out as the sun rose slowly on the horizon. Once she felt ready, she began to practice her firebending. She started slowly, then began to get faster and faster until both the fire and she seemed to be 2 parts of an intricate dance. Finally, she finished the practice by again controlling her breathing. Once she was done, she walked back into the mayor's house. As she made her way to her room, she passed an open door and saw something that caught her eye. Standing on a rack against the wall stood a sword. But it was no ordinary sword. She knew a few swords that were as tall as a man, but they didn't have cutouts in them. This sword had 2 of them. One was a full circle near the tip of the blade, and the other was a semicircle near the handle. From the handle by a strap was a mask with a red wavy design on the bottom and a symbol on the top. She walked into the room to examine the 2 things closer. May I ask what exactly you're doing in my room? A voice to her side said. If it hadn't been for her training in firebending and by Naruto, she would have leapt in surprise. She turned around and saw that it was Inari, dressed for the day. I'm sorry, she apologized as she tried to think of an excuse. My brother is a swordsman, so your sword caught my eye. I've never seen anything like it before. Most people on this side of the world haven't either, he told her as he walked up to the sword. She stepped out of the way and watched as he took the mask off the handle and laid it on the bed. Then she watched as he took the sword off the rack and held it. He held it for what seemed like a long time. In the end, he put it back on the rack and then hung the mask from the handle. Even though he wasn't breathing hard, she could see that he was sweating. Is it heavy? She asked. It's taken me 3 years just to hold the thing without dropping it, he answered, wiping the sweat off. Is it a family heirloom? No, he touched the blade gently, like he was remembering a memory. It's more of a memento. Who did it belong to then? There must have been a reason for him to keep it if it wasn't an heirloom. A demon who died to defend my home. She would have asked more questions, but the 3 children from yesterday, as well as a man with dark shades, a green jacket of sorts, and a bandana with the same leaf symbol the kids had on their headbands, appeared at the door. Hey Inari, the blue-scarfed one spoke up, only to trail off when he saw Azula. You're that lady from yesterday? He pointed at her with an accusing finger. My name is Azula, she told him with a little annoyance. Who are you? Huh? He grew confused before realizing what she meant. Oh right, we never told you our names. Well, my name is Konohamaru. This is Udon. He pointed to the other boy who had the glasses. This is Moegi. He pointed to the girl with the orange pigtails. And this is our teacher, Ebisu. He pointed to the adult. Good morning, ma'am, Ebisu said to Azula. I'm sorry, but we must go now. Don't let me stop you. As they left, she went back to her room. She took use of the nearby tub of water to wash and clean herself. She took some time as a bath was one of the few pleasures she let herself indulge in. Once she was done, she got out and changed into fresh clothing. That was when she heard a knock on the door. Who is it? She asked. The door opened and Tai Li and Mai came in. Hey Azula! Chirped Tai Li, who sounded both happy and excited. What are you planning to do today? I figured I'd get breakfast and then do some more practice. I need to work on my dagger techniques. I'm rusty, she told the acrobat. Being rusty was not something she would allow herself to be. You can work on those later, her friend insisted. Don't you realize what we have right now? We have a day off. Mai sighed at her antics. Tai Li, we're not in school anymore. When they had been, she would start getting excited when the teachers said that they could have a day off. A day off is a day off, she replied stubbornly. Besides, I know the perfect thing to do today. What's that? Despite asking that question, the knife wielder already knew the answer. We can go shopping. The room was silent for a few minutes until Azula broke the silence. I'm getting food first, she said before walking out the door. If they were going shopping with Tai Li, it was best to put some food in her belly. Don't forget that we are invited for dinner with Governor Shun. Why? Tai Li asked. Because it is rare for Governor Shun to meet some important people from the homeland. Plus, I'm sure that he will explain to us as to why he requested extra help guarding the bridge. Both Mai and Tai Li grimaced before nodding reluctantly as they moved on. Is everyone on? Aang asked from where he sat on Appa's head, the dawn breaking all around them. The colonel's forces were getting ready to move and they had to as well. Everyone except Sokka and Akela, Guy told him from the saddle. Where are they? It wasn't like them to not be around when it was time to go. He said that he was going to march with the soldiers. He said he was going to practice for when we didn't have Appa, Niji answered. That's ridiculous. When would we not have Appa? Katara asked. The Sky Bison was always there, alongside Aang. I asked him the same question. He told me that it's better to be safe than sorry. He shrugged his shoulders. It's a good reasoning. It was never a bad idea to improve yourself, and the tribesman was doing just that. If he wants to walk, let him. It's his choice. Aang told them. Appa, yip, he told his Sky Bison. Appa was up and in the air as the soldiers marched. Some of them aboard the Sky Bison tried to look over the side to see if they could find Sokka, but they couldn't. He was lost in a sea of faces. By the time Naruto arrived at a wild ravine, as per the written instructions, he looked around but saw no one. Not wanting to be caught off guard, he placed his hand on his jian and paused. A swinging rope with a pair of balls attached to it swung by him. He dodged, only to land close to where a mysterious object landed and moved to the side as said mysterious object suddenly exploded. He spotted a large, bearded man wielding a guan dao charging towards him, forcing him to deflect his attack with his jian. Not long after he dodged the guan dao's strike, a flaming arrow flew towards him. He avoided one, only to have another come flying. He constantly dodged them until fatigue kicked in, allowing an unusual, bearded man to tackle him into the ground. The man with the guan dao aimed his blade into the blonde's throat as he struggled to free himself. Just as when he was about to give up, the bearded man grabbed him and made him stand up again, at the same time giving a large grin. That was an excellent sparring session, Lord Naruto, said Colonel Monk amusingly. Naruto was not amused. It was if you guys didn't try to kill me in the first place. But then again, that always how the rough rhinos trained, always going for the kill. He put his annoyance to the side and focused on what was important. I didn't know that you guys were going to be the extra backup that Governor Shun requested. Kachi nodded. After our failure to capture the Avatar, the Fire Lord saw another use for us. Governor Shun requested for extra reinforcements, and we were called up to help. However, from what Colonel Shiner had said in a message that we received a few days ago, There is an advancing Earth Kingdom army closing in on Kozan. In that case, will Colonel Shinu bring in the Yen archers then? Naruto asked as he sheathed his jin. Yes. Vatcher felt uneasy around Naruto, which the blonde noticed. However distasteful it is for me personally, the other Yen archers recognize your authority as the paragon of the Fire Nation. Naruto sighed. While he knew a bit about Vatcher's past as a former Yen archer, he did not divulge too deep into why he had ended up with the Rough Rhinos. Moreover, the Rough Rhinos were among the elite Fire Nation troops that did not interact directly with Naruto while the Fire Nation was on the march. Which meant that they developed their opinions on him from certain Fire Nation officers who did not like to take orders from a paragon who was technically supposed to be their subordinate. Still, Governor Shun's request was rather important to both Naruto and the Rough Rhinos. So they marched back to Kozan. Azula and her friends spent the day at the stores, browsing, trying things on and just having a good time. Even Mai got into it after a while, once they found the weapons store. Azula smiled. She couldn't really remember the last time she enjoyed herself with her friends. Training didn't really count. In the middle of the afternoon, they managed to find themselves a clothes store. They went into the store and began to look around. Hey Azula, what do you think of this? Ty Lee called out. She was holding a dress in front of her that was a blinding pink. Try finding something that isn't an eyesore, she stated. She couldn't look directly at the thing. She was half afraid that she would go blind. It is a little too pink, isn't it? The acrobat asked. That would be an understatement, Mai told her. She huffed. Fine, but I know what would look good on Azula. She put the pink dress back and reached for another one. What would that be? Azula asked, curious about what her friend might show her. This, she said as she showed the dress. When she saw what it was, she was shocked. Are you crazy? I am not wearing that. It's hardly even decent. She all but shouted at the acrobat. Okay then. Ty Lee walked over to the clerk. We'll take it. No, we are not. She tried to yank the dress out of her hands only to be held back. Oh, relax, Mai told her, holding her in place. It's for your own good. You could use a dress like that. She was fairly certain that the princess didn't even have a dress. Azula could only splutter as the dress was bought. You'll thank us later, Azula, Ty Lee told her as they walked out of the store, the dress safely packaged away. Probably when someone asks you out on a date, or you ask him. Naruto is not my boyfriend, Azula snapped. She was getting tired of them saying stuff like that. Both Mai and Ty Lee smirked. I never said Naruto or anything about a boyfriend, the acrobat said. She stifled a growl at her as she looked around. You know, I kinda wish he was here right now. I want to know what he thought of what we got. It was at that point a piece of paper floated down from the sky. Mai plucked it out of the air and looked at it. Read this, she told Ty Lee. She took the paper. Ty Lee. If I was actually with you three right now, the only way I would actually enter a store of my own violation was if your lives were at stake. Naruto. Well, that's a little rude, she huffed. He makes it sound like we're going to torture him. Another piece of paper floated down from the sky. She grabbed it and looked at it. Asking me of what I think of this shirt, or these pants as you pose with them on, trying to get my honest opinion on some piece of lingerie or swimsuit, calling me a pervert if I accidentally ogle you. Do I need to go on? Naruto. He has you pegged, Mai told Ty Lee. What I want to know is how he's doing that, Azula said. A third piece came floating down, this time in front of her. She grabbed it and read it. Lesson number 4, Azula, lesson number 4. Naruto. Of course, lesson number 4. Sorry about that, Naruto, she called out. A fourth piece of paper came down. Apology accepted. Naruto. Hey Azula, Ty Lee said. What's lesson number 4? As if to answer her question, a fifth piece of paper came down from the sky. Azula caught it and read it to the other two. If you have to show people something, don't tell them how you did it. Naruto. Well, I still wish he'd come out and join us, Ty Lee said with a pout. Do you not remember the last time he walked into a clothes store with us? Mai asked her. The three of them shuddered at the memory. He had picked out a shirt and gone to the back to try it on. But soon afterwards, a horde of his fangirls had showed and besieged his dressing room, trapping him in there. It took us 6 hours to get him out of there, Azula said. They had tried to get through to him, but they had kept getting pushed back. Despite how much she wanted to, the princess couldn't use her fire bending on them. It would have made an even bigger panic. But you have to admit, it was funny, Ty Lee replied with a small giggle. Just thinking about how the blonde had been trapped in that dressing room tempted her to laugh. It always surprises me how tolerant he is with the fangirls, even with the great chase and the countless other times they've gone after him, Mai told them. Despite all that has happened to him when they came for him, he was still polite to them, when they were in small numbers. Azula grew somber. He's not always so tolerant. You guys know what happened at Shirji as well as I do. They nodded gravely. What had happened at Shirji reminded them that Naruto wasn't just a nice if yet mischievous guy. He could be a dangerous person. They were silent for a minute. Let's go. We need to meet with the mayor before going to Governor Shun's mansion for dinner, she finally said. They nodded in agreement. Appa had flown all day, keeping in sight of Colonel Qing's army. When night had fallen and the army had made camp, they landed away from them to make their own camp. Once they had finished, they all sat around the fire, just relaxing and eating dinner. Sokka and Akela are coming back, Toph suddenly announced, getting everyone's attention. Sure enough, Sokka and Akela arrived. Hey guys, he greeted as he sat down, taking a bowl from Katara. So, Sokka, how was marching with the troops? Neji asked him. Tiring, he answered, looking up from his bowl. After a while, you can't feel your feet. But at that point, your brain is on autopilot, so you just keep walking. His feet were coming back to normal, but he was being careful with them. It is still very youthful of you to have marched throughout the entire day, Lee told him with the utmost conviction. Indeed, Guy chimed in. It proves that you are still in the springtime of your youth. If you say so, I just feel tired. His attention went back to the bowl in his hands and began to eat. They all stared at him for a moment, waiting to see if he would say anything else. So did you talk to any of the soldiers? Tenten finally asked him, breaking the silence. He looked up. Why are you asking? I'm just curious. Why else would he forego riding on Appa for the day? Even she could admit that it was slightly better and faster than running all day. Katara saw where the kunoichi was going with this and immediately scowled at her brother. Sokka, did you ask the soldiers about Colonel Qing? She demanded, cutting off Tenten's incoming question. Yeah, I did, her brother said, like nothing was wrong about what he had said or done. But her scowl deepened at his words. What did you ask them? Aang asked, trying to ensure that a fight didn't break out. Just basic ones, what they thought of the colonel, is he a good leader, that kind of stuff. He had asked those questions to a lot of soldiers, which had taken up the entire day. And what did they say? That he was probably the best leader they ever had, he was a good tactician, and he cares about them. There, do you see that the colonel is a good man? He knew that to be true, he saw when they had first met the colonel and talked to him. Sokka shook his head. It seemed like they were too energetic to talk and defend the colonel. He would have thought that there would be a few who disagreed with Qing. But all of his men loved him fiercely. He just knew that there was something wrong. For LA's sake, Sokka, give it a rest. Katara snapped. There is nothing wrong with the colonel. He's a good man who just wants the Fire Nation out of the Earth Kingdom. Why couldn't her brother see that? Did you know that he captured some of the colonists from Kozan? He asked. They were 2 colonists who were hunting with their sons? Yes, Qing told us that when we landed, Aang told him. He said that when we arrived at the colony, he will release them after he convinces the other colonists to leave. The airbender knew that the colonel would keep to his word. Right, after he convinces them to leave, the tribesman muttered. For some reason, whenever Qing used the word convince, he didn't mean what the others thought he meant. Unfortunately, his sister heard his mutter and decided to put her foot down. Sokka, if you keep this up, I will have Appa take you back to the South Pole. That way you can act like a child there, she warned him. When he heard those words, he stood up from where he sat. Act like a child? He repeated, anger evident in his eyes. His bowl fell from his hands and hit the ground, Katara, just once, will you believe me? I don't know how, but the colonel is not what he seems. She wouldn't have of his nonsense. You're being paranoid and you're acting like a child, she told him, the fire making her eyes look seemingly harsher. Grow up. He stiffened at those words, looking like he was about to snarl at her. Then he looked around and saw that no one was on his side. He stifled the snarl that was coming up and walked away, Akela close behind him. What's up with him? Toph asked as she felt the two of them leave the campsite. Katara sighed in exasperation. Honestly, it was a full-time dealing with Sokka when he became paranoid. He gets like when things don't go his way, she told the earthbender. Give him some time, he'll calm down. Sokka stomped through a nearby forest, not caring if he was causing a racket. Akela trotted behind him, staring silent. Stop acting like a child, he asked himself. I haven't been a child since Dad left. Ever since that day, I have tried to protect her and my friends. But does she thank me? No. She just ignores me whenever I have a bad feeling. He punched a tree. Arg, there are some days when I just want to slap my sister. He kept walking until he stopped outside a cave. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of pain in his leg. Looking down, he saw that Akela had bitten him in the leg. They were like that for minutes until Akela let go of his leg. He sighed, the anger inside of him draining away. Sorry about that, Akela. I was just so angry. Akela gave his arm a lick. Looking down at the wolf, he realized something. You've gotten big. Akela gave him a look that was a combination of no, really? What tipped you off? And it took you long enough. The wolf now reached his waist. There wasn't any trace of the starved, Sudanash-covered puppy he had rescued. Sorry, he apologized, realizing what the look meant. You know how things have been lately. He looked around and finally noticed the cave. It looked like an ordinary cave, but he felt like he should know what was in there, like he had to go in and go alone. Akela, I want you to stay outside this cave. I'm going in to see what in there. Akela flattened his ears, let his tail fall, and whined. I know. You don't want me to go in there, but I feel like I must, the tribesman told the wolf, kneeling and scratching him behind the ear. Don't worry, I'll come back. He set off into the cave, leaving Akela behind. As he went further and further in, he realized that it wasn't getting darker as it should have been. In fact, the light stayed the same. Looking around, he saw that torches were placed along the walls. They looked like they were recently put in, and yet, he somehow knew they were not. He also noticed that as he went deeper into the cave, it was looking less and less like a cave tunnel. Finally, he arrived at the end of the tunnel, which now looked like a corridor. In front of him stood a door, a wooden door that seemed to be unlatched. He reached for the door handle, and as soon he touched it, the door swung open. Well, that's not creepy, he said to himself. Not creepy at all. He walked into the room. It was a tomb. The fact that there was a stone coffin in the room tipped him off. This coffin wasn't carved out of the rock and shaped it into a crude form. No, he would say that this was a coffin made of the highest quality of stone and was carved by the greatest stonemasons at the time it was created. It was made with both white and black marble. On top of the coffin lay two swords. The larger sword was the definition of oversized cleaver. It was big enough that the tribesman was quite sure that even if he used both of his hands to pick the sword up, he would have a hard time holding it. The blade's edge curved inward at the top. Along its back was a thin, hollowed-out part. The second sword was smaller and looked more like a knife than a sword, with a guard over the handle, most likely to protect it. At the bottom of the slab covering the coffin, near the tip of the sword, were two inscriptions. One was long and the other was short, but they were both of foreign writing, so he didn't know what they say. Suddenly the door behind him slammed shut, and all but one of the torches in the room went out. The one remaining torch burned so low that it only barely illuminated the room. Sokka reached for his boomerang on reflex but stopped when he heard a rattling of coils. It's been a long time since someone has entered this tomb willingly and walked into my claws, a voice whispered from the darkness in the room. Who is there? Sokka called out as he slowly brought his hand away from the boomerang. He could hear something moving, but he couldn't see what it was. It seems that the Avatar didn't tell you about what happened to him at the North Pole. The voice sounded very amused. He stopped looking and froze. In truth, Aang did tell them what had happened at the North Pole during the siege. And he also told them how to survive if they ever encountered the spirit he did. And now that spirit was in the tomb the face stealer, he announced to the room in an emotionless voice and with a neutral expression. The rustling of coils quickened, and he was suddenly staring at an arrogant male face from the Northern Water Tribe. He knew that face was from the Northern Water Tribe because he had, unfortunately, known the original owner of that face. "Huh," he said neutrally. "So that's what happened to Han." "Oh? You know this face?" Han's lips moved, but it wasn't his voice that was speaking. It was the spirit's voice, Ko's voice. "Met him a while back, he was an ass," he said with a shrug, acting nonchalant. Ko chuckled sinisterly. "Indeed, he was, and arrogant as well. He came into my territory and tried to challenge me." The face changed into a blue demon face, the lips surrounding blinking, and the face changed. One look at this and he screamed in fright. The sounds were so satisfying. He looked at Sokka, who hadn't said a word in response. "You will not avenge your friend?" "I never said that he was my friend. I said he was an ass." He looked at the coffin as Ko coiled around his body. "So, whose tomb did I walk into?" The spirit switched his face to one that was painted white and had gray eye markings with red lips. He uncoiled his body and scuttled over the ceiling to look at the coffin from above. "The tomb of an interesting man," he finally said. Sokka couldn't be sure, but he could have sworn there was a tiny amount of sadness in Ko's voice. How was he interesting to a spirit? The tribesman asked with genuine curiosity. That was something he didn't know could happen. Granted, his experience with spirits was rather limited. The face stealer, having heard the curiosity in his voice, turned around and rushed towards him, wearing the face of a blue-nosed baboon. But Sokka still wore the emotionless face. Ko changed his face to that of an old man and began to chuckle. "Very impressive, boy, but how long can you last?" He crawled back to look at the coffin. "This man lived a long time ago, yet lived for a long time. He came to me once and demanded that I show him the way into the physical world. I refused and he drew his blade. I found out two things that day: his blade could hurt spirits, and that I could not take his face." "So did you kill him?" The face changed again, this time into a brutal-looking man. "On the contrary, I showed him how to enter the physical world." The face turned back into the white mask. "And for many years afterwards he would come visit either when he wanted a fight or to talk. It seemed that he could walk either world with ease." "Why would he talk to you? Why would anyone want to meet the face stealer more than once?" "He certainly didn't want to. Once was enough. I had asked him that myself once. He told me that it's better to trust an enemy that you know than an ally you don't. When it came time for his death, he called me here to the physical world and asked me to watch over his tomb from that day on. He trusted me to keep away and terrify those who would try to discredit his tomb." As Ko, his voice sounded sad. It almost sounded like he missed the person who was entombed. "And do you know what that makes you?" he asked as he turned to face Sokka, once again wearing Han's face. "That would make you a desecrator. Your face will soon belong to me." "But I didn't desecrate anything," the tribesman objected. "And you can't take a face that doesn't show emotion." The face changed again, this time into an owl. "I have ways of making you express emotion, boy. I will enjoy making you scream." The spirit coiled up to launch himself at Sokka. "If you're going to kill me, may I ask a question?" he asked, catching the face stealer off guard. "What would that be?" He pointed to the inscriptions on the coffin. "Do you know what those words mean?" He wanted to know what they said. "Yes, I do. But you don't need to worry about them now." The spirit lunged at the Water Tribe Paragon when all the torches suddenly flared back to life, making Sokka cover his eyes and Ko to coil back with a hiss. Ko, a different voice, one Sokka knew well, spoke. "Did you forget what I told you the last time you tried to take one of my Paragon's faces?" He opened his eyes and saw Sifu standing, or rather, floating, over a cowering Ko. "Sifu!" squeaked Ko, wearing the face of a child. It was probably to make Sifu think he wasn't dangerous. "We were just talking. That's all, I swear." "Ko, if you're not gone in the next 5 seconds," Ko heard the warning in Sifu's voice. He hurled himself at the darkest corner in the room. Sokka didn't hear the sound of anything hitting the wall, so Ko must have fled back to the spirit world. "There are days when I wonder why I let him exist," Sifu said, annoyed. He looked at the coffin. "So you found him. Who is he? Do you know him?" Sokka asked him. It seemed like everyone knew the man in the coffin, everyone except him that. Not at first. You know I was the last teacher of the first paragons? The tribesman nodded. Well, he taught them before I did. When I first met them, they were carrying swords that felt like they came from the spirit world. Once they learned everything that I could teach them, I asked them where the swords had come from. They told me that they learned from a lost swordsman. I spent quite some time looking for that swordsman after that. He was difficult to track down. Ko said that he could move through either world easily, he commented. Which is probably why it was taking me so long to find him, he admitted. By the time I found him, the first paragons had already trained their successors and retired. And I found that he could do travel between the two worlds because he was essentially half dead. Sokka was confused by that. How can he be half dead? There was either alive or dead. There was no middle ground. Don't know, I thought it was better not to push it. I asked him what kind of sword the first paragons carried. He told me that they weren't just swords, they were zanpakutos. Zanpakuto? Repeated the tribesman, trying the word out. It sounded foreign, but also like there was more to it than just the word. Yes. He said that a person creates a zanpakuto from their own soul. Where he came from, it was a weapon used by the dead. Then how could the first paragons create their own zanpakuto if they were alive? That was a contradiction if he ever heard one. I asked him the same thing. He said that a zanpakuto can be created from a living person's soul, but they would have to anchor it. The creator would have to use their own blood to help create it. But they had to be careful. Too little, and the zanpakuto wouldn't be created. Too much, and the person would die. It was a risky process, and the swordsman only did it with 5 people, 4 of which were the first paragons. Who was the 5th? He doubted he would know the 5th person. He barely knew who the first paragons were. Someone he taught long before the first paragons came to him. The spirit chuckled as he remembered the man. He was an interesting man. He was stubborn, short-tempered, strong-willed, and always scowling. And yet to those who were his friends, he would have protected them to the end. He could have made a life for himself here. You mean he didn't? Sokka asked him. It sure sounded like the swordsman had made a life here, if everything he had heard was anything to go by. He was not of this world and kept trying to find a way back to his own. When I found out that he was truly dying, he told me that with his death he could probably go back to where he belonged. Did he? I haven't seen him in the spirit world, and it's been a long time since he died, he said. It almost looked like he shrugged his shoulders. Sokka walked towards the coffin and looked at the inscriptions. Do you know what these means? He asked the spirit as it floated behind him. Sifu shook his head. He never tried to teach his language and writing to anyone. He reached out and touched the first inscription, feeling the carved figures beneath his fingers. When they brushed up against the larger blade, he felt a brief pain in his head and drew back his hand. After the pain had passed, he looked at the inscriptions again. This time, for unknown reasons, he could read them. The first one said, Here sleeps a man who fought against the one who wanted to sit on Kami's throne, who fought against those who wished to use his powers for themselves and who fought against the ones who wished vengeance on those he cherished. Here sleeps a man who protected his friends' lives at the cost of his own, who went up against almost unbeatable odds to save a friend twice and succeeded, and risked his own life so that the ones he guarded could live in peace. Here sleeps the one who protects. Sokka took his eyes off the first inscription and looked at the second inscription. Abandon your fear. Don't give an inch. Advance and never stop. If you retreat, you will age. Be afraid and you'll die. He looked away from the inscriptions and saw that he was alone in the tomb. Sifu had disappeared. Perhaps it's best if I leave now. He walked towards the door and then stopped. He turned back to face the tomb and gave the warrior salute his father taught him to the coffin. He walked through the door and closed it behind him. He walked out of the cave and back into the forest, where Akela waited for him. The wolf rose from where he laid and walked over to Sokka and woofed once. The tribesman interpreted it as you took your sweet time. Akela, you wouldn't have believed what I told about what happened in that cave, he told the wolf. Let's get back to the others. I can almost guarantee that they'll be asleep. Akela gave him a look that seemed to say, What do you mean, almost? He just smiled and walked back into the forest. The wolf followed him. When Azula and her friends had arrived with the mayor at the governor's mansion, they were surprised at how simplistic it looked. While Mai's family lived in a confiscated mansion back in Omashu, theirs were more elaborate, to signify their heritage. Governor Shun's mansion, on the other hand, did not match the same elaborate decorations as any other home owned by any Fire Nation noble family. Rather, it looked dreary, almost foreboding. Upon arriving at the dining table, the governor saluted Azula, prompting her and her group to do the same. A few minutes later, Naruto appeared by himself, without the guards who brought him back here. Azula could not help but feel intimidated by Governor Shun's presence. To her, it felt like she was staring at a long-lost relative of her father, with his cold stare and emotionless facial expression. At the same time, Governor Shun was also unusual in that he kept no beard or goatee. The most important feature that Azula noticed in the governor was his choice of a weapon. Instead of the usual Jien, Governor Shun preferred the Liudeo as his weapon of choice. "Good evening, Princess Azula. I assumed that you and your group had arrived safely in Kozan yesterday," Governor Shun spoke first. When Azula simply nodded, the governor did the same. "Sorry for the incomplete state of the bridge. Recently, the Earthbenders have tried to destroy it, but our troops barely managed to hold them off. When I received word from Colonel Monk about the advancing Earth Kingdom army, I understood why they did not come right away. Lord Naruto thought of an idea as to how to cripple their fighting ability." Azula did not scowl, to anyone's surprise. She kept a calm posture throughout the conversation as the servants began to deliver their meals to them. "Hearing about Lord Naruto's exploits on the battlefield, I can understand why your father, the Fire Lord, chose him to be your bodyguard. However, most of the officers complain about him a lot." Governor Shun looked at Naruto. "Like why you aren't promoted to an officer's rank in the first place?" Naruto sighed. "I'm already a bodyguard to Azula, and a paragon to boot." "It doesn't matter. A paragon is technically an officer in all but name, but I would prefer to see you command troops as an actual officer. You've made too many enemies within our nation," Governor Shun reprimanded him. "My father has made it clear that unless Lord Naruto here," Azula turns to Naruto, who winced, starts obeying his commands and gives him the respect he deserves, he will not be granted an officer's rank. Having someone who does not have a rank act as my bodyguard could be beneficial to my father, as he can simply reassign him elsewhere, without fear of repercussions." Naruto glared back at Azula. "As I said in Omashu, the day I start to respect your father is when he starts to actually get off his butt and fight on the battlefield." Before Azula could protest, Naruto held up his hand. "Even former General Iroh himself, Prince Zuko, and yourself are out fighting the war, and hunting the Avatar at the same time. I'm starting to understand why you have a low opinion on your own liege lord, Lord Naruto." Governor Shun passed him a kettle full of tea, which he poured into their cups. "All the same, at the very least, for the princess's sake, try to show some respect to her father, and your liege lord." Naruto sighed in resignation. "Fine, I will. He said here just to keep the peace." "That's better. In any case, how goes the bridge?" Governor Shun turned to the visitor who arrived at the dining table. Inari bent the knee to the governor, as a sign of respect. "The bridge is complete, my lord," Inari told Governor Shun. "I simply did my job, nothing more and nothing less." Governor Shun nodded in approval. He gave Naruto a silent gesture for him to leave. As the blonde left, Azula got up and followed, but not before excusing herself to meet him in a small room. "You don't look happy at all," Azula commented dryly. "As if you've realized that to become an officer, you just have to give my father some respect." "Azula, I only did that just so I wouldn't have the likes of that idiot Lieutenant Bakken Udao get upset at me. Besides, there is a reason why Colonel Monk isn't here right now." He looked at the assortment of weapons inside the room. To his astonishment, there was a small crossbow that hung over the wall, while another bow, this time like the ones used by the Yen archers, also hung at a different area of the wall. Just as Naruto and Azula were about to leave the small room, Governor Shun entered. "Governor Shun, I did not know you were a connoisseur for such exotic weapons," he said respectfully. "These weapons were like the ones taken from the Earth Kingdom soldiers," the governor replied. "However, the repeating crossbows like the ones I've kept from my collection have been kept by various former Earth Kingdom soldiers who defected to the Fire Nation." He walked over and touched the weapon briefly. "They mainly use them to help keep the peace between the colonies and help us gather intel." He pulled his hand back and faced Naruto. "So, I take it that you have a plan to defeat the incoming Earth Kingdom army?" "I do, but right now, I can only share this with you and Princess Azula." Azula nodded and allowed Naruto to continue. Colonel Monk has mentioned that Colonel Shinu will also take part in the upcoming battle with the Yen archers, and I have full confidence in his ability to lead them. It will still not be enough. There are approximately 9,000 Earth Kingdom soldiers bearing down on us, and we only have a third of its strength, Governor Shun insisted. The governor is right, Naruto. How can you pull this off? Azula asked. Well, this is where my plan comes in. And with that, Naruto began to explain the details of the plan. So, how did a boy like yourself become a bridge builder? Mai asked Inari. They continued to eat their dinner, while Ty Lee moved beside him. You're a bit younger than us, to be honest. Yeah, what gives? Ty Lee interjected. Inari chuckled. Well, I've always been an apprentice carpenter. The truth is, my grandfather and I built our first bridge back in our world. Back then, I whined and cried about the injustice of this world, until someone told me that you need to summon enough courage to change it, instead of waiting for someone to save you. Wow, that is quite an epic tale. Ty Lee smiled at Inari, although he got annoyed when she started to squeeze his cheeks. Hey! Cut it out! Mai glanced over. Yeah, listen to the little bridge builder here, Ty Lee, and let him go. Ty Lee pouted as she reluctantly stopped. Anyways, who told you to stop with the waterworks and just start changing for the better? Inari grimaced and pointed at Naruto, coming back to the tap ale with Azula and Governor Shun. Naruto? Hold on a sec, how did you know him in the first place? What's going on? Naruto asked before turning to Inari and gave a warm smile. Hey! I didn't expect to see you here, Inari. Likewise, Naruto. Just why didn't you tell me that you were banished from Konoha in the first place? We would have welcomed you back in the land of waves. Inari shouted at Naruto. Governor Shun was surprised. You know Lord Naruto? Yes, I knew him. Inari glared at Naruto. And he did not tell me what the hell is he doing here in the first place. Enough. Enough of this excitement for today. Azula told Inari sternly. I will ask Naruto another time about his connection to the people who are accompanying the Avatar, especially ones with the same headband as the ones we saw today. She froze, realizing her bodyguard was still in the room. Is it the ones from Tuzin? Or the one from Amashu? Naruto growled. But Governor Shun simply placed his hand on the blonde's back. Let us focus on defending this colony, and then worry about your hidden past after that. Governor Shun led them back to the dining table and resumed eating. Inari, isn't it? Inari turned to the governor. Yes, my lord. You've done Kozan a great service. We shall open the bridge tomorrow if you will allow it, Governor Shun suggested. He also turned to Azula and smiled. I would suggest that you and your group, plus Lord Naruto, spend the night here. Tomorrow, we will test the new bridge for its endurance. And this is not a suggestion. Of course, Governor Shun. I still have a lot to talk about with you regarding strategies, Naruto agreed. The next morning, Azula and her group stood in front of the tank train, with Inari accompanying them. A few hours before sunrise, Governor Shun gave Naruto a secret order to leave the town, intending for him to join with either Colonel Monk's rough rhinos or Colonel Shine's Yen archers. Azula noticed his absence at the dining table during breakfast, indicating that a part of his plan had kicked off. Actually, there is one thing I would ask of both you and Master Inari, Azula said to them, while supervising the loading of the tank train. What is it, Your Highness? Governor Shun asked her. Since the bridge is done, we should leave right now. While she had enjoyed her brief vacation in Kozan, she had wasted enough time. She needed to get back on the trail. Inari looked at Azula. Are you taking that tank train with you? She nodded. All right then, it'll give us the chance to judge how the bridge handles that kind of weight. Then it's settled. I will have the engineers move the tank train to the bridge and we will meet you there. She walked out with Ty Lee and Mai right behind her. Azula? Asked Ty Lee. How are we going to get Naruto across the bridge if he's not with us? That was looking to be a problem, at least to the acrobat. I'm sure he'll figure out that we're leaving, and he'll find a way across without anyone noticing him, she lied with the utmost confidence. Not even Mai and Ty Lee were told of Naruto's plan, since he was paranoid enough to keep the details of it closer to just himself, the governor, and Azula herself. The tank train was lined up at the end of the bridge when Azula and her two friends arrived. They saw Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan, but noticed that someone else was absent. "Where's your teacher?" Mai asked them. Konohamaru shrugged. "I think he ate something this morning that didn't agree with him. He's been in bed since." "That's too bad," Ty Lee said. While she didn't really know the man, it never hurt to be polite. "Alright, here's what's going to happen," Inari spoke up, getting everyone's attention. "We have earthbenders on standby should any damage happen to the bridge. We're first going to send the tank train over the bridge to see what happens." He waved to the engineers in the tank train. It started moving and was soon crossing the bridge. It cleared and kept going on its way to the campsite that had been set up the day before. "It seems that the bridge can hold the tank train's weight, and since right now, that's the heaviest thing we have on the bridge, I'd say it will be able to hold its own," Inari stated as he walked towards the middle of the bridge. "You're the expert here, Inari," Konohamaru told him as they followed him. The earthbenders on the other side of the gorge quickly crossed the bridge and made their way back into the colony, nodding briefly at Inari as they passed. "Wasn't it a clear day a few minutes ago?" Mai asked aloud, looking around. They all looked around and saw what she was talking about. A few minutes ago, the day was nice and clear. But now, a fog was rapidly coming in. Within a few minutes, the fog had covered the entire bridge. "What's going on?" Moegi asked as she and Udan pulled out a kunai and Konohamaru reached for his staff. As if to answer her question, two shapes appeared on the other end of the bridge, slowly getting bigger and coming towards them. Inari realized something at that point. He had seen something like this before. He had seen it in the land of waves. This isn't a fog. This is the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique, he told them in a half-panicked voice. Laughter was heard coming from the shapes in the mist. "Well, what do you know? The little bridge builder knows what the mist is. You don't see that every day, do you, Itachi?" one of the shapes said. The shapes stepped out of the mist and to where the group could see them. One was a black-haired man and the other was a blue-skinned man with a cloth-covered sword. They both wore headbands. The black-haired man wore the same one as Konohamaru and his teammates, while the blue-skinned one wore a headband that had the same symbol, the mask in Inari's room. The difference in their headbands was that the symbol was slashed through. But what truly made them distinguishable were the cloaks they wore had red clouds on them. It was the cloaks that made them instantly recognizable to the Konoha team. "They're from the Akatsuki," Udan exclaimed. "Let's see what we have here," the blue-skinned man, who looked more like a shark, truth be told, said. "We've got the princess of the Fire Nation, her two friends, the little bridge builder, and 3 brats from Konoha." "Why are you here?" Konohamaru demanded, desperately trying to make sure his voice didn't squeak. He knew who Itachi was and was scared. But he couldn't run away. He had to stand his ground. "Ah, look, Itachi. The little brat is trying to act all grown up," the shark-looking one said with a laugh, like it was an amusing thing to see. "Isn't that cute?" "Kisame enough," Itachi said. He walked forward a few steps. "Princess Azula, we do not wish to fight you. We came here for one thing," he said to her, sounding incredibly formal. "And what would that be?" she asked. She had a feeling that this was not a person she could trust. "Naruto Uzumaki." Konohamaru and his teammates were shocked by what they had just heard, but Inari was not surprised, having met the blonde the night before. Before he could do something, Azula had slipped into a fire-bending stance, ready to fight. "Sorry, but I'm afraid you can't have him," she told him. Mai began to finger a handful of throwing knives and Ty Lee was ready to move. "If you do not give him up willingly, we will kill you to get to him," Itachi replied coolly. His face didn't show any emotion. It was expressionless. "You'll find that we won't go down that easily." She was confident that she and her friends could hold their own against the two of them. "Are you sure?" He took a step back. "Kisame, don't kill them. We still don't know where Naruto is," he ordered. The swordsman just grinned before charging at them all. He went after Azula first, ducking underneath a fireball she had bent at him and burying his fist into her stomach. As she collapsed to the ground, Ty Lee had flipped into the air, trying to jab the pressure points in his head and shoulders. He sidestepped her, grabbed one of her legs and slammed her down into the bridge. Mai threw knives at him, but he just swatted them away with his sword and then smacked her down with it. Swinging his sword low, he literally swept the Konoha team and Inari off their feet. And that was without a single use of jutsu, he boasted as the mist faded. Now then, what body part should Samahata cut off? He pretended to give it some thought. How about a leg? That why it'll be easier to catch you if you run away. He swung Samahata down at Azula's leg, as if to cut it off. But that idea didn't work. Kisame was surprised at the loud clang, and backed up as to everyone's surprise. Governor Shun pointed his Ryudeo at the two Akatsuki members. Who are you two, and what do you want? Governor Shun asked. Itachi walked towards him. As we told the princess there, he pointed at Azula without looking at her, we want Naruto Uzumaki. I get that, but I won't negotiate with bounty hunters like you. Governor Shun charged at Kisame, weapon in hand. Itachi stepped in and stopped his strike with his kunai. I do not know your intention with Lord Naruto, but you two will not get to him. Itachi merely kicked the governor aside. We have no choice. We have to eliminate you, the princess, her friends, and the Konoha team sent to accompany the bridge builder. Just then, Kisame turned around and grabbed Itachi by the back. Hey, Itachi! Kisame, now is not the time, Itachi reprimanded him. Kisame simply dragged his partner and forced him to see what is happening. Once he did, he paid attention. Governor Shun stood up and gasped as a large column of Earth Kingdom soldiers marched towards the bridge. So, they're here. He turned to Azula and gave her a silent nod, indicating that the next step of Naruto's plan was set in motion. He walked towards the approaching Earth Kingdom soldiers, completely ignoring the supposed bounty hunters. Look up there! Ty Lee shouted as she pointed her finger at what appeared to be a sky bison flying towards them. Wow, it seems that the Avatar is joining in as well. Azula laughed loudly, as Mai and Ty Lee were startled. Isn't this exciting? The Avatar's appearance and these two freaks, in Kozan on the same day. Appa landed near the bridge, his passengers waiting for now. Colonel Ching stood in front of his army, leading them onto the bridge. Both Sokka and Akela stood just a little way behind him, their faces hard and somber. He stopped where the others could easily see him. Governor Shun sheathed his blade and turned his attention to the commanding Earth Kingdom officer. I am Colonel Ching of the Earth Kingdom, and I demand the complete and unconditional surrender of Kozan. He stated outright, his voice echoing over the gorge. I am Shun, the governor of Kozan, and general as well. What makes you rockheads think we will just surrender this colony to you? Governor Shun asked coldly. Your troops are tired from building this bridge. I could easily overrun this colony. He seemed completely confident about that. Perhaps. Let's put that to the test, if you may, Governor Shun mocked his Earth Kingdom counterpart. He did not expect the next command that came out of Colonel Ching's mouth. Bring forth the prisoners. He ordered his second in command. The 4 prisoners, 2 men and their sons, one pair was Fire Nation and the other was Earth Kingdom, judging by their clothes, were brought forward and were forced to kneel before him. What is he doing? Aang asked as he watched the whole thing. This wasn't supposed to happen. The prisoners were to stay behind until the colony had surrendered. They weren't supposed to be brought up front like this. When he looked at the others, he saw that they were just as confused as he was. Ching walked behind the fathers. Fire Nation citizens of Kozan, you have profited from lands and resources that were never yours in the first place. He shouted for the colony to hear. Earth Kingdom citizens, I find you guilty of treason by allowing these charcoal suckers to live here. He drew out a knife and held it high. This will be your punishment. And without any more warning, he stabbed the first father through the back of the head, shocking everyone, except for his soldiers, the Akatsuki members, and the shinobi team on the Sky Bison, who could see it. As the colonel pulled his knife out of the first father and walked over to the second father, Katara looked over to where her brother stood. Sokka, stop him! She shouted at him, her voice full of horror. But he didn't do anything. He just watched as Ching killed the second father. It was when the colonel started to walk towards the children that Aang finally acted. He leapt off Appa and flew down, landing behind Sokka. He bent the air to push the colonel away from the children. The colonel fell to the ground, and as he rose back up, Aang bent another stream of air to send the children over to the other side of the bridge. A side effect of that was Sokka and Akela were also sent that way. As soon as the children landed in front of her, Azula got them on their feet and passed them over to Konohamaru's team. Get them inside and find their mothers, she ordered. Konohamaru nodded in acknowledgement and began to herd the kids back into the colony with his teammates, and Inari. What is the meaning of this, Colonel? Aang asked Ching, standing in front of the man. You said that you would try to convince the colonists to leave. There was supposed to be no bloodshed. It was supposed to be peaceful. They are Fire Nation. They don't belong here in the Earth Kingdom, the colonel said as he stood up, his voice becoming angry. But what about the Earth Kingdom people who live here? Surely, the man wasn't going to kill his own countrymen. He wouldn't do something like that. They are traitors, he screamed, his calm composure, which he had kept ever since they had met him, breaking. They deserve to die for letting Fire Nation filth live instead of doing their patriotic duty, and kill them all. His eyes burned with a fire that Sokka, and much later, everyone except for Team Guy, would say was insane. Aang turned to the soldiers. Why haven't you arrested him? He demanded. They should have done that the second Ching started talking like that. But they hadn't moved a muscle. Because Colonel Ching is right, one of the soldiers yelled out. They are all traitors. He looked at them and realized that they all had the same kind of fire in their eyes as the colonel had. They would follow his orders and destroy the colony. Please, Colonel, he begged. You don't have to do this. Traitors and enemies to the Earth Kingdom are to be executed. If you're not going to help us, Avatar, then get out of our way, Ching ordered him. Azula smirked at what was happening. She could not believe what she is seeing. The Avatar and his so-called ally are having an argument over how the colony would be dealt with, while the tribesmen that Naruto often talked about wore a neutral expression, as if he expected something like this to happen. Suddenly, Naruto appeared atop an ostrich horse on Kozan's side of the gorge. The ostrich horse raced across the bridge, stopping in front of Governor Shun and Colonel Ching. Naruto climbed down, clapped his hands mockingly at the air nomad. Congratulations, Avatar Aang, he said. You have successfully brought an enemy force to a Fire Nation colony with the intention to raze it to the ground. You are taking an active part in the war. Aang winced at the implication. Meanwhile, Appa landed briefly, letting Katara and Toph to join him. While this was all happening, Itachi and Kisame had joined them. Look at the little fish cake, all grown up, Kisame commented, and pointed Samahata at Naruto's head. I suppose we should thank you for saving us the trip. Come with us now. Naruto glanced their way. How do you guys feel about a truce for now and help me with a massacre? He made no effort to keep his voice quiet. Both sides of the bridge could hear him. Ha! You think you can slaughter my men, with the puny number of troops that you have in the colony? Colonel Ching taunted. He paid him no attention, focusing instead on Itachi. Itachi, hasn't he killed you yet? Naruto, come with us, Itachi replied, not answering his question. No. Then we will have to take you by force. No, you won't, the blonde said, mystifying them. Not unless you want to miss the massacre. Azula had had enough. She crossed the bridge, grabbed her bodyguard by his arm, and pulled him to the side. This isn't part of the plan we talked about, she hissed. Of course it's not. I'm just as surprised as you are, but those two could prove to be useful, Naruto whispered to her, before turning back to Itachi. How about it? We call a truce, and you two can have fun with those troops there. Governor Shun turned to Colonel Ching and scoffed. Looks like you rockheads have lowered down to the same level as some of my colleagues when it comes to coercion. There was no mistaking the disgust when he said colleagues. Very well then. We will show you no quarter. His side withdrew, moving quickly back to the colony. Colonel Ching watched them go. I will enjoy this battle, charcoal sucker, he said, all but spitting out the words before turning to his troops. Sokka and Katara watched with fear as the two armies are about to clash. Great going, Sokka! Katara shouted down, glaring at her brother. You led us into a battle instead of a peaceful withdrawal. He did not say anything back, feeling unhappy with the sudden turn of events. At the same time, he was not surprised to see the outcome of the failed negotiations, but the appearance of Naruto had changed everything. Both the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom soldiers aimed their arrows in the sky, and released it, while the Earthbenders bent a column to protect themselves from the barrage of arrows. Meanwhile, the Firebenders bent enough fire to burn down the enemy arrows. A few Fire Nation soldiers were struck by the barrage. Colonel Ching was pleased with the progress that his army was making, confident in his victory over the Fire Nation, while thinking of ways to deal with the colony as soon as his army conquered it. First things first, though. They needed to soften up the defenses. Once he was certain they were softened, he signaled one of his subordinates. The man pulled out a horn and blew 2 blasts. His men started advancing across the bridge, right into Kozan. This was it. They would overwhelm the meager defenses and take the colony. Once the enemy army was on the bridge, Naruto signaled Azula. She bent out 3 small fire bursts into the sky. A few minutes later, a small explosion went off in the distance. One of the Earth Kingdom soldiers gasped as boulders had cut off their only path of retreat. Naruto signaled Azula again. She bent only 1 fire burst. Suddenly, 5 Komodo rhinos appeared, bypassing the boulders and charged towards the Earth Kingdom soldiers, hacking their way through. The colony's defenses gave a cheer when they realized who were riding the rhinos. Aang also recognized the newcomers. He wasn't filled with joy, rather shock. "It's those guys from the Chin village!" he shouted at everyone. He took off in his glider and flew towards the battle. He tried bending some air at Colonel Monk but was nearly hit by Vatcher's flaming arrow. Sokka, on the other hand, was busy dealing with Kachi as Katara and Toph worked together to avoid Ogdi's bolos. "What are they doing here?" "Less questions and more fighting, Aang," Sokka commanded as he barely deflected the Guandao's blade. He turned around and saw an incoming Fire Nation pikeman. He reacted instantly, bashed his club into the pikeman's head. It was 1 hit, and the soldier went down. Blood had spurted from his head, staining Sokka's shirt. Colonel Ching watched in fearful recognition at the sight of Colonel Monk's men. Of all the units of the Fire Nation, why did they have to send the damned rough rhinos to deal with us? He asked. That was annoying. Colonel Ching. One of the earthbenders approached him as he pointed at the Fire Nation soldiers. The enemy is exhausted. Excellent. Colonel Ching looked at the boulders blocking their escape route. He then turned to the other earthbenders and raised his hand. Benders, clear the boulders. Non-benders, turtle formation. Shields up, spears out. The earthbenders ran towards the rubble and bent it out of the way, with one of their rocks narrowly missing Yelu in the process. Colonel Monk saw what has happened and gave 2 fire bursts, indicating the rough rhinos to retreat. Colonel Ching was torn between taking the colony and taking out the nearest threat. In the end, he opted to stay with half of his army, while the other half followed the rough rhinos. The colonel may be smart to not chase after us, but I could not say the same regarding some of his soldiers, Colonel Monk remarked as their chasers quickly caught up. He gave enough of a fight to get some room and then he gave out 2 long fire bursts. Okay, boys, let's ride. They pulled out of the fight easily and raced away. The Earth Kingdom soldiers again chased after them. Which what the Fire Nation wanted. The rough rhinos swerved around the road, allowing their chasers to see a different company. Loose! Colonel Shiner commanded in a loud voice. The Yuan archers fired upon the enemy. It wasn't even a challenge for them. As the Earth Kingdom soldiers died, the last thing more than a few of them saw was how bored their enemies looked. Once they were clear of the archers, the rough rhinos turned around and joined at the rear. Colonel Monk rode up to the front, just in time to see Colonel Shiner kill an Earth Kingdom junior officer with a shot in the throat. Looks like I made it, he remarked as he lowered his bow. Thank Lord Naruto for this ingenious plan, Colonel Monk commented. Where is he anyways? The rest of the riders joined them. It was Vatcher who answered. Fighting the leader of this Earth Kingdom force alongside the governor. The ex-archer kept his eyes forward, doing his best not to look at his fellow comrades. Colonel Shinu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! General Shun doesn't know what he's dealing with. Governor Shun, Kachi commented. He's barely surviving the fight right now. We saw a bunch of bounty hunters with cloaks standing in front of the colony. I'm not sure what they want, but whatever it isn't good. Monk watched as the remnants pulled together and fled back to Kozan. Calling them 20 men would have been generous. Shall we pursue them again? Shinu asked. No need, Colonel Shinu. Those rockheads are stuck between us and the colony, and unless they wish to surrender, which they would not obviously do, they will fight to the death, he responded. The bridge was still in easy sight. He saw Naruto and Azula fend off an incoming attack with her firebending and the blonde's close combat skills. To his surprise, the 2 cloaked figures also decided to join in the slaughter. Back at the gates of Kozan, Naruto took care as more enemy infantry began to converge on them. While the Kirigakure no Jutsu still covered the battlefield, It made his life a bit easier by wading through the clumsy attacks from the non-benders, before stabbing 6 enemy troops with his jin. He could hear Azula fighting nearby, and it sounded like Tai Li and Mai were close by. He was able to see the Akatsuki, unfortunately. Kisame slammed Samahata into a column of earthbenders while Itachi used the Gakyaku no Jutsu to burn the non-benders. Any enemy that went up against them were handled with ease. Naruto moved away from them, heading to the other sounds of fighting. He found Azula quickly enough through the mist. "Azula!" he shouted. "What?" she replied, still fighting. "Try launching a medium fire burst into the sky, and keep the pressure going." Mai and Tai Li gasped in surprise. "Are you nuts? Azula's going to be struck by the enemy before then," Tai Li told him. She crippled another earthbender with her chi blocking. Mai finished him off with a knife through his throat. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration and gave multiple fist pumps, rather insistently. He turned to Colonel Monk and gave the same multiple fist pumps, indicating that he should do the same as well. Reluctantly, both Azula and Colonel Monk bent a large amount of fire into the sky and kept the burst for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame started to tire themselves out as well. "We did not come here just to die. Let us cut our losses and retreat," Kisame said. He was starting to feel a little drained. Itachi shook his head. "Whatever Naruto is planning, we should wait and see." Kisame noticed the sky darkening. He realized what Naruto's plan was: cause a sudden warmth in the atmosphere. The warm moisture would then help create a thundercloud. Personally, he thought it was a little odd and desperate. What, does the fish cake think lightning will strike these guys dead? He wondered. Meanwhile, Azula noticed several small raindrops falling. She realized what Naruto's improvised plan was all about. Of course, my lightning might be enhanced by the energy in the sky, she thought. At the same time, is Naruto insane? I do not know how much lightning I can redirect, or if he is aware that I can't redirect lightning at all. The thundercloud started to rumble as lightning flashed overhead. Then Azula realized what Naruto's goal was, involving her ability to bend lightning. Flashback. It will still not be enough. There are approximately 9,000 Earth Kingdom soldiers bearing down on us, and we only have a third of its strength, Governor Shun insisted. The governor is right, Naruto. How can you pull this off? Azula asked. Well, this is where my plan comes in. And with that, Naruto began to explain the details of the plan. The Earth Kingdom's troops are expected to converge on Kozan, but there is only one road towards it. The rough rhinos will block off their escape route, forcing the enemy to hunker down close to the city gates. Naruto moved a piece representing the Earth Kingdom's army into a map that Governor Shun had on his small desk. At some point, the Earthbenders will try to force their way out. Azula and Governor Shun nodded in agreement, but the former frowned at the same time. How will you deal with the Earthbenders once they make their escape? The Earth Kingdom's troops will then try to chase the rough rhinos, who will retreat, but while they are retreating, that is when another player comes in. He moved a piece representing the Fire Nation. End flashback. Azula and Naruto watched as more lightning flashed into the ground before bending her own lightning and launching it at the sky. 3 minutes later, thunderbolts crashed down to the ground as small puddles began to form. At the same time, Colonel Chin grinned at the apparent tactical blunder Naruto made, which in his mind only weakened the firebenders' firepower with the rain. Azula's ability to bend lightning was surprising, but he was sure it could be handled. When the lightning in the sky flashed down once again, Naruto used his own fingertips to grab the lightning, before redirecting it at Colonel Chin, although he encountered some difficulties in attempting to redirect it. The sensation of it coursing through his body was surprising. Quite frankly, it hurts. Naruto gritted his teeth as he struggled to handle the lightning before remembering his close observation what Iroh told Zuko. Redirecting raw energy, such as lightning, require finesse and a sense of adaptability. Improper methods of redirection can be fatal. He let the lightning pass down his arm, through his stomach, and up his other arm, which, albeit a little shakily, was pointed right at Colonel Chin. It struck him in the chest, knocking him down. He didn't get back up. However, Naruto grabbed on his arm and dropped to one knee. Azula, Mai, and Tai Li rushed to shield him. But when they saw their colonel struck dead, the Earth Kingdom wavered, then ran. Kisame and Itachi approached him, trying to take advantage of his condition. Azula bent another batch of lightning and struck the ground close to them. I thought you two wanted to cause a massacre, not steal my bodyguard, she snarled. Kisame grinned. Forgot about that, but our primary mission still stands. He turned around, flassaing through hand seals. Doton, Docha Senko. Both Azula's and Aang's group were stunned at what happened next. The ground liquefied before their eyes and Kisame and the Samahata sunk below it. Toph bent the earth to stop him but to no avail, making her eyes widen. Next, Kisame created a pitfall trap, catching the retreating soldiers by surprise as he re-emerged from underground and formed another hand seal. Suetun, Dai Baku Sui Shoha. A large amount of water engulfed the ground, adding another layer of trap to the frightened Earth Kingdom soldiers as the giant body of water became a prison. He grinned as he formed another set of hand seals. Suetun, Semi Adori no Jutsu. As they watched the Earth Kingdom soldiers struggle to break free from the water prison, both Katara and Aang were horrified. They had thought that it wouldn't be like this. The colonel was supposed to try to peacefully take Kozan. But he instead ordered its death, and now that the colonel was killed, his army was receiving the same treatment. They wanted to look away, or in Toph's case, shut them out, but they couldn't, as the Earth Kingdom soldiers eventually died from drowning as a result of their failed attempt to free themselves. The two Akatsuki didn't even try to kill them. They just stood there, watching. The Fire Nation soldiers, seeing the battle was done, began pulling back into the colony. Once Naruto was sure they were all inside, he signaled Azula that it was time to go, to which she nodded. Getting across might be tricky with Itachi and Kisame there, but he was hoping they'd be busy. They barely took one step across the bridge when a cry of "Wait! Stop them!" Konohamaru and his team was back. "Boss, is that really you?" Konohamaru asked, hope in his voice as he stared at the blonde's back. Naruto stared to the end of the bridge in silence. "Will you turn to face them?" the Kyuubi asked. "This is one meeting I didn't want to have, Kyuubi," he told the fox. But he did turn around to face the three who once looked up to him. It was a long second where no one said anything in the ring. "You three have grown," he finally said. The last time he had seen them, they were practically shrimps. The three of them had tears in their eyes at those words. "It's really you, boss," Moegi happily said. "Where have you been?" demanded Konohamaru. The Konoha 11 had been searching for him for the past 3 years and had no luck. Now, he just showed up out of nowhere. "Why did you leave?" Udan asked, not bothering to wait for him to answer the first question. He hesitated, unsure of what to say to them. He couldn't act like he would have with the other Konoha teams. They didn't deserve that treatment. "For my own reasons," he finally told them. Will you come back?" Moegi asked. She sounded hopeful, which hurt him more than any kind of weapon they could have thrown at him. It hurt to see and hear them hope that he would come back. He shook his head. "No." "But you're a Konoha shinobi," Konohamaru told him. "Not anymore." He grabbed his staff and launched himself at Naruto. The blonde met him halfway and blocked his strike, grabbing hold of the staff. He was trying to hold it in, but the tears flowed freely down his face. "Please come home, boss," he begged. He wanted the blonde to come back. He wanted things to go back to the old days. Naruto had a face of calm indifference, even though he knew what the young Sarutobi was thinking. "It's not my home anymore," he said with no emotion in his voice. The sadness in the Konoha shinobi turned to anger. "If you're not going to come willingly, then I'll make you come home," he shouted, yanking his staff out of the blonde's grip. "Then try if you can." Naruto took a step back and moved into an airbending stance. Konohamaru replied with a barrage of staff strikes which he evaded or parried with his hands. "He's skilled with the staff," he noted. "I wondered if he has signed a contract with the monkeys yet. If he did, he would certainly be the Sandame's grandson." Deciding that using his staff wasn't enough, Konohamaru decided to use his grandfather's taijutsu, the Saruken, monkey fist, with his staff. But still, Naruto evaded, dodged, and blocked the strikes. "Fight back!" Konohamaru yelled at him. "Fight back, Kami, take it!" He knew that the blonde was holding back on him. He wanted him to fight back. Naruto caught the staff strike that was aimed for his head. "As you wish," he whispered. He forced the staff back and moved into a waterbending stance. Konohamaru swung the staff, which he caught and spun towards it, putting it across his back. He moved into an earthbending stance and punched Konohamaru hard in the chest. As the young shinobi stumbled back, he moved into a fire-bending stance and kicked him back to his teammates. Konohamaru hit the bridge hard, but he was still conscious. "Listen, you three," Naruto told the three of them as they helped Konohamaru back onto his feet. "Things are different now. Konoha is not my home anymore. This is your only warning, don't come after me. If you try to take me back, I will respond with lethal force and I will kill you." He walked to where Azula, Mai and Tai Li were standing just at the end of the bridge. "We are leaving. Don't try to follow." They left the bridge and Kozan behind them. Naruto kept looking forward, not looking back to see Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan crying on the bridge. But he could hear them. "I'm still annoyed that we had to leave after the killing spree," Kisame told his partner as they walked down a road. They left discreetly after finishing off the surviving Earth Kingdom soldiers who tried to surrender to them. "If we had stayed, he would have turned on us," Itachi told him. "It would have been the opportune moment to do so. And judging by how the blonde fought, he was certain Naruto would have done." "And that's a bad thing?" Itachi said nothing. He noticed that something was trying to obscure his vision. Grabbing the thing, he pulled a piece of paper out of his headband. "What's that?" Kisame asked as he looked over Itachi's shoulder. "I knew you guys would leave early. Listen up. I'm giving you this one warning, don't try to track me. Leave me alone and go back the elemental countries. You try to take me and you leave here with only your heads." Naruto. When did he? Itachi began to wonder. Then he remembered one point in the massacre when both he and Naruto fought close to each other. "Impressive, Naruto, very impressive. You could have killed me, but instead you gave us a warning. Now can you back your words, or are you bluffing?" "Well, what do you want to do, Itachi?" Kisame asked his partner. "Perhaps it is best to contact our leader and let him know what has happened," he suggested. "Hey, he put the thing in your headband, it's your call. He usually didn't make the decisions between the two of them. He left that to his partner." "Then we shall make camp when it gets dark." They continued in silence. After flying the rest of the day away from Kozan, the Avatar's group set up camp on the edge of a forest as night fell. As they set up camp, Team Guy placed the same seal that Team Kurenai used in the swamp on the ground. Soon enough, the place was covered in smoke and all anyone could hear was a poof. After the smoke cleared, Team Kurenai and Team Asuma joined in setting up the camp. Soon, the camp had been set and dinner had been eaten. Once they had eaten, they learned two different stories about Naruto. Kurenai told the first story. During one of his tours in the Earth Kingdom, Naruto and the division he was with were ordered to take the city of Tong. The city was a matriarchal city and was a place where warrior women were trained. The only place that was better for training women in the art of war than Tong was Kyoshi Island. When they arrived at the city, the commander of the division sent Naruto into the city to see if they were willing to negotiate surrender. He went into the city and didn't come back for the rest of the day. The next day, the commander and a few other soldiers could enter the city to discuss terms while also meeting up with Naruto again. When they talked terms with the young female leader of the city, one of the terms was that they kept Naruto. The commander refused the term, which led to insults which almost broke out into a fight. It was at that point when a drink of water was accidentally thrown at Naruto, splashing him, and making him almost soaking wet. The sight of a wet and surprised Naruto stunned the room for a few seconds and then turned the Earth Kingdom women, who had been towing the line ever since the blonde came into the city, became full-blown fangirls at that point, and tried to kidnap him at that point. The commander, Naruto, and the soldiers literally had to fight their way out of a city full of fangirls. After they had managed to get out of there, the city surrendered on the spot. It was a humorous story that made some of them found funny. But the second was not humorous, nor did any of them found it funny. Asuma told them this. During the same tour, Naruto and a regiment were ordered to take the city of Shirji. They arrived at the city and began to besiege it. Surprise occurred to both sides when the Fire Nation took a battering ram to the gate, and it swung open on the first try. Taking advantage of the surprise, the Fire Nation stormed the city and easily took control. When they wanted to discover why it was so easy to take the city, the daughter of the city leader came to them and explained it. She had imprisoned her own family, drugged the military leaders into unconsciousness, and had left the gate, all with the help of all but the two maids that refused to cooperate. She was asked why she had done all of this. She looked at Naruto and said that she and her maids had done it for him. They had done to prove their love for him, and that they were willing to share him with others if he would take them. His response was to free the family from their imprisonment, and then had the girl and her maids taken to the main square where everyone could see them. Standing beside them, he told the people of Shurji what they had done. And then, in front of everyone, both Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom, he executed them. The only people who were spared were the two maids who refused to take part, and the people approved of what he did. Once they were done, Team Guy quickly filled them on what had happened. They had agreed to tell the other teams about Itachi and Kisame later when the others had fallen asleep. That way, they could avoid unnecessary questions, as well as their failed attempt to capture Naruto when he suffered a minor injury on his right arm from a difficult attempt to handle electricity on the same arm. That massacre would not have happened had Sokka kept his mouth shut, Katara told them after the story was done. The horror she had felt had disappeared. In its place was anger. My mouth shut? My mouth shut, Sokka repeated, standing up from where he sat. Are you saying this entire thing was my fault? Yes, it is, she answered. It's your fault for letting those two boys' fathers die and killing every Earth Kingdom soldier there. It never would have happened if you didn't rile the colonel up. It would have happened anyway, he shouted at her. I'll admit that letting the fathers die is my fault. I'll admit that killing those soldiers is on me as well. But blaming me for this? If anything, the fault belongs with you and Aang. Me? Aang asked, surprised by the tribesman's words. I didn't do anything. He had tried to stop it. You brought the soldiers there because you were naive enough to believe the colonel, Sokka told him, being blunt. But Katara takes most of the blame. And what exactly did I do that's made me get most of the blame? She asked with a tone of self-righteousness. She believed that she had done nothing wrong. Whenever I let you know that I didn't trust the guy, you ignored me, he told her. I knew that something was off when the colonel said he was going to convince the colonists to leave. Sokka, I heard his heartbeat, Toph told him. He wasn't lying when he said that he was going to convince them. As far as she could tell, the man had been telling the truth the entire time. You heard his heartbeat, but you didn't hear what he thought, he said to the blind earthbender. If he were mentally replacing the word kill with the word convince, he'd had been able to get by you detecting him lying. I tried to tell you guys that, but every time I did, Katara blew me off like I was only playing around. You even told me to stop acting like a child. I said that because you were acting like one. This wasn't her fault. She had done nothing wrong. He got angrier at her words. I've stopped acting like a child the day Dad left, he said to her. I may have acted goofy, silly, or outright stupid when it came to some things, but the protection of the group always came first. I was suspicious of the colonel, and all you did was told me to stop being paranoid. You've been paranoid before, and every time he's been wrong. She could list the number of times he had been suspicious about someone, only to be proven wrong off the top of her head. It spoke for itself. I wasn't wrong about Jet, he reminded her. You just like to think you discovered that yourself. Face the facts, Katara. If you listened to me, the colony wouldn't have been put in danger and all those soldiers that I had to kill wouldn't be dead. He fell silent, and in the silence, he looked at his arms and hands. Sokka, are you okay? Aang asked. As if to answer his question, the tribesman's arms began to shake badly. That face, he muttered. I can still see that pikeman's face. His blood, it's still on my hands. Must get it off. Have to stop seeing that face. He fell to his knees and threw up violently. He fell to the ground and his body began to shake like he was losing control of his body. Sokka, what's the matter? Katara asked, concerned for her brother taking over her anger at him. Ino was the first to reach him. He's in shock. She informed everyone, her hands beginning to glow with green chakra. The rest of the night was spent trying to make sure Sokka would be alright. Naruto stared at the fire while he knew the girls were staring his way. They had gone after the Avatar but had no idea where he had gone to. Moreover, the rough rhinos had decided to stay for a few days in Kozan, to rest and recuperate. So, they had stopped early and set up camp. But during the entire time, it just felt awkward between Naruto and the three girls. Perhaps it's time we went to bed, he suggested as they all sat in silence. He couldn't help but think about how the two Akatsuki members had shown up. He had played one hell of a bluff to scare them off, and he wasn't even sure it had worked. Azula scowled at his words. We're not going anywhere until you answer some questions, she told her bodyguard. You didn't act surprised when the bridge builder and the Konoha team saw you. How long did you know about them? I found out they were here after you told me to stay away from Governor Shun's house and the bridge. I knew you wanted me to stay away from those places for a reason, so I went to the bridge to see what you wanted to keep secret from me, he explained, getting all the reasons out so this could end quickly. Is that all? No, that is not all. They had a lot more questions for him to answer. Why did Konohamaru sound like he knew you? Ty Lee asked. I knew him 3 years ago. He looked up to me once. He looked at them. Why are you asking me these questions? They had never been this pushy before. Because, Naruto, we have been encountering people who know you, and today we met 2 men who wanted to capture you, Azula said. And all the while, we really don't know a thing about your past. My past is exactly that, my pa. Don't give us that, she yelled, cutting him off. For Agni's sake, Naruto, we just want to know at least one thing about your past. He was silent for a minute before speaking. You want to know about just one thing about my past? He asked them. They all nodded. Then I'll tell you one thing about my past. I'll tell you about one of the men you saw. I'll tell you about Itachi Uchiha. He looked over at Azula. I want you to imagine 2 things, Azula. First, I want you to imagine that the royal family is a family the size of a clan. Second, I want you to imagine Zuko as a prodigy. That's ridiculous, she objected. Why would? Just do it, Azula, he ordered her. Imagine that Zuko is a prodigy in both firebending and swordsmanship, and that he has your father's favor. Imagine that you look up to him, and that he cares about you. I want you to imagine that your dream to beat him someday. Do you have that in your head? She nodded. Now I want you to imagine that you are coming home late one night from firebending practice. You come into the royal palace and see members of your family dead on the ground. Bodies are everywhere. You are scared and frightened because you see people you had known. You rush to your parents' room, because you know your mother and father are there and you'll feel safe. You burst into the room, but you find that your mother and father are already dead and that their killer is standing behind them. You are shocked to see that the killer is the person you thought cared about you and his family. The killer is no one other than your brother, Zuko. Now the question is, what would you do if he had left you alive? I would swear to track him down and kill him, Azula automatically answered. There was no question about it. She would hunt him to the ends of the planet, and end his life if he had done something like that. The silence that following was almost deafening. Itachi Uchiha is infamous where I come from because, in one night, he killed every single person of his own clan. He had left only one survivor, he told them. You mean his younger sister? Ty Lee asked with horror. Azula remembered what Naruto had said to Itachi on the bridge. No, not his younger sister, she said. His younger brother was the sole survivor, right? He simply nodded and looked away, breaking eye contact. This is just one of the reasons I don't tell you about my past, he said. Again, silence filled the air between all of them. He was silently grateful that the engineers always chose to eat and sleep inside the tank train. They didn't need to hear any of this. You're right, Naruto, Azula finally said, breaking the silence. We should go to bed. She got up and walked back to the tank train. Good night. Ty Lee and Mai soon followed her into the tank train, leaving Naruto alone with the dying fire. I shouldn't have told them, he muttered so they wouldn't hear him. I should have left it alone. You've made your choice, Kit, the QB told him. Now you will have to live with it. He stared at the embers in the fire. Tell me something that I don't know. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!